Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi. Everyone has a different dream life, and Inzoi offers a variety of creative tools to help you build yours. First, let's look at creating characters, known as Zois. You can create realistic appearances with detailed controls over facial and body features. You can also customize hair and outfits to create a unique look. What about the space where your Zoe will live? You can combine architectural elements like walls, roofs, stairs, pillars, fences, gates, and ladders to build the structure you want. You can also customize various appliances and furniture to decorate your home in your own style. Worried you might not have the skills to do all this? Don't be. We have various AI functions that make creation easy for everyone. You can create your own textures to make unique artwork, or turn real-world objects into 3D models to include in Inzoi. It's time to showcase your limitless creativity. Once you've created your character and house, shall we step outside? Can you edit the city too? Absolutely. You can edit street elements like animals, plants, billboards, and weather to create the scenarios you want. You can also adjust the city's cleanliness, safety, and relationship indices to simulate specific lifestyles. Create a world where everyone is in love, or an apocalyptic scenario. Edit the city as you wish. Why keep your dream creations to yourself? Share them on Inzoi's creative platform, Canvas. Upload and download creations, interact with other players, and enrich each other's Inzoi experience. Remember, Inzoi is a life simulation game. If everything happened as expected, it wouldn't be life or a simulation. While you can create your dream characters, homes, and simulations, the nature of the simulation genre means you'll face unexpected situations. Just like real life, you'll experience unplanned, given lives. To provide a more realistic life experience, Inzoi has implemented a complete community simulation where every person in the city lives with their own will, facing various events and accidents, just like in reality, such as colds, trends, and rumors. Inzoi allows you to view the world from a distance. Endless stories take place to the Zois you create within your modified city, all operated under the complete simulation. Experience your most desired life and the life that's given to create your unique story.
Suamba. Randy Norby.
Inzoi gives you the opportunity to experience not just one life, but the collective shared stories, events, accidents, joys, and sorrows of everyone in your city that make up the human experience. In Inzoi, you can create the reality you desire, and in the process, maybe even find that the true gift of life is the journey we all share. We hope these realistic experiences in Inzoi can enhance your enjoyment of life in the real world. Enjoy your life with Inzoi. Thank you.
So, you two noobs on my team?
Aren't you new yourself?
It's just a phone game. It'll be a breeze.
We do need a tank, though.
Alright. This booze is getting me all pumped up! Watch me get the bag. Just follow my lead.
We're not gonna follow my lead!
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
This is the best I can do! Do something useful! So, this was your plan all along?
Yes, ma'am!
And this too? What Oh my god, move!
Now we're talking.
Woo! Next round's on me!
Oh, yeah.
Well, look who's here.
Time to crank up the beat. I told you to trust me, huh? Are you two deaf? I'm talking.
Looks like someone's late to the party.
questions you got?
Like, one for me?
That's plenty.
The research wasn't flawed from the beginning.
Using the blue chip, we were creating controllable entities.
It was for humanity.
We thought Project Phalanx was humanity's home. Everything went smoothly. The test subjects began to rampage.
The lab turned into chaos. We started to call them hunger. Their gluttony was unrelenting, and they targeted us.
Yes, that's why Tego fell.
Tego needs help.
No. Escape. Tego.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a schoolborn what's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root, to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Rules. Smash 'em all!
Hey, I'm Luke 12 and I'm from Team Australia.
Eu sou Spark no time Brasil.
Fax from Team UK.
I'm Itzy from Team Norway.
我叫 Leo， 来自中华台北。
我叫明明，来自中国。
안녕하세요, 서울 한국팀입니다.
Hi, I'm Shinboy from Team Canada.
Soy Silsen de Argentina.
I'm Mark des Team Nihon des.
Kickstart from Team USA.
Team Mate Vietnam.
I'm Mika from Team Germany.
I'm Nordin from Team Thailand.
Ben Kodmarko Team Türkiye'den.
Karin dari Tim Indonesia.
你好，你好。
I will beat you, bro.
OK。Nice, nice.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You're going down.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What is this fight, bro?
GG.
Yeah. We're fighting, bro.
Okay.
Okay.
GG, bro. GG.
Nice to meet you, bro. Happy and scary.
Hello, bro.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Oh.
Whoa! Bro.
GG, bro.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm happy to fight Seoul in Seoul.
GG, bro.
GG, bro.
Feel great.
Feel safe. Oh.
GG.
GG. Hello, bro.
Hello. Thought I was gonna get round one.
Yeah, I had to fight Ming Ming, so like I didn't expect to win, but I just like did, so.
Warsaw.
I love you, man.
Hello.
GG.
Look, look.
Gayet hissediyoruz.
Amazing. 2 wins. GG, bro.
GG.
뭐 여기까지인 것 같네요. 저는 워낙 잘 쏘는 선수라고 생각해서.
Em nghĩ em cũng thế ạ. Bị gặp bạn ạ.
사실 여기만 넘어가면 우승은 따놓은 당상이죠.
Em nghĩ là
GG.
GG.
He's probably like the best 3x player in the world.
và bạn cũng thế và bạn vừa địch giải AWC.
마음속으로는 킥사타 이겼으면 좋겠지만 안 될 것 같아요.
I'll probably lose unless I use like a grenade or a shotgun or something. GG, bro.
GG, bro.
It was fun. I got headshot every time I peeked, and I lost every aim duel.
Em cảm thấy rất là vui ạ, vì bắn vui mà cũng vô địch nữa.
작년에 우승을 했으니까 이번 연도도 디펜딩 챔피언으로 한국에 쓸 수 있게 열심히 잘 해보겠습니다.
I mean, I'm just excited to play. It's just a fun tournament that's like not super serious, and you get to play with new people that you've never played with, like Purdy Curdy. Like I've never played with them before, and I think it's just going to be all around fun. And I think like one of us will probably win.
Tại giải đấu lần trước bọn mình đã không làm tốt ở ngày cuối cùng, thì tại giải đấu lần này thì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức. PNC Fighting.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to PNC 2024. 16 teams representing 16 different countries here for PUBG Esports. I'm Paper Thin along with Elfish Guy, and yet another PNC coming our way. So exciting. Some of the best players in the world, of course, representing their countries, and man, I can't wait to get this one started. We have a lot of amazing players here.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot to get through, obviously, starting half an hour before the show actually kicks off, so there's a lot to sort of break down. I think for me, the biggest thing that I've kind of noticed so far about being in here is the venue. It's absolutely crazy, right? Like, this is just an insane venue for an esports tournament. I've never done anything like that. I've been doing esports for 10 years, so obviously stoked to be here, and looking forward to a good day of games, good weekend of games, because Nations Cup, I'm sure, is one that I think a lot of people are very excited about. Yeah. At least for me personally, it's always one of my favorite events in the PUBG calendar, so yeah, I'm looking forward to this weekend.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's such a cool venue. It's this gothic cathedral style building up on a hill at a university. So cool. There's like all this great fan stuff out front too that you can do. There's free ice cream, which we got to have a little bit of. Good. Yeah, it was nice. And then some other awesome exhibits and stuff. So definitely come on down if you happen to be in the Seoul area. It's a really cool venue, gorgeous campus to come walk around on as well. But that's neither here nor there, as we have some insane teams here today, as we are once again in Seoul, South Korea. It's the Kyunggi Peace Hall, and this is pretty interesting because we're back here in Korea again for PNC. Korea won last year.
It feels only fair, right? If you're the defending champions, the reigning champions, all I can hope is that Australia's going to win this year and we can do an event in Sydney next year. Sydney Opera House, hey, I don't know, sounds like a pretty good venue to me.
Dude. Okay, so you know what? Maybe now I'm changing my prediction to Team Australia just so we can go there next year. Like, I'd love that. But it's still just a great city for esports, of course. And this year, I think there's a ton of different teams that can win this thing. We're going to be breaking them down all throughout the day. We're going to be kind of talking about all these players who have earned their spot to represent their countries. We've got some new regions that are going to be represented, some that are coming back, some of the old favorites. So tons of amazing players that you've been able to see throughout the course of their regional leagues, PGS 3 and 4, EWC, all those come into play for deciding this talent.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially those teams or the players that have come from the teams that have competed at PGS 3, PGS, the PGS event, and obviously going into EWC as well. Those are the teams that we're kind of realistically looking at this event as well and saying, well, they're probably going to be the ones to sort of sit towards the top of the pack. But we'll have to wait and see how things play out.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick rundown, check things out. There's a 3D rendering of the building we're in. It's just super sick.
Crazy.
Yeah, defending champion Korea. We've got Indonesia and Norway coming in. Norway for the first time ever.
Yeah.
That's super exciting. Some great players on that squad we'll get to. $300,000 on the line, of course, and we are going to be playing the normals of Erangel, Miramar, and Tego now kind of working its way in there, but Rondo making its re-emergence after we saw it at EWC.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what to make of it still. I think the players aren't necessarily 100% sure what to make of it either. I mean, looking at how obviously things went at EWC, again, that's another one of those storylines where we'd look at players that have had the experience of playing Rondo at EWC and maybe those teams having, let's be real, some sort of minor advantage potentially going into that. I don't know how big of a deal that's necessarily going to be because these aren't necessarily legitimate, proper teams. We've got, for example, I guess, teams like maybe the US team, which is half of Sonic's. You'd say, well, they've got a bit of a beneficial sort of stand-up from EWC, but there are some teams that, you just completely building a new team, essentially. So I don't know how much they can necessarily take from things like EWC, but either way, I mean, that's probably a little bit too in-depth of a conversation at this point in time. Rondo, interesting, exciting. We'll get there when we get there. But yeah, obviously 6 maps today, 6 games today. So it's going to be a big day.
I'm really excited. I mean, obviously our first chance to cast Rondo, so that's going to be really interesting. Played it a lot. Pretty curious to see how it pans out for the players. Yeah, I think we'll talk about that more when we get there, but still really cool. Anyway, yeah, 6 games today, so it is going to be a great match. You know, a lot of games to kind of really flesh out, see who is going to be leading the pack through this. It is, 3 days, 18 games total for our 64 players that are representing these regions. So a lot of opportunity here to get some points and kind of set yourself apart.
100%. I mean, as far as teams that we're kind of looking at this event that in theory should do pretty well, I think big names obviously being Korea. There's no doubt about that. I mean, defending champions, home crowd advantage.
Almost the same team from last year.
Very, very good team in general. UK, United Kingdom as well. They seem to just be, for whatever reason, really, really good at Nations Cup events, and they're a very, very consistent sort of a country, and I guess we'll keep talking about that in just a moment, because we've got to touch on this one as well. QR codes. You're a big fan of those, I think, favorite thing. So
what?
Maybe you should scan that one.
Yeah, yes, you're right, yes.
Get your predictions in, you can win some stuff.
Huge fan of QR codes.
Me too, man. It's just so good to be on the desk with a fellow QR code fan.
We are the biggest QR code enjoyers.
And I know there's plenty of people at home as well that are probably QR code enjoyers as well. And so we'll leave this screen up for a second for you to, whip out your phone and get yourself sorted. And you can select the 5 teams which you think will place in the top 5. Now, that's where we're sort of at this point. Would you agree? Korea, UK, probably going to be 2 of the big ones that people are looking to?
For sure. I mean, I think they're going to be up there. I would suspect there's going to be a lot of Southeast Asian fans with how well they've been playing this year.
Vietnam?
Yeah, Vietnam, of course, after winning PGS 3. E-Arena getting second at PGS 4. So Thailand's going to be a team that I think you should seriously be considering to win this event. They've been really good overall, like some ups and downs, of course, but at times, like when they hit their peaks, they're just as good as anybody in the world.
Yeah, indeed. All right, well, we'll be looking forward to seeing how it all plays out, obviously, but I guess we'll have to just wait and see.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This is going to be really, really interesting as this one rolls along. Kind of find out who's going to play well, who's not.
Hey guys,
we've got some interviews.
It's Bella here at PNC 2024. We're held in Seoul again this year, so let's take a look at how the venue has changed. Come with me. Let's go. Hey guys, it's Bella inside the venue, and I'm standing in front of the PNC 2024 photo wall. Red carpet, haha. All right, let's take a look at the other parts of the venue. And on the left, we have the photo booth. You could get a balloon pin, as well as select whichever frame you want and take a snap with the players that you want. That sounds fun. All right, off we go to the next part. We have most killed player predictions. And as you can see, we have the 2023 Seoul, Korea, most kills. But then who's gonna get the most kill for 24? Let's find out. Participate in an event and you will be able to win something. I don't know. And last but foremost, most importantly, we have the photo wall with the PNC 2023 defending champion. Hey, Haven. And ta-da! This is what you guys are all here for. We have the 2024 Champions Trophy. So make sure to come out and check the venue, and we'll see you later. Bye!
And yeah, so got a good look at some of the venues, some of the stuff we were talking about earlier, where you can come down and check things out.
I want to try that photo booth. We didn't get to try that today. We tried the ice cream. We tried some of the stuff outside. I want to try the photo booth.
The photo booth.
We'll do it tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow then. Yeah. All right, I'll make sure to wear something a little nicer.
Yeah.
For tomorrow.
Scrub up.
Look good. Yeah, of course. We're going to be focusing on, of course, Team Korea, your defending champions, who have never gotten less than 4th place at 3 different PNCs, and certainly I think in most people's minds, this is another just top 5 finish almost guaranteed for this squad.
Yeah, most definitely 2nd, 4th, 1st in their history at Nations Cup, so never below a top 4 placing, and we're expecting that to be probably the case again this year. New kid on the block, salute. I don't know if that's necessarily a true statement or what, but not
He's a new kid to PNC.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to get at. But again, you've kind of got the returning favorites, Ionix Heaven and Seoul. No real surprises, obviously, for Team Korea. Such a stacked roster, and again, when the history is as good as it is, why would you be looking at making big changes coming into each year.
Yeah, exactly. And if anybody's curious, it is going to be Anonix doing the IGLing for this team, even though it is actually Plique, the coach for Afrika Freaks, because you have Salute and Heaven, the Kwangdong Freaks, they changed their name. I'm thinking back to like 4 years ago. The Kwangdong Freaks, Salute and Heaven, playing for that squad, so Plique is going to be the coach. However, with Anonix as the IGL, kind of curious to see what their play style kind of ends up looking like at this event, because the Freaks and Danawa, kind of watch them at global events, they play pretty different styles. The Freaks are much more kind of spread out, gain control of the territory, kind of take some space, whereas Danawa's happy to play some edge, kind of try to trap some teams, get some points through kill.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's one of the interesting things that you don't really get at other events. In a lot of cases, when you're coming into a Nations Cup, you just don't really know what you're going to get. Obviously, there has been some scrims, there's been some practice matches, rehearsals, etc. for the players, but first of all, how seriously are those being taken when the players are going through the motions? In some cases, you have to sort of raise some questions about that, but more so even how many opportunities do they even really get as players to sort of practice with the teams that they're actually going to be playing on the stage with today? It really isn't that many, so it is about trying to make sure you can get together as a roster and make it all work. So that doesn't necessarily seem to be a big problem for Korea, because apparently they're really good at doing that. It just seems like it sort of falls into place for them year after year, and that may be because a lot of the time they have very, very similar players from one year to the next when it comes to Nations Cup. But for other teams that make big changes, and again, there's going to be a few question marks maybe over, for example, Team China. They've picked a pretty interesting looking roster. It will take a little bit longer to kind of get things rolling. So today might be a big one for those teams that have made big changes.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be really interesting for some of those squads. And even there's a few squads that have kind of returned to some normalcy as well. And we have an interview with Salute.
Team of PNC, it's Team Korea's Salute. 안녕하세요. 와, PNC 2024 가장 두려운 팀의 루키로 이번에 합류하게 되셨습니다. I want to ask Salute, when he found out that he was joining this defending champion team, what was going through your mind? 이번에 이제 PNC 2024 디펜딩 챔피언의 막내로 이렇게 합류를 하게 되셨을 때 소감이 좀 어떤지 궁금해요.
이제 제가 첫 국가대표 됐을 때 드디어 됐다. 이제 저는 이제 오랫동안 아쉽게 안 됐다고 생각을 해서 처음으로 된 순간 좀 기뻤습니다.
When I found out the news, I was like, oh my god, I finally made it. It was such a close call every time, so I was really happy when I made it onto the PNC team. And it's your first appearance as a nation's representative. So do you have any messages to the fans? 이제 PNC에 이제 국가대표로 처음 합류하게 됐는데 팬분들께도 인사 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요. 대표팀 살루트 재현입니다. 제가 처음으로 이제 디펜딩 챔피언 팀에 합류하게 됐는데 이제 그 이름에 걸맞게끔 저도 한 번 더 한국이 우승을 차지하도록 더 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Hey guys, it's Salute from Team Korea, and as the defending champions title, I'll do my best to, take another trophy home this year. All right, 인터뷰 감사합니다. That was Team Korea. Salute. Bye.
And Salute there talking about how, it's his first time. He hasn't had many chances, but now he is going to have that opportunity and trying to make the most of it. And looking at some of our rookies, some of our new players making their first appearances alongside Salute. Lun Lun and Upchen for Chinese Taipei. Upchen now going as a coach, been playing for a while in his region. And the Spectral for Norway, of course, our new region, their very first time.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to Norway, you probably could have picked anyone and put them on the rookies of PNC. But again, it's kind of like that bait that we were talking about earlier on. Some of these players in this Norwegian team, we've seen a lot from. Right?
Yes.
So there's no doubt that I think they come in at some kind of level that's going to be respectable. I mean, I don't know if necessarily we will win the tournament is maybe where I'm leaning. As far as Spectre is concerned, it's good to have confidence. I will definitely say that. But Norway, I mean, they're a bit of a wild card, aren't they? Like, there's definitely some expectation from my behalf. But as to whether or not they'll be maybe a top 5 or a top 1, that sort of remains to be seen a little bit.
No doubt about it. You have a ton of experience with James and Eitzi on that squad. Just incredible players who have been through and through PUBG Esports since the very beginning. James has been so many different events.
And he had a great EWC as well. I think that's something that we kind of have to highlight. I mean, I don't want to go too far in depth in that conversation just yet, but, you know, we're talking about form coming in from EWC. James is definitely a guy that had a lot of really good moments.
He did. He is an insanely talented player. AT as well, of course, but Spectro and Techers, you know, kind of unknown quantities for us. We're going to really see what they can bring to a big stage like this, you know, with those veterans there to guide them.
It's a nice mix.
Yeah, I think it's a good mix. I mean, I'm really curious to see what their style's going to be like, how they're going to approach these lobbies, how aggressive they're going to be. That's always my big question is, like, how confident are you going to be out the rip? Are you going to be looking for those fights? Are you going to be playing passive? Like, what's your style?
I mean, it's got to be, again, the same thing that we were talking about a little bit earlier. You don't have the benefit of someone like Korea or an Australia, for example, who haven't really made big sweeping changes. Like, you're literally coming in as a brand new team. And yeah, there may be some familiarity because you know a couple of each other, you've hung out a little bit, but
we have a familiar face with us, but it's his first time here at PNC. I'm standing with Team Norway's James. Hello, James.
Hello.
PNC, PUBG에서 아주 익숙한 얼굴이지만 PNC에서는 처음 만나는 팀 노르웨이의 짐스 선수와 인터뷰 한번 만나보겠습니다. 이제 PNC에 노르웨이가 처음으로 합류하게 되었을 때 좀 어떤 생각이 들었는지 좀 궁금해요. How, you know, this is your first time as Team Norway here at PNC. What went through your mind when you first heard the news?
I was shocked. I didn't think Norway was going to get picked for Nations Cup, so I was not expecting it at all. Yeah.
But it's a good surprise, right?
Yeah, it's fun to play the game.
이제 노르웨이가 PNC에 합류하게 될 거라고 예상을 못했어서 정말 놀랐는데 뭐 이렇게 좋은 기회로 재미있게 경기를 할 수 있게 돼서 좋다고 합니다. 그리고 이번 노르웨이 로스터가 되게 든든하던데 좀 팀 노르웨이는 어떤지 짐스 선수의 설명으로 한번 들어보고 싶어요. You got quite a roster. How would you describe Team Norway's, you know, team?
I think we're underdogs this event. We have two experienced players, me and HC. We've played the game for a long time, been at multiple events. And we have two really young guys, Spectro and Techers. And they have never been on an event before. So yeah, like this is their first LAN event. So we also haven't practiced. So I don't really know what's going to happen.
Okay.
So it's going to be interesting.
이제 되게 팀이 합이 좋은 선수들이 있고 두 명의 막내 선수가 있는데 이번 대회에 아예 처음으로 출전하는 거라서 엄청 기대가 된다고 좀 팀 노르웨이 언더독이라고 생각하면 될 거라고 이야기를 하고 하지만 연습이 좀 부족하기 때문에 좀 어떻게 될지 한번 봐야 될 것 같다고 하네요. 팀 노르웨이 짐스 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. That was James from Team Norway. Say bye.
Well, Team Norway, really excited to have them.
Yeah.
Truly. I mean, especially with AT and James, seen so many of them, you know, in various forms throughout the year with various teams. But these new players as well. James was talking about it. You know, it's their first time out on a LAN.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of insight actually in the interview, so I really appreciate that one. I kind of agree with the assessment that they are underdogs. Would you maybe even call them a wildcard pick or a dark horse? A dark horse might be a stretch too far, but definitely underdogs or a wildcard.
Big underdogs, in my opinion.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they're going to be able to do. The fact that, as Jim says, they haven't really had a whole lot of practice, not going to be a fantastic start for them. But hopefully it gets better.
Never know. You never know. Sometimes things just work. Sometimes you just hit, you know, lightning in a bottle and things go well. We're going to look at some of our PNC total kill leaders of all time. Bard, and to every PNC, I'm pretty sure,
He's there on the all-time PNC participants. So.
Yep. So he's 78 kills. Loki, who's not here for this one, at 67. In Seoul, with way less matches, with 68. So he has a chance to take that title over Vard, depending on how they both perform here.
Yeah, I mean, 10 kills is a bit of a gap to bring back over the course of an event, potentially, if Vard plays well, which, like, I guess we could have no doubt, really, that United Kingdom's going to do pretty well, so he probably should as well. Here we get some footage of the top 3 kill leaders of the previous couple of events. So, obviously, kicking it off with Loki. He's not here at this event this time around for Korea, but you know, when you look at that Korean roster, it still looks really, really strong. And, well, you've still got Seoul. And, as you say, he might be at the top. He might be the last one on the list after the end of this event, if things continue to go the way that they have been for Team Korea in the past.
Yeah, and I expect him to just continue his reign of destruction. I mean, yes, he's been on D+, and it's been a bit more challenging for him this year. Really has had to put that team in his backpack sometimes and carry them through some victories. But he's that good. He can do that alone. Bard as well, just so consistent throughout the years. One of the oldest players we have here at this event as well, but he has just been a tremendous fragger from day one. The guy has so much firepower, never seems to let go, never seems to kind of have much in the way of downswings no matter what team he's on, especially your PNC, though, is where he really steps up big for Team UK.
Yeah, I mean, I think UK in particular is a team that we probably haven't spent enough time focusing on in this pre-show just yet, because they are one of the more consistent teams over the last couple of years. Obviously, a second last year, a first the year before. Very, very solid stuff from the United Kingdom. And I believe this is the full core roster of the team that actually won. Obviously, the change-up coming through last year, but it's changed back again, including the coach.
Yep.
So all 5 of them are back again to try to reclaim that title off of the Koreans in Korean territory. So it might not be so easy, but, you know, again, they're a good-looking squad, and
they're top 5 for sure. I don't see how they aren't. That team is way too good. If I remember back to 2022 correctly, like, they were really good about playing out in the edge, finding the right timings to make their strikes, to make their moves. Like, the thing that impressed me the most about them in 2022 was their game sense. Like, they're veteran players. They've been around for so long. So many lands underneath all of their belts. They were so well tuned in terms of when we were going to make decisions. You know, Michael's doing a great job leading that squad at CIGL. So I expect that to just be right where it left off in 2022.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, we'll see what they can do. Obviously, you know, things can change up on the day. We've seen teams go from 3rd to 15th. I think Brazil is a pretty good example of that in the past. You know, they had one great year and then just dipped off the next year. So there's a couple of teams that I think as well probably have just completely underperformed the names on their roster. I mean, if we're going to go in that direction, Australia.
Yep.
I mean, they always rock up with a roster where I'm like, that roster kind of
should be good.
Kind of bangs.
They should be.
It's like maybe a top 8 finish or something like that. And it's like, well, I mean, you talk about them like maybe they're a top 5 on paper, and they've not quite reached that level yet. Could be the year. Again, not a lot of changes for Team Australia. So looking forward to what they're going to be able to bring to the table. The US as well is another one.
They should be much better.
Like, on paper, looks like they should be potentially a team to win the event, and yet the results that we see in Nations Cup in the past are a bit not quite there, you know. So I think there's a few teams that just get it and some that maybe don't quite get it and are looking to build it. Speaking of building it, you can build your own team, or maybe you should have already built your own team, because it might be a little late.
We're running low on time.
Yeah, 10 minutes after the first match start. There you go, that's what you need. So if you're watching this right now, if you're listening to me say these words, you can still make a Fantasy League team.
Go, go, go.
And build yourself a roster that's going to be pretty fun. How'd you go with yours?
Yeah, so Twire.gg, up in the top right corner, guys. Type that website in. You can go there, make your account, make your team. My team, I got to double check here, because I made it yesterday, and I want to say I have Sparking, Snakers. I know those 2 for sure.
Yep.
Let me think. Sparking, Snakers. I know those 2 for sure.
Yep.
Let me think. Sparking, Snakers, Glories. And who was my other one? Oh, Seoul. So there's my 4.
Okay, I had to get a little bit biased. I went for Luke. I always pick him. It doesn't really matter.
You can't just pick all Team Australia.
He's always in. Here's the most picked players. Himas is in there. I went for Inonix. I think Inonix is a great buy for 19,000, by the way. Very, very talented player. I mean, Michael for 12,800, probably not a bad shout either. But I went Inonix, Tycon, Bard, and Luke, I think.
Who's picking Gunner? Why? 4% of people
He might
picking
be
Gunner.
on the sub. Maybe it counts the sub pick.
Yeah, I guess you're right. He's like one of the #1 subs just because he's cheap, and who knows? Like,
yeah, potentially.
I guess. Sorry, that just kind of cracked me up a little bit there.
It's a good point. It's a great point. But yeah, look, I think not too many surprises to see some of these names up there. But it feels to me, honestly, and I don't know if you get this vibe, but it feels like there's a couple of players that might be a little bit too cheap. Like Inonix and Michael, they are very, very cheap for, I think, the bang for your buck.
Nurens could be a steal here.
Yeah.
20,600.
Yeah.
That's cheap for Nurens. Nurens can really pop off sometimes. So I think a lot of the Thai players in general are really good. Jacob in particular has been outrageously good this year.
Thailand flying a little bit under the radar, do you think? At least for me, it feels like maybe they fly under the radar because there's like so many big names to talk about, right? We've obviously talked about Korea and the United Kingdom, and like the US is always going to get a conversation. Vietnam, we haven't really touched on that much just yet, but again, they're going to be another big name on people's lips. But I don't really hear many people talking about Thailand. Like, obviously, I've been having some conversations with people at the event so far. We were talking to some of the players last night, and the consistent names that came up were Korea, Vietnam, UK, and those probably were the big 3. And I think you can actually maybe even tie that into the conversation here about, will we see a returning champion? 81% of people are voting that we're going to see a returning champion, whether it be UK or Korea. Only 19% going for a new champion. And again, this is where, like, okay, it's like, why is no one talking about Thailand, for example?
Yeah, no, I think they're definitely a dark horse in my mind where I legit think they have a chance to win. I really think this Thailand team could do something special. I think as a region, they've been playing way better this year than they have previously. They've had some moments in the past, like they trade another team.
Sure.
But now you've got teams like E-Arena that have tremendous peaks when they need it most in finals of events. And some of those players are here. So certainly, I think they're way underrated in my book based on what I've been talking to people about.
Yeah, I mean, all signs pointing in a positive direction for Thailand. They've done pretty well over the course of their history at Nations Cup, and 3 out of the 4 members playing at EWC as well. So getting their reps in recently, which is kind of good to see. Obviously, Drops Fantasy League, get yourself involved. Make sure you do all of that good business. That's always fun.
Yeah, win some stuff. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? You're here, you're having fun, you're watching some games, you might as well try and win some stuff along the way.
We won some free ice cream outside.
We did.
Okay, so we got the...
By showing up, we won free ice cream.
A win's a win, okay? I'll take it. You know, we just win the stuff IRL. You guys can win some stuff online. So unless you're in Korea, if you're in Korea, come here and
you come here and win stuff.
You too could get free ice cream.
That's true.
It was pretty good.
It was really good, actually. It's a little warm in Korea, so it was a little refreshing. Actually, today's not too bad. The weather cooled down a lot today, it was very nice. Because especially walking up the hill to get here is it's a little bit of a steep hill, so
yes,
that breeze felt very nice today for sure.
It's a literal and figurative climb to the top here at Nations Cup. Okay,
nice.
So if you're a team that wants to win, first you actually have to climb to the top of the hill to even be in the arena, and then you have to do it in the server as well. So it's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's a
nice little parallel.
ask. Another quick shout out to everybody who helped put this event together, because this is a phenomenal studio.
It's an amazing venue.
Amazing venue. There's like 3 tiers. There's tons of seats. There's a ton of fans outside. It's really, really cool. And we want to thank all of our official PNC 2024 streamers for your support. We love you all. See Wacky Jackie in there. A lot of other fantastic streamers. They're going by too fast for me to name you, but you're all amazing. Eba's on there. So thank you so much for supporting this event.
Yep.
For joining us for these streams.
There we are, down in the bottom left as well.
Did you wave at the camera?
I did. I said, hello. What's up, guys?
They can see you. They can't see me.
We are actually here. Man, what an amazing venue. Look at this. This is crazy. If you could see it from our perspective as well, it's just like a massive theater. 3 tiers.
It's cool.
It's nuts. Pick'em challenge. Now, this is where things get interesting, and this is where you could maybe, like, de facto say this is like a power ranking almost from the fans. I mean, China...
Except for China.
China's a bit of an outlier. Obviously, there's a lot of people in China. We know why they've got a lot of votes.
Yeah, and they, as they are wont to do, they should do.
But actually, looking at it, Korea 1, Vietnam 2, USA 3, Oz 4, UK 5, that could actually be your top 5. Like, if we would chop China off, we're not really sure what to make of China at this point. They could be good. I
have no idea.
They have some talented players on that roster.
They have insanely good players.
Sometimes it doesn't come together for China at Nations Cup. That's all I'll say. But aside from that, like 2 to 6, that's really not a bad shout for maybe a potential top 5. Tell me if I'm being a little bit biased. Am I on the Aussie cope right now?
No.
You know, because I feel like I say that every year about the Aussies, and then it ends up being like an 8th, and it's like, oh, okay. So are we?
I don't think so.
Inside of that?
No, I think Australia has always underperformed in my book. I've always felt like they should be better than they are, and I think now, you know, Flood has had some pretty good games with the Falcons this year. I think Luke's looking a lot better.
Tig's in good form.
Tig's in amazing form.
For sure.
And Monty's he's a solid player for Bliss. I mean, he's really impressed me at times when I've casted him in the past.
And he is no stranger to this stage either. He was here in 2022.
Yeah.
You know, obviously there was a different team in 2023. But the 2022 result was actually the best result that we've seen from Australia. I keep saying 8th. It's actually 7th. They did manage to get 7th.
It's close enough.
But yeah, I mean, they seem like a good roster. So hopefully, I'm crossing my fingers. And I was talking to them last night a little bit. The lowdown for Australia is it looks like Tig's going to be doing the majority of the calling. They're going to be playing to Sonic's style at least as much as they possibly can.
Okay.
They're getting Sonic's spots, so that is the reason that Tig is being the caller, obviously, for this roster. You know, it'll be a little bit easier for him maybe to make those rotations, call those rotations, call the positions on the rotations out from their drop locations. And yeah, I think last year it was Luke that was calling for Australia, so a little bit of a change up this time around. But
yeah, well, I mean, something's working for the Sonics, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I think the problem for Australia is there's no, like, you don't look at them and go, oh, there's definitely a caller on that roster. Like, none of those guys are actually callers for their teams.
Right.
But, you know, it's one of the things that you have to sort of deal with when you're
Yeah, but I mean, I think that makes sense. I mean, I think Tig is, you know, with all the experience that he has with the championships underneath his belt, I think it makes sense to try him at least, just see if you can find that different result, find that extra oomph you need. I know he's confident as heck in himself, and his understanding of the game is tremendous.
You should be coming into this event supremely confident off the back of EWC. Like, it went fantastically for Sonics. I think they're going to probably play a little bit of a looser style. Obviously, you know, you have to sort of just see how things are going when you get in the server. Everyone's going to be kind of making calls. They're going to be chatting. They're going to be sort of, you know, figuring it out as they go. And it may just ultimately be, let's do this. And then Tig's like, yes. And if he says yes, we do it. If he says no, then no. But it's not necessarily maybe going to be, he is making every single call. It's just he's going to be the decider of whether or not this or that happens. Anyway, that's probably enough about Australia. Yeah. I am getting a little bit biased, obviously. A little bit, it's fine. You know, down the rabbit hole.
You're allowed to. Look, we haven't had, you know, an Aussie caster here to talk about this in a while. So, you know, it's okay. We can do this. Okay, guys, we are getting ready for the opening ceremony here at PNC 2024. We're going to go through, introduce all these teams. Let's get it started.
Champions of PUBG Nations Cup 2022 after an amazing performance here. They are the champions, United Kingdom! Hometown heroes in front of the home crowd. He's not sure where to look as he's blinded by the light. Oh, they're walking to it. 2023 PNC champion, Team South Korea.
I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man's so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Wake up, get out the sheets, we came for one man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east, I'ma put him in the cage, never let out the... I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man's so tough, but man's keep walking, Just too sharp with the prize, white girls, let it tell me I'm awesome, Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Stop that. Stop that.
생존을 향한 새로운 경험 PUBG Nations Cup 2024 작년에 이어 다시 한번 이곳 서울에서 여러분께 인사드립니다. 진심으로 환영합니다. 역사와 전통을 더해가는 PUBG Nations Cup 3일에 단 한 팀만 이곳 무대에서 우승 트로피를 들어올리게 됩니다. 과연 어느 팀이 최고의 자리에 올라서게 될지 지금부터 치열한 전쟁에 오를 64명의 선수들을 여러분의 뜨거운 박수 함성으로 불러보겠습니다.
I was building on a lecture.
We get our first look at our first team. It is Team Argentina. High hopes for them again. 4th place last year. Elfish came out on the very first day swinging. We're in the lead. To everyone's surprise, but these guys, they are better. They can brag.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think they've kind of punched above their weight a little bit. 9th, 8th, and then 4th, as you say, obviously most recently. Very, very solid squad. You've got the core of Bestia with DraftKing and MX coming through from the previous year's Argentina as well. And here come my boys. I'm going to take this one away from you, Paper Thin.
Go ahead,
mate.
It's all yours.
It's Australia. I hope for the best for these guys, obviously. We've got the returning Monty after taking a departure last year. Rain coming in as the coach. He's here for the first time. And Luke 12, at this point, kind of the veteran of the roster, has been here at every single Nations Cup so far. But you've got the big three of Flood, Tiggs, and Luke back again and again and again. And honestly, I have a good feeling about this year. I feel like the Aussie boys have been putting in good work in their regular PUBG teams. They've been doing very well for themselves, and I hope that's going to translate here to Nations Cup as well.
Me too, honestly. Now, Team Brazil, I have high expectations for this squad. I mean, tremendous finishes most of the time in PNC, and especially with the form that Sparking is in right now. He has been outrageously good recently. Not to take anything away from the rest of these players, because the rest of these guys are very, very good too. Guizera in particular, absolutely cracked. But Sparking seems like he is on a mission, especially now that he's on TSM as well, to really find his first title.
MVP at EWC, so won't be too surprised if he manages to come in here and play really well as well. But Canada, again, another one of those teams that might be a bit of a wild card. We're not really sure what to expect from them necessarily, though we do have the returning three of Shinboy, Adam, and Finna coming in as well. So a little bit of a change up, bringing Sok in. He was their coach last year, so has been around the outfit a little bit. And we'll see what he's going to be able to do on the stage today. But I'm sure they'll be looking for a little bit of a better performance than last year. It was 15th, so we'll see if they can jump in and rise up this year.
And this is a team that is going to get a big round of applause. A lot of fans coming out for China, particularly for that guy right there, Aches left. Maybe the best individual player in the world right now. Absolutely cracked out of his mind at EWC. I think 29 kills in the finals. He is absolutely disgusting, but you've got some great players along with them. The historic Godby, Bing Bing, who has been one of the best players, period, for the last couple of years. And, Chow DD as well, who has been absolutely insane for 17.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit of a change up from last year, but we'll see how they go again. There's a lot to be said for Team China, but Chinese Taipei as well. Again, I think you can throw them maybe into the same bucket as you could potentially Canada. They are a bit of a wild card again, although we do have, again, a returning three from this region as well. Leo, Xavier, and Zennan all coming back again. Lunlan, as we saw in the graphic earlier on, is going to be the rookie, the new guy on the PNC stage. Upchen in there to coach as well. 13th place last year, so, some improvement can definitely be made this year, but solid squad coming out.
Oh, Team Germany, once again, making their way to PNC. A lot of very, very good players. A couple of those players from that Ascend squad, Brex and it's Chris, really started the year strong. PGS won last year, 2023, but have been very consistent throughout their history. I mean, they didn't, probably have the finish they wanted last year at PNC, but still 8th place, very respectable. These guys can do damage, man. They're very, very good. They're very crafty.
Yeah, definitely. Look, if I've got some little bit of bias towards Australia, there's a bit there for Germany as well, so I hope they do pretty well for themselves. Indonesia are a pretty interesting piece coming into this one. They missed last year completely. They didn't play, but they returned from Nations Cup 2022, and it's the full Bleed roster. They all play for Bleed, so there is a little bit to say there that they are the only nation roster at this event that is actually a roster that plays together normally as well. So that could be some kind of an advantage. I don't know that they're necessarily going to be a massive favorite for this event, but 15th the last time they played around in 2022, so see if they can do better this time.
Team Japan, I'm curious. I mean, Kane has been a pretty solid player. He's going to be picking up that IGL role. Him and XK have been really good together on E36. Imhawk and Run AX, longtime players. A couple appearances at PNC between them. Fearboy's going to be taking over as coach after a player from the previous year. They've been to a lot of events. haven't impressed so far. I would like to see them be aggressive. I want to see them come at some of these teams and come out swinging. I don't want to see that passive style that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, well, we'll hope for the best. And this is a big talking point, of course. Norway, we talked about them at the start of the broadcast a little bit, but massive, massive wild card. Haven't seen them at a Nations Cup so far, but they are led, again, figuratively maybe, and literally by James as they walk onto the stage. 80 there as well as one of the more experienced members in this roster, just in the world of PUBG generally as well. Spectro and Tech is a big opportunity for them, a big step up for them. And I think, look, I know you have your doubts about Norway, but I have high hopes for this roster.
I would love to see it. Another thing to kind of mention here is, you know, thinking about players like James, never won an international event. He's been around to so many, been so close, a few second places. Team Thailand, I really think this team could do a lot of damage. I mean, if they're in form, if Durance, Fluky, Jacob, and Lyrics can kind of pop off. Lyrics in particular, PGS4 was the best player for E-Arena, arguably, in their run. So, look, these guys have a lot of potential in my book.
I mean, it's not as if even PGS3 was that bad either for E-Arena. Top 6 at PGS3, so super solid, consistent stuff from them. Core roster obviously being E-Arena, but a big change up from last year for Team Thailand. Turkey, on the other hand, as well. Quite a change up from their previous attempts at Nations Cup as well. Only the one returning member from last year, which would be Code Marco, although we do have Smashway back again as well. He was a representative in 2022. Owner and Ruin coming through as well. So a couple of members from Eternal Fire. 9th place last year at Nations Cup 2023. I don't know if are they necessarily going to be a team that you're really looking out for here, or are you expecting top 8 is like the ballpark?
I think top 8's ballpark. They have the firepower to do it, that's for sure. And this team, definitely going to be keeping our eyes on them. United Kingdom, big-time fan favorites because of how well they performed year after year at PNC. Tremendous players on this squad.
I will say earlier today we were outside the venue. We saw a bloke in a full Union Jack get up. I can see him in the crowd right now. So I think the biggest fan in the event right now is actually a fan of Team UK. I don't know if that's going to help them, but shout out to that bloke. He's rocking up.
I think we may have more Team UK fans traveling here than any other like non-Asian country that showed up. The USA, look, I think I might be picking this team to win this event.
Okay.
I really think this team is on pace to do something really special. Gunner's a great coach. He's got a ton of experience with Curdy in the past. Shrimzy and Kickstart are really good players. Shrimzy's one of the most consistent players in the world for the last couple of years.
How crazy is it that this is Purdy's first Nations Cup as well?
That is crazy.
An absolute legend of the game and hasn't had the chance to play on this stage before. But if what you're saying is true, and if they do go on to potentially win this event, what a start for him in terms of Nations Cup. That would be absolutely crazy. But on the other hand, we have Vietnam, and they may well be a team that can play spoiler at this event. Obviously, when we're looking at this roster, it looks pretty Cerberus to me. Tycon, he's not on Cerberus anymore, but he was for a very long time. You got Clories in there as well, alongside Haisaki Himas. And they've all been around the Nations Cup outfit for Vietnam for quite a while. But Tycon coming in, obviously a very talented player. We know that he's going to be able to slot in quite nicely. Subang in there as well as the coach, I believe, of Cerberus too. So there's a lot of Cerberus in this roster, and whether that's going to be a good thing, whether that's going to be a bad thing, well, they did very well at PGS, so...
Exactly. You're returning champions. That's right. Save the best for last, baby. Some of the best players we've had in PUBG for the last couple of years. Some PGC champions on there. Anonix giving you a little bit of a dance as well. But you have just tremendous firepower on both of these last two teams we saw. But Team Korea has the coordination. They have the experience with each other. They've got a victory underneath their belts. And they are a force. That is all there is to say. They are a force.
과연 누가 주인공이 될지 여러분의 뜨거운 박수 함성으로 PUBG Nations Cup 2024는 시작하겠습니다.
개국이 참가하는 국가대항전 PUBG 네이션스컵 2024가 3일 동안 서울에서
자, 서울! 자,
멀리 보는 게 아니라 가까이 있는 것부터.
이번 역은 서울역입니다.
저의 홈그라운드에 오신 여러분을 환영합니다. 여기는 서울입니다.
One, two, three. This is nice. It's been a while since I've been here. Everyone but you was here last year, mate.
Boys, we won in 2022, second in 2023. What's next?
Third place? Just kidding. We're here to win. That's why I'm here again. Yes, baby. That's why you're here, baby.
Good to see you, brother. How you doing? 좀 더 앙증맞게 하자.
这次是第4次来 PNC， 那我应该是这里的大哥吧？我是这里的大哥。
I don't know about the other teams. All I care about is winning. I came to Seoul to win.
That's the best chicken ever.
This is why I'm in Korea.
Como hicimos el sacrificio de viajar tanto tiempo, vinimos a romperla acá, a matar a todos.
Se nós jogarmos com alegria e ousadia, os resultados vêm consequentemente.
Chúng tôi lúc nào chơi cũng rất là tốt, nhưng mà vẫn thiếu một xíu để có thể trở thành nhà vô địch. Những cái thành tích tốt nhất thì chúng tôi đã đạt được hết rồi, nhưng vẫn thiếu chức vô địch.
其实非要说的话，就感觉之前的 PNC 的成绩也不是很理想嘛，没有达到我们的预期。
Cho đến hiện tại thì hạng 2, hạng 3, hạng 4 thì chúng tôi đã đạt được hết rồi. Chỉ còn lại chức vô địch thôi. Cho nên lần này chúng tôi nghĩ chúng tôi sẽ làm được.
就之前我们在比赛里的失误还是比较多的，但我相信我们今年的成绩一定会表现得更好，一定会赢。
Yeah, I really love that PNC has country pride. It's always exciting to be able to compete for your country.
Team Australia's strength comes from our vibes. Above all else, I think we have the best team chemistry out of the game.
So beautiful.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a photo for us?
Thank you.
감사합니다. Thank.
It sucks that we won't be able to lift the trophy together.
I just hope one of us can, to be honest.
When you have Tig IGLing and leading the team, it's expected that Team Australia would be at the bottom of the leaderboard.
I'm gonna keep it a stack. It ain't you, brother.
Tiggleton owns you. I got one goal this tournament, and it's to beat the USA.
You know who we are. We're strong in PNC. We're not leaving empty-handed this year.
저희는 합을 오래 맞췄잖아요. 잘할 수밖에 없다고 생각합니다.
최초 2연속 우승 타이틀을 놓칠 순 없죠. 모든 기록은 저희가 가져가겠습니다.
All right, well, we just got to look at all of our teams and all of our players. We've got a little bit of trash talk in there, a little bit of spice. That's right, everything nice. But yeah, now we're gonna start to get our players situated, get ready for the first map for the first games. Really curious to see how this all plays out. I mean, I think there's probably in my mind 8 or 9 different teams that can potentially win this, so should be another great PNC.
I mean, it's a good question. Are we going to see a repeat victor, right? There's only 2 teams that could potentially do that, so chances are no, but based on the vote that we saw, 80% of people said yes. So, look, I've got my reservations about that vote personally. Obviously, you've said USA might be.
Yeah, I think USA maybe.
If I had to go for one team, man, that is a very hard choice to make.
Yeah.
My instant thought was Vietnam, honestly. I think that's a really, really like super sick looking squad, but and then you just think like, oh, what about Korea? What about UK? What about that? I mean,
maybe China finally gets it together.
China gets it together. I want to say Australia, but I don't know that I can necessarily like back that as a like, oh, I'm definitely locking that in. I think they're good enough to do it, no doubt. Sure. But just based on previous PNC results, probably wouldn't be the first team on my lips. But yeah, I think you're right. Like now that I'm really thinking about it and going down the list, there is probably almost maybe up to 10 teams out of the 16 that could potentially lift that trophy. And then again, like, can you really count anyone out at this point in time? Because we haven't seen any of these teams play yet on this stage. It is PUBG after all. Like, crazy results can happen. You know, sometimes you get a bit of circle luck here and there, this and that, whatever. Rondo's in the mix as well. That's going to be a big question mark. So yeah, there's a lot that could potentially lead to very interesting results here. And I think the only way we can really find out is getting stuck in.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I'm really hoping that this is going to be very close throughout. I love to see all these teams have their moment, have their place. Of course, again, thank you so much to our streamers who are tuning along. Oh, my goat, Duckmans, is there.
Duckmans.
The absolute legend himself, Duckmans. That guy, 2019 was such a great year. All I can remember is those crazy plays where he really kind of showed what was capable. Uba and Fuzzface, some former FaZe players joining us. Yeah, the goats, absolutely. A lot of great players. Hambino, my guys that I like to hang out with every while and play time to time with. Really nice dude. Visa and Danik, of course, been around for forever. Like staples of PUBG.
For sure.
PUBG Esports.
Sure. I mean, that's kind of what I like about Nations Cup. I think it's a very different event to what you're going to get in other esports titles, right? Like, I don't really think... I work a lot of esports titles, and I don't really see anything like this anywhere else in the world. So I think it's got a very nice sort of community aspect, community feel to it, and people get behind it. Match point prediction here for match 1. I'm not sure who that's from, but I assume it's from the public.
OPGG thing that...
Right, that's what that is. Okay, so Korea's getting the majority of the votes. I don't think that's too surprising at all, but Vietnam, like I said,
makes a lot of sense to me.
Ghana in the mix there as well. China got a few votes too.
Yeah. Look, every year I come into this thinking that this is going to be the year they're going to win it, and then they fall flat. Like, they just can't seem to gel to get it together. I think, look, if it's me, if I'm coaching Team China this year, I'm saying you go wherever Akeslef goes and you do whatever he does, back him up and let him just destroy lobbies.
Yeah. I mean, easier said than done, obviously. There's a lot that goes into it. Team UK, they're one of those teams that seems to have kind of found that perfect mix, right? I mean, Nations Cup 2019 didn't go so well, but 2022 and 2023 to go first and then second is like, that's the most consistent we've seen from any team in the last 2 years, because even Korea, they won last year, but in 2022 they were fourth, so not even quite as consistent. Vietnam's up there, but that was a second and a third, if I remember correctly, so still not quite at that level either, but still very good.
Really close. Yeah, Vietnam is a force to be reckoned with. A lot of great players on this Turkey squad. Like, tons of firepower, especially with Smash and Code Marco. Like, you would think that these guys can really, really frag at times. And you saw it a little bit more last year, right? Like a much better finish in 2023. But this should be a squad that I think can do some damage. You know, they've played together on various teams throughout the years, and look, this should be quite good. So they're going to bring the Matt in. Kind of makes a little bit of sense, you know, the Howl guy. Stepping in for Owner, more of a coach-style player anyway. Look at this. We are ready for our first map of the day. We kick things off on Miramar here at PNC 2024. Let's go. Let's find out which one of our 16 countries is going to get that first chicken dinner. Just going through and showing a few of the updates that have come through towards Miramar throughout the years. So, things have changed pretty drastically actually on this map in some ways. A lot of different stuff.
I mean, I guess the important point is patch 31.1, not 0.2.
Yes.
So, just for anyone that's wondering, are there going to be those faster planes, for example? No. Are you going to see the updated observing client or spectate client? No. Unfortunate, obviously, but look, it's still same old PUBG that you know and love, and
just the muzzle break. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, you can look forward to those changes at the next event, probably PGS.
And talking to the players, I think we're going to see a lot of muzzle breaks on the front of those guns.
For sure.
I think you're going to see a lot of them.
All right, well, let's see how things kick off. Obviously, at this point, we don't necessarily really know where every team is going to be dropping. I've heard some whispers about where certain teams are going to be looking, and obviously there has been scrims here and there. Are we likely or expected to see any contests this early on in the piece? I would imagine not.
Usually at this event, they're almost never.
They've figured it out. They've probably figured it out.
Sometimes, sure. Sometimes, you know, Picado, Pachinki, you get contested no matter what. But, you know, for this event, teams, I think, realize that discretion, the better part of valor, for sure, for this. And, you know, just to get those points early is so important, you know, to get you into a position where you might be in it at the end. Yeah, only 18 games, so really got to be in tip-top shape from the beginning. But because of this lane path, there might be quite a few scuffles, kind of like this, where somebody gets a car ahead of somebody else and they have to run and trying to find something. I mean, luckily for the man, I think he's okay. He's got a pickup coming, yeah. So Korea going to try to punish this. It is a barrel, I believe, that Seoul grabbed.
Yeah.
It's an opportunity here.
Yeah. C-swap on offer. Let's see. Oh, never mind. Hasn't quite worked out. But he's still going to go for it. He's still going to chase him. He knows that they don't have a weapon at this point, so really it's just
going for the tire.
Kind of a free chance, and so far no real connections. It looks like Turkey's going to get out of there pretty okay, and Korea recognizing that there's not too much there, and that's fine. You don't like to see that early on in the piece. I think it's a free point, right, if you get it.
Yeah, and you got to be careful about driving a bit too far there.
No, you don't want to overcommit.
Exactly. You never know who's going to be waiting at the next compound that you get close enough to where one of them can punish you or something like that. So try to see if you can pop the tire. He did actually catch the man for some damage there. Did Seoul, but wasn't able to connect with the kill. First circle is going to be towards the northern end of the map, centered around the Chubasera area. So, or excuse me, not Chubasera, that's in the southwest. Up towards the north, towards the water treatment. Yep.
Campo Militar. Unlikely to go that far up.
If only.
Yeah. Germany's in a pretty good spot. Pretty happy with that. I might have spoken too soon. That is a caster curse if I've ever seen one. Haisaki will get the first point on the board for Nations Cup, and it is at the cost of Chris. Yeah, I was going to say Germany's in a pretty good spot. They had a nice sort of split. There was a few members kind of like spreading out across the map, and unfortunately, one of them has run into Team Vietnam. So
that's a huge loss.
Yeah.
Because that's right dead center circle.
Exactly. They were center circle. They had a good split. Well, obviously not a good split in hindsight, but
it looked like a good split from their point of view.
Yeah.
Until it wasn't.
Yeah. We'll show you how easy it is to win PNC from Norway. That is bold. Bold words.
That's a statement.
Do you reckon you could say that in Norwegian?
No, I cannot. I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, something.
I'm not at all familiar with
No
Norwegian.
fun allowed.
No.
I'll give you
no
points.
fun allowed. You can go for fun.
I might have a better chance because I can speak German. I don't know if that's a bit easier than maybe the
no idea.
The transition from Korean and English to Norwegian. I think at least English and German.
You're more like
might be.
You're more like a guy who wants to have fun than me. I'm more just like
serious business.
Yeah, all the time.
We'll work it out of you, mate. I don't know if you've ever have you ever cast with an Australian before? Did you ever get to cast with Xenox?
Maybe once or twice.
I always like to have a bit of fun down there, mate. You have to get used to it. Thailand wants to be #1 as well, which is fair enough, and you were talking about that, right? With the E-Arena lads having a really good run at PGS 3 and 4. I think expectations are reasonably high for Thailand this year. I'm not sure that they will be necessarily the first team that anyone's really speaking to, but it's still a very solid-looking roster.
I think they can do some real things.
Hey!
I don't know.
This is like being back at home.
It's just, there's sandstorms?
Yeah. Well, there was one bad one a while ago. Probably like 10.
So they're used to this, right? Like this doesn't bother them at all. It's just a normal day.
Yep.
The Aussie squad. Well, they're pretty far away from anybody anyway.
Yep.
Driving around the edge of the western side of the circle. Just going to drive up. Yeah, just head up towards that little island that's, well, it's not really an island, but just to the west of water treatment there. A lot of where those compounds that are near God tier, if you get them in the circle, happens to go there. But hard to say for sure where the circle's going to go. Some of the circle math and circle logic has gotten a little funky with the update to New Miramar. So definitely makes it a lot more open in a lot of ways on where circle trajectories can kind of find themselves.
Yeah, but still nice and slow and steady to start things off for the most part here at Nations Cup, right? Obviously, Germany.
That's the usual.
That opening player, but apart from that, it's been pretty standard stuff. China, they are a big question mark, making their way in at the moment. The USA, they're on their rotation as well, kind of close by to heaven. Doesn't look like he's going to chance any shots here. Just probably a little bit too far away, and he's actually spotted out as well by Kickstart. So might have been a world where he was thinking, okay, well, the last player to drive past, I might just, fire a couple of pot shots off there, but he's been turned away.
This isn't really a trap that they're trying to set up. Oh my!
No.
Taken down here by actually Chinese Taipei. Savior got the kill, but that's just Korea is just taking their time to loot over in Chumacera because of those early kind of drive rounds, I assume, trying to contest with Turkey for some of that space. But Lunlund watching for UK. What a devastating start this would be. This is outside of Impala, folks. This is way outside of the circle, about a kilometer as the crow flies to the southeastern edge.
Yeah, for one of the favorites in the competition as well, the UK losing a player this early on in the piece. Not ideal at all, but we've got the standard 18 games, 6 per day, 3 days of competition here at the Nations Cup. So a little bit extra of a buffer maybe over something like EWC.
This is old school Chinese Taipei. These players love Impala. They love that area around the mountains. And I think, UK may be expecting that they could get away with a sneaky spot to do some scouting around the backhand side of that. And that's why Michael's up there first, right? He's the IGL. He's trying to get some info. And he gets caught out of place by maybe a good read there. And, of course, best gun in the game going to be found by Adam. Got a great pickup and the level 3 gear to boot. So P90, devastating. Let's see if Canada can get off to a good start. That'd be awesome, man. They were so good in 2019.
Yeah. I mean, I have zero expectations, right? When it comes to Nations Cup, I kind of feel like this is an event where really anything can happen. Yes, you can talk about your favorites, and we can talk about the teams that maybe haven't made lots of changes, have done pretty well recently in previous Nations Cup events, but at the end of the day, how much practice are these players and teams getting with one another? Not a huge amount.
Yep.
So it is very much a wildcard event, and I think that's kind of the beauty of it. Especially for these regions which maybe don't get highlighted quite as much in the PUBG calendar. We're talking about Chinese Taipei, Japan, Argentina maybe. You're not really thinking about those regions quite so much.
Exactly. This is my favorite event. It's just
Canada,
yes. It's so cool to get a spotlight on some of these players. More focused in than normal. Normally we're talking about the teams. Maybe you have a superstar here or there, but here we get to really see kind of the best of the best from each of their respective countries. And that's what makes it so cool, is you get to see what they're able to put together and kind of in a more impromptu format that does, it still plays out very much like PUBG Esports. It's still very high level gameplay, but you get to see a little bit more chaos here and there at times. But so far, generally these teams do play pretty safe in this event to start. Usually it's nobody's going to just come out and kind of look for fights, maybe sometimes, but
yeah. I mean, Miramar kind of promotes that as well.
That's true.
In general, so we're not going to be expecting to see anything too crazy. Probably before the 15-minute mark at this point. It's been 8 minutes of relatively quiet stuff. Most teams more than happy to make their rotations in Korea a little bit slower than others. Again, as you mentioned, because of those shenanigans a little bit earlier on off the drop. But
yeah,
even they recognize, they look at it and they go, well, we're probably coming into this zone late. We may as well just spend a little bit of extra time looting. We know we're not going to get an ideal position initially, but we've got the players to make any kind of position work, and those are some sharp shots already from Seoul. Tiggleton, he will be fine. He'll be picked back up by Luke 12, but I don't like what I'm seeing.
No, Australia's in a bit of a tricky situation, pinned between the USA and Korea in their compound. So phase 2.
2-2 split.
Yeah, exactly. That too, 2-2 split. So it's going to be important for them that they have an escape valve. I'm not sure about the vehicles. Might have been able to tuck them inside the houses.
They should have a decent amount. They drop in power grid, so a bit of a rotation for them to make up there. They should have been picking up vehicles on the way if they didn't have them already.
I think they should be fine. By the way, we were talking about some of this stuff, but I saw it on the screen. I just want to point this out because I think it's kind of interesting. The most threatening team, as voted on by the players, was Korea. 24 out of the 64 players said that Korea was the most threatening team here. So that's pretty interesting. I thought it might be Vietnam, or maybe somebody else might get through there. I mean, Vietnam in particular, with Himas and Taikon on the same team, and Clories as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Yeah, yeah.
That is a scary. And Hisaki pops off, even though he's an IGL every once in a while.
Wow.
That is crazy good.
This is the average points on Miramar
throughout all
of Nations Cup. We're talking about Campo Militar earlier. Yeah.
Jordan?
Get your O's ready, bro. 10.3 for Korea, though. I mean, that's a crazy average on this map for a Nations Cup as well. Like, if you were... Never mind. We'll talk about that later.
It's because it's a lot of Donawat players, and they're really good on this map.
Well, rotations have to be made up toward the northern side of the map now, and this is where things are going to start to pop off.
Absolutely. Turkey out of the frying pan into the fire. Early contention with South Korea, and now Argentina has them in a bit of a tricky spot. A great spray down for Run AX as well. Japan getting in the mix as Turkey trying to get away from some of these teams to try to find some safety in the next zone. T-Bone's actually going to get the knock on Emic, though. Smash trying to see what he can do. By a little bit of space, so UK getting involved. keeping Argentina busy, and Emick might be flushed if T-Bone can just find the angle. Yep, he's got it.
All right, first point on the board for the UK as well. So they do lose a player early on in the piece, but it's nice to see them keep that scoreboard ticking over. Pippa, the DraftKings going to look for an exchange against Vard. The shots aren't quite so clean. He is really struggling. That vehicle is not moving very quickly at all. Somehow, he has gotten away with absolute murder.
I can't believe he got out of that. I thought he was donezo.
Yeah. He wasn't going very quick.
Oh, T-Bone! Disgusting shots onto Silzen. Couple quick headshots with that mini. It takes down another player. 2 kills already.
Yeah.
That is unreal work. I mean, T-Bone coming back in for UK this year and absolutely popping off to start.
Yeah, bad day to be an Argentinian to start the day off, but obviously still plenty more matches to kind of improve on things. And they do have that duo still alive, Pippa and DraftKings. Try and make it happen, though. It kind of seems like the United Kingdom want to stick around here. They're playing this very aggressive style. They want to take the fights. Vard needs to be a little bit careful here, but he might have heard them. He's got the nade in hand. Oh, no, he's getting information from his teammate. The cross shot's coming through from Vex. The nade just going to miss. But United Kingdom have a very good understanding of what this setup is looking like. Vard's going to go over the top, take the duel, but he's going to lose it. And the UK will lose another member. T-Bone miles away, not going to be able to save him. And Vex, so far these shots just not connecting.
I think this is a really good setup for Team UK. I agree with this decision, even though Vard a little bit, maybe a little bit cold here to start this match. But T-Bone is not missing shots. He is absolutely dismantling Team Argentina. Just DraftKings standing right now. Imhawk coming over. I like this for Japan. You've got the edge of the circle clear. You've got it safe. You can send a player out to look for a third party. Look to maybe steal a kill.
You did say you wanted to see them play a little bit more aggressively, and that's what they're thinking about doing. Vex is in a bit of trouble now. Obviously, Zone's going to start pushing at his back. And obviously, this feels like a bit of a case of mutually assured destruction between Argentina and UK. Getting a little bit desperate now.
He ran out of 5-5, I think. Oh, he's getting some shots to land, though, with that barrel. That is long range. Perfect. T-Bone wipes out Argentina by himself. 4 kills for him. And look, you're in a bad position as UK to kind of start this match. You lose a player early, might as well play edge and try to get some kills.
That's it. That's it. Like what separates the best teams from the decent teams is oftentimes their bad games are actually still 4 or 5 point games, and that's exactly what the UK have achieved here. Even if they don't get any more points out of this game, it's not a 0-point start, for example. Have a look at that zone feed, though. USA making a very, very nice initial call to go basically as hard north as they possibly could have with that phase 1. Phase 2 sent us right over them. So, I mean, your prediction of USA kicking off with a win, maybe, would be a nice start.
I really think this team should be really good this event.
I agree. I mean, I agree exactly why as well. Like, they've had, I mean, Sonics are doing fantastically, TSM's doing fantastically, Purdy's back, like, in form as well.
Yes.
So, all signs are pointing towards USA being stronger this year than in previous years.
Confidence has to be through the roof for them right now coming into this event. With how good all those players have been performing this year, with the results they've had, with Gunnar as the coach, who is just, you know, one of the best coaches in the world, period, end of story. They should be very, very high up on the list, I think. Indonesia gonna make a maneuver to try to find some space. I mean, yes, it's a split for the USA. Snaker's trying to take some shots, trying to Peacock, try to keep Indonesia away from here, but Indonesia doesn't have much hope. Now you've got some parachuting players in as well. That's Norway. If you're trying to go for the oil, Derek's up on the hill already. A quick kill for Purdy Curdy.
Yeah, the Norwegian Air Force is definitely having a bit of a crack at Miramar right now. The thing is, they kind of picked their timing quite nicely because USA are a little bit more tied up with Indonesia at the moment. Simoy has run himself over as well, so to make matters worse, it's just down to Trick here, and it doesn't look like Indonesia are going to be getting up to a very good start either. The nade over the top didn't quite go deep enough, so the wall will keep Trick alive for the moment, but I got to be honest with you, it feels like a matter of time before he gets picked up here. Purdy on the push alongside Shrimzy. They should be able to get it done.
Yeah, he is in trouble. He's trying to get inside, but not going to happen. Purdy Curdy, yeah, no, they had so much util to throw at him. And they know they can spend a little bit extra util there as well because they're going to be able to scoop some up off of those dead bodies. So, well worth the investment to throw all those frags, throw all those stuns. And Onyx now trying to keep China away from him and Evan. Decent damage done to Godby, but it is a 4v2 right now for Team China. You do have reinforcements trying to find a flank angle for Korea. Salute and Seoul doing their best. try to find that opportunity to keep Heaven and Anonix as safe as possible.
So as I said, he wins the race seems to be the name of the game for Korea at the moment. China going to have a bit of a crack at them as they work their way around the northern side of the map. But it doesn't look like an all-out pitched battle. Both teams, I think, really at this moment are kind of just trying to jostle for a bit of positioning. And that might be the case here between Australia and Germany as well. I'm not even sure that Australia are aware of Payne's position.
Yeah, I was just looking at that on the map as well. Could be a big fight there on that southern edge, but very important fight. Both of these teams trying to get off to a hot start. Akeslep going to be a tip of the spear for the side of China. And Onyx backing out. Try to smoke off that angle. Try to open himself up. An escape valve is if necessary, but this may all be a bit of a ruse here. I think Korea, now that they've got the full squad in, they want China to try to cross this open space right into the firing lines of some of these other players. Let's see if China takes the bait.
Well, we'll see that in a second, because we're going to go back over to Germany versus Australia for the moment. Monty going to chuck the flash in, and it does seem very likely now that maybe Australia aren't aware of Payne's position, though he's got that portable shield, portable cover, so he will bunker himself down in the house for as long as possible, and somehow a nade kill.
What a beautiful nade.
That's Tig's second knock as well, so he's going to be bleeding.
And they're right by the edge of the blue. Fortunately, that's just a stun, but there are more frags making their way in. Brex finding a connection there, trying to get another one, but they're just a bit too far.
This is an impossible angle to throw nades on, surely. Like, look at that. If you even land it, it's going to roll down the hill.
Exactly. That's a really tough one. Oh, but Payne's found it. We didn't see it, but now Mika's right there to come in, clean up some kills, trying to keep him at bay. Is Flood doing the job nicely? Just Brex left for Germany.
Well, that's painful for Team Australia. Rex, good spray onto Flood. Now it's down to Luke 12, who's hiding behind the smoke, dancing around the sides. He's getting shot in the back by somebody. He will, in the end, eliminate Germany. That'll be their run done in 14th, but it might as well be Australia's run done as well, as it's now down to just the solo of Luke 12.
I think doesn't have a lot he can do except try to wait it out. Yeah, he's just going to die to the blue. Wasn't sure how much he had left in the bag.
Yeah.
4 heals. What a shot from Sock. That SLR puts Leo down quickly. It's actually sparking from long range, picking off Xiao Wu, and he is down. The other members of China just going to continue on and have to contend with UK here up at the top of the hill.
This is a wild ride watching China at the moment, because they're just driving all over the map, trying to find their little slice of heaven, and unfortunately, heaven's actually on Korea, so they don't have that luxury, unfortunately.
Nice.
They keep ending up in some awkward spots, and I feel, honestly, they've maybe ended up in another awkward spot right here, because they're kind of running right at Team UK, who are above them. And if things go wrong for China in this opening engagement, I mean, T-Bone knocks one. There you go. Ake's left down. You're already now 3-on-2.
He is feeling it. He is feeling it today. Looking for another. A good stun, though. It's going to keep him back. That is a really well-placed stun by Godby there. Ming now letting loose with some utility of his own, trying to keep UK from being able to punish this knock onto Ake's left. Trying to move him around a little bit, get him into a safer spot, but a good grenade from Fex. Finds Godby, one left. Ming spotted out by T-Bone. Gonna cook it, gonna go for it. Ming realizes that he's in trouble. He's gonna give up those points, but he is so weak and he is so dead.
How are they so good? These guys from UK. Like, you're only 2 of you. And they're sitting at the top of the scoreboard right now. Like, it's crazy. They're doing so much work.
They're
T-Bone,
just gunners, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they're just fragging, bro. Like, T-Bone is going to be the last one alive, last one standing for the UK. But again, as far as first games are concerned, it's been a messy one. It's definitely not gone to plan for UK, but they are making it happen.
Absolutely. A little bit of kind of idea of, you know, some of the angles that teams have to make entries from that are very, very difficult there. It's my assumption of what the Korean casters are drawing on the screen. Because you had Norway up on the northeast, you had Canada on the southeast. Those are 2 very difficult angles, with Thailand barricading on one side, USA on the other. Tricky for some of the squads that are outside of the circle with so much open space on this part of the map. Actually, a relatively flat part of Miramar up here. There isn't as much kind of like dips and dives and sort of little miniature trenches that the map kind of normally creates for you out here. There's a lot more open terrain, a lot of flatness. It's going to take a lot of smokes for some of those squads to get to any kind of safety or some good maneuvering with the vehicles.
Yeah, it does have to be said, USA keeping their heads down quite nicely. We talked about the sort of feed that they got a little bit earlier. They still keeping 4 players alive, still fairly central inside of a building, kind of letting all the chaos happen around them, and happy to just pick up a point here and there, but play the long game. That seems to be what they're looking for. Norway doesn't quite have the same luxury, unfortunately. Stuck behind a rock and a hard place. And Canada alongside Turkey with a bit of a crossfire onto Norway. Doesn't really look like it's going to be a fun day at the office for Norway's, and it might just be down to Tekkas now. Well, James is still alive as well.
There just isn't much for them to work with until they make it to like the middle eastern part of the map.
Right.
Getting there is very, very difficult.
They have to cross a road.
Exactly. And it's a very wide open road to make matters worse. Now, Glory's knows T-Bone is in here. A little bit of damage done. See if they can find the angle. Trying to work one side or the other. Yeah, he is gone. Taikon's going to claim that point for Vietnam. Canada driving in. Zennon able to get one, but not another before he is taken down. Finn.
Oh!
Vehicle explosion's going to get him, though.
Got another one. Zennon from beyond the grave has found himself another knock. And Canada under the pump a little bit, though. Looks like they'll be okay for the moment. Ducking down behind the vehicles keeps them safe. Thailand on the move. They're down south. They have to worry a little bit about Canada. And honestly, maybe it's not so much worry about Canada as that Canada has to worry about them.
Yeah, Jacob, smelling blood in the water, gets the knock before the grenade even lands. Gonna go just a bit behind Shinboy, but Jacob actually gets knocked by Ruin up on the mountain. Turkey has quite a view of all of this. They're able to put down a lot of fire onto Thailand, potentially onto Canada, Norway as well, underneath their purview. So this is going to be pretty tricky. Vietnam getting involved. So Thailand taking a bit of a risk to go for some of those kills, go for some of those points. They're going to get punished by the players on the high ground. Oh, Adam just drove by. Got a kill with the P90.
Drive by. You talked
what
about
in the
P90.
world?
A little bit earlier on in the piece, can Canada make good use of it? Well, answer so far, not too bad. 6 points on the board so far. Adam, 4 of the kills. You maybe can put that back down to the P90. Now, though, a little bit of a difficult breach for him, but he's getting some assistance from Sok from the back line with the SLR. Gets that off Fluky, and Nuren's has gone down as well. The Vietnam, it's not quite going to come together for Canada, but you know, good attempt, and honestly, not a bad little game for them to start things off.
No, honestly, 6 kills. You're getting into placement points. You know, who knows what Sok can do here. He's been hitting some pretty good shots with that SLR, but he's the last player alive for Canada, so it's going to be pretty tricky for him to really do much more damage in this round. See if he has a few more kills in store for us, but Korea still splitting out 2-2. This is a very Donawa style. It's definitely an Onyx. IGLing this squad. Guiding the ship. They like to play edge early. And Taikon hits a nasty Dragunov shot. Finds the Mad. So maybe there's a bit of a fight brewing between Vietnam and Turkey. As Turkey also 2-2 split out on the southeastern side. And Vietnam and Thailand have to make maneuvers to try to get into this new circle.
Thailand in a bit of an awkward spot here as well. Got Sok on one side. You've got Turkey right in front of you. Vietnam above you as well, potentially having a bit of an angle if you open yourself up to that. See, there's the shots coming through from Ruin. Nama quietly putting together a pretty decent game here as well. We haven't really seen much footage of them so far, but I imagine that's about to change as they're going to start to get a bit of a move and shake and going on. Molotov hasn't landed. It looks like it hasn't quite gone through the window.
I think it caught Ruin, though. Yeah, there it goes. It starts spreading through. It's going to get the knock. Smash, though, trying to keep himself hidden. More util being thrown their way. Oh, he walks right out into it.
Well, there was nowhere to go. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Himas has kind of done that himself. Well done, Vietnam. Talked about them at the start of the day as well as being a real contender, and they might even be a contender to win this first game. If they can clean up Thailand without losing a player or two, they will have the entire southern part of the zone to themselves.
Sok grabbed a machine gun, trying to keep himself alive. Good grenade from Taikon. Finds Lyrics. Sok did get taken down by Purdy Curdy. Lyrics going to get flushed indeed. Should be confirmed by Taikon. Fluky trying to get himself back up to 75 HP. Does so. Starts throwing some smokes down, trying to buy some time to see if maybe another team will come and relieve some of this pressure. USA, though, Turkey pinned in the middle of the circle, but they are also going to get involved. Find Taikon, find a knock into him. So some of this maneuvering by Fluky, at least finding some damage onto Vietnam.
Yep. I mean, that's kind of the thing for Thailand. If they can get 1 or 2 more points out of Fluky, then you consider that a big dub. Getting a little bit of a helping hand as well by the USA. They haven't fired any shots at Fluky just yet. Mad will be finished off as well in just a second, you'd imagine here. He doesn't get out alive, surely not. There we go. Turkey gone in at 6th. So the USA are starting to accelerate. And it feels like maybe it is the USA up against Vietnam, although Brazil is 4.
This just feels so much like Sonic's Gunner style right now that you're seeing in the USA. Just kind of play cautious, play safe in the early game, find your moments, and then accelerate into the late game.
Yeah, they've got that 3-man hunting pack. Shrimzy just going to sit back in the compound and hold it down while the rest of the lads push their way out and try to farm some points, and it is working perfectly at the moment for USA. Again, getting another angle, and now they're turning their attentions towards Vietnam. So they're kind of just running like a freight train through this entire side of the zone. Team after team after team is falling to the USA, and Vietnam now know they kind of have to get a bit of a move on.
That was a really good reposition here by Haisaki to get that high ground, to put some pressure onto USA to allow this maneuver for the other 2 players of his squad. That's veteran IGL stuff right there, and he's going to chew through some blue. 50 kills total for Clories across his history in PNC. Congratulations to him, he's been tremendous. Haisaki will die for the cause, but he gave Vietnam the opportunity to get into this next circle potentially. Shrimzy finds heaven. And he's dead. Yeah, he's dead.
Well, another point on the board for Brazil. Has been a little bit of a quieter game from them so far. 3 kills only, but inside of the top 5, they've got 4 players alive. This could still end up being a pretty big start for the Brazilian lads.
And this is, James is still alive, by the way, and he's getting a knock. He finds the angle just over that wall onto LFP, 1. And now the rest of Brazil is like, what the heck? Why is there a player over there?
Yep.
We figured that might be clear.
What are we going to do about it? You can't even really wait him out. I think the zone, he might just have a little sliver to play once it pushes its way in, and Seoul's going to get that finishing blow onto LFP1. So from a decent-looking position, Brazil, unfortunately, have made an ill-fated rotate, and James has got himself another point, or maybe even 2. Can he get rid of them all?
Unbelievable play from James. This guy is absolutely outrageous. The years of PUBG experience.
Well,
you're seeing it right there, folks.
Yeah. I mean, we had to talk about it, right? We had to talk about Norway, and it was largely because of James and 80, and there is your answer. There's James. He continues that form through from EWC, does get eliminated in 4th place. Okay, fine. Still a great start for Norway in their first Nations Cup. They're going to be top 3 at the end of game 1, unless something crazy happens here with Korea. But that seems unlikely, given there's only a couple of members left alive. We're into the final 3, though. USA 4, Vietnam 3, Korea 2. I'm sensing USA victory.
I think so. And look at not just the player advantage, but the utility advantage they have. Vietnam has more frags, sure, but they have no smokes left. Maybe they can scoop a few up off some bodies here and there. But a lot of stuns for both of those squads as well, but more in the hands of USA. So you have to be feeling really good about USA's potential. They've got a great position in the circle. They control basically the northern half. If you were to cut the circle in half, they control so much space. Anybody who has to make a move forward is going to have to go through some firing lines of USA first. You're going to have to find some knocks on the USA to gain much more space in the circle. It looks like Vietnam in particular, it's a valley between them and the USA, so it's going to be tricky to get through.
Yeah, Vietnam are probably in the worst spot of all. Kind of stuff like Korea and the US. But maybe USA can do a little bit to help them out if they take out these last 2 Korea members. Seoul should be safe at the moment. Doesn't really look like USA are going to try to push off the back of that and, you know, actually finish off the Korean team.
It's going to be really tricky.
I mean, if you're in the shoes of USA right now,
yep,
no need to do anything too silly.
Exactly. You're the gatekeeper now. You control the circle, just don't get knocked.
Yep.
As long as you don't get knocked, I know that sounds easy, but you got a Dragunov here for Shrimzy to control this, essentially their western flank, but kind of curious about Taikon and Himas. I mean, and Clories, look, you've seen it before from these guys, especially Taikon.
For sure.
Sometimes he just starts hitting shots and there's nothing you can do about it.
Listen, I wouldn't be mad to see Taikon win this game. He is on my fantasy team. He is my captain. So if he could find a way to do that right now for me, that would be fantastic.
I mean, 3 out of my 4 fantasy players are still alive right now, so I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah. But Snakers just controlling the center dot there. Shrimzy, I mean, not much that Korea can do right now. It's going to take a quick knock, especially that Dragunov, though. It makes it so tough. 1 headshot and you're done. Speaking of headshots, Salutes down 5 HP.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a very fun angle to be in, and it's going to draw the attention of Vietnam as well. The nades will go over the top, and there goes Korea in 3rd, but still quite a reasonable start for Team Korea. They get the 6 points on the board. can be reasonably happy with that, if not ecstatic. And now it comes down to the 3-on-4 for the USA to try to negotiate. We all agree that it should be their game to win, but things can go pretty wrong pretty quickly in PUBG, and some nades maybe nicely placed from Vietnam could make the difference there. They've run out though, down to Molotovs and flashes. All comes down to the shots here. Glory's dueling kickstart, but won't win that fight. And now it's just the 2 remaining Vietnam members trying to hold on, but Taikon doesn't know the meaning of hold on. He just knows the meaning of fight. Vietnam, are they turning this around? Taikon looking, can't find Snakers.
Oh, it was so close. They were so close to maybe doing something special. There's still an opportunity. Emas absolutely outrageous, but Snakers has the read on him, knows the positioning behind this rock. I'm gonna try to protect. You know, maybe there's another point here for Emas, trying to wait out for that bleed out. See if he can get that extra point. Gonna pop the first aid kit.
He's gonna get it.
And Purdy's keeping his eyes on him. Yeah, now he's gonna finally go down.
Yeah. But an extra point in the back pocket for Vietnam. 1v3 required now though, as the res was secured by USA, and Snakers pushing his way up. We'll finish the job. It's USA to start the day at the PUBG Nations Cup 2024 with a 20+ point win.
Just a very sturdy game from them. Tons of kills along the way, some good maneuvering. You know, we saw them very early on driving through Chumacero where Korea was still hanging out doing some looting. Got past that, got onto the western edge of the circle. First hard chip up to the north, they immediately are on their horse, getting into the center and controlling their zones really, really well.
Yeah, really solid stuff. I mean, you could see it like coming together slowly but surely. Yeah, they had a favorable phase 1 and 2 shift. I think we can agree on that one. But at the end of the day, it's about what you do with that, and they really, really worked their way through that one quite nicely. It wasn't as if they were just cowering away inside of that compound. They were working hard to get some points on the board, and we're talking about fans traveling all the way in to Nations Cup to support their team. We've got some US fans as well by the looks of things here as well. So yeah, very solid game from them on all facets, right? Like early game, mid game, late game, it felt like everything was working really, really comfortably for them. And I don't know what you put that down to, but for me, again, 3 out of 4 returning members from the last team, 2 out of 4 of the members of Sonics. You know, there's a lot of familiarity with these guys. They understand each other, they know each other, and then you're kind of just slotting Purdy in there as well. And obviously he's a very, very experienced player. So it shouldn't be too difficult for them to kind of hit the ground running, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, and especially because Purdy spent all those years with Gunnar as his coach on Shoot to Kill and the various other teams they were part of, but that also, you know, they're going to be on the same page very quickly. They're going to understand the game plan. They're going to understand the way that they like to communicate, the way they like to talk about the game. So all those things come into play. James, though, this 1v4 onto Brazil, absolutely disgusting. Yeah, Seoul stole one of those kills, but man, oh man, James, just such a tenacious player. He is just, he seems to get better as the years goes on. That's the crazy thing about James. He's always been good, but the last like year and a half, he has been really, really special.
It's funny, isn't it? You know, when you talk about PUBG and the history of it, there are some players that like, it feels like coming into 2024, it's like, well, you should be kind of washed. You should have probably had your time and gone. And yet we've got guys that are kind of getting better and better and better. And so, I don't know, maybe it's just one of those kind of games. Maybe it's a boomer game. I don't know. You get better as
There are quite a few boomers in this.
I like to call it a thinking man's game, but the Zoomers these days, they call it a boomer game, so...
yeah, whatever. Thinking man's game. I like
Thinking man's game.
I like that. I like that. We'll go with that.
But you do need the mechanics, and we saw that from James as well. The shots that he was hitting were kind of crazy, right? So it's not just about his positioning and what have you. I think in that instance in particular, it's just, he's actually hit some pretty nuts shots.
Exactly. It's just the way he understands how to position himself and then follow through with his great mechanics. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm really impressed with James, as always. Vietnam doing Vietnam things. I mean, just always right there, just always kind of fragging out, you know, making you sweat there at the end of games because they just have outrageously good individual firepower. If the UK, they're just good at this game, man. What can you say?
Yep.
Every time at PNC, every year.
Yeah, and it wasn't even a good game by UK standards, if you know what I mean. Like, that was actually quite a bad game as far as they're concerned, I'm sure. You know, they lose players pretty early on in the piece. They're fighting most of the time, but still they're able to get 8 kills on the board and get a few points rolling. So that's a very scary looking UK roster even out of the gates. I think we get our answer about Norway, that in some way, shape or form, they are going to be competitive. You could put that down really to obviously just James being individually skilled and making that play happen, but that's going to happen every now and then. So they're going to be a threat on that scoreboard if they can kind of keep it ticking over like that one. But yeah, I mean, so far, most things are kind of falling into place. USA doing well, Vietnam doing well, UK doing well, Korea was in the mix there as well. Those were 4 of the big teams that we talked about. We weren't really too sure what to make of China. Again, probably still don't get our answer there. Didn't really look like it came together for them there. Man of the match is going to be Kickstart. Had to be someone from USA. And yeah, fantastic start. All 4 of them, you know, getting to the end game and pretty much locking it in. So that was a beautiful game to watch. And if that's the kind of level that USA is going to bring, then I think your prediction's going to be on point. You can go back and clip that one at the end of day 3 and you'll be feeling pretty good.
Absolutely. And Kickstart in general has really started to find his home, find that comfort with the Sonics. You know, 2nd place at PGS3, winning EWC this year. Like, you know, you can see why they were keen to bring this guy onto the squad. It took a little while, as it always does in PUBG. This game is really hard to get everybody on the same page. It seems simple from the outside, but it is truly not. There is so much going on in how you make decisions and like the protocols on how you decide when to do things, where you're going to go, how you're going to position yourselves in those battles. But Kick has really started to find his groove. We've always known he's tremendous individually, phenomenal with the rifles. He's even better now that he's been under that Sonics banner for the last year.
Yeah, well, here's where we stand after match 1. USA pretty far out in front, but honestly, early days. See how things continue to play out. Want to see a little bit better from Australia, obviously. No bias. Australia and Germany right next to each other, which is unfortunately where they both ended up kind of losing their lives as well, right next to each other. So 2 little pals sitting at 10th and 11th at the moment. But it is only game 1 of Nations Cup out of 18. So there's a lot to still play for, and 2 teams there not even getting a single point. So it's early days. Let's not draw too many conclusions just yet. I think the conclusions that we can draw are that, yeah, certain teams that we expected to do well more or less have done well. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the teams that didn't play super well in that first game are going to be out of the picture. It was a bit of an unorthodox shift as well, very hard north shift, so that's maybe not necessarily what we're going to be expecting all the time on Miramar as well, so lots of changes can still be made.
Well, especially like when the teams that were already either in or in a good position to move into that second circle when it hard shifted up to the north, like when it's USA, Korea, like, oh, good luck.
Yeah.
Their defense is tremendous.
When you have teams that are stuck on the south side of the zone and they can't move, they're inevitably going to fight each other, and that's kind of where Germany and Australia and maybe even Argentina, those kinds of teams, UK, they were the teams that kind of suffered at the hands of that. So, you know, let's not get into a situation where we don't think, well, if the shift goes in a different direction and favors those teams, that they're not going to get it done. Those are good teams as well. They're going to be able to get it done, and it's just a case of sort of wait and see. And now, obviously, looking forward to game 2, see how some of these teams that maybe didn't perform in game 1 are going to be able to change things up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think in general, there was some really good stuff showcased. I think a lot of good macro game that I was seeing on the map, some good ideas in terms of trying to find those extra kills, trying to find those extra points. You know, Thailand went and, you know, again, it's PNC. Go big or go home, in my opinion. Like, go for those plays. I'm perfectly fine with what Jacob did there. Yeah, he got killed. He took a risk. You know, there is that mountain there. He knows it's there. He knows they can see him. But if he can get those grenades to land, he gets some points. And it might be worth it. If he gets 2 points and dies, really actually worth it in that moment. So I think that's a calculated risk. And, yeah, it didn't necessarily pay off the way they wanted. But stuff like that is, in my book, perfectly fine.
Yeah, early days. You just want to keep things ticking over. We've got our match point prediction again. It looks exactly the same. Oh, that says match 1. I assume we're going into match 2.
It's probably the same.
Probably match 2, and I would be, yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I would be surprised if it's changed up all that much. You know, maybe a few more votes for the US after seeing how they started in game 1, but
they were my vote. Yeah. USA all the way. I really thought coming into this event that it's either going to be, I thought them or Australia would make a run this year.
I'm just going to say that you've got Korea, Vietnam, USA, and Norway all sitting next to each other, and that might be a little bit unfair. They're kind of feeding off each other's energy. All
the vibes, yeah.
Pretty well in that opening game. UK is right over the aisle from them as well, so it's kind of like the top 5 teams to start the day are all sitting next to each other. Am I getting into some kind of voodoo magic right here? Maybe.
Yes. Yes, you are. However, you may be onto something. You never know. I mean, Australia said they had the best vibes, right? Tiggleton said in the video at the beginning of the event that...
I think they do. I think they get along really well.
Sure.
You know, the 3 boys that play in North America, they'll be very familiar with each other, and in a lot of cases, they've probably played in teams with one another even prior to moving internationally. I think maybe not quite so much the case for Tig, but Luke 12 and Flood definitely did. for a very long time, sort of played together in that Atletico roster. It may not have even been a very long time. I'm actually kind of getting my timelines mixed up. I think Luke moved after maybe a year of playing with Blood. But anyway, that was a long time ago. That's a long time ago. They're very familiar with one another. And obviously, you know, the two lads that are still in Oz coming through from Team Bliss, they'll be pretty familiar with them as well. We'll jump into game number 2 here. Once again, onto Miramar. Our last one for the day.
Which makes me a bit sad.
Nah.
Oh, okay, you're not a Miramar
I'm an Erangel guy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know that you're a Miramar guy, but...
You're dead to me already. We're not even through 2 matches of PUBG and you're dead to me.
I don't know, man. I could be a Rondo guy. Is that alright? Is that acceptable? Can I be a Rondo?
You'd be an outlier.
A Tego
what
guy?
I've heard.
Be a Tego?
Tego's alright. I like Tego.
I mean...
I like Rondo well enough. Alright, well, let's go into Miramar, my favorite map, as we go into match number 2. This plane path, very different than the previous one.
For sure.
Right down the center. It's about as fair as it gets on this map.
Yeah, a little bit better, I think, for a couple teams, and that's kind of what you want to be seeing, you know, maybe no more shenanigans. Get a little bit more of a standard zone out of this one too, more likely. So, teams that had a bit of a rougher time with that north rotation, given a little bit of a helping hand here by this potential first zone. But we'll have to wait and see how things play out. Follow the USA as they get themselves rolling on in.
I think in general, what this is going to relieve is some of the pressure on the teams that were trying to get west on that previous plane path, especially southwest. So, you know, Korea, Indonesia now going to have much easier access to Monte Nuevo. Thailand can go by an Omar area. Turkey doesn't have to mess with Korea trying to get vehicles early. So, should be a lot less chaotic here in the beginning. Right. There wasn't that chaotic.
Yeah, we saw a couple of early fights. You know, for example, Germany running into Vietnam. I don't think that's going to happen again. I imagine that they might just change things up after getting the info that maybe Vietnam also wants to play a little bit of a spread. Both Germany and Vietnam spreading out quite substantially. China in Picado. Your favorite. Ooh, and we had a hard north, might as well have a hard south.
Yeah.
How about that?
Why not?
It seems only fair.
Exactly, yeah. I like balance. And that's perfectly fine with me. So it's going to be Korea and Thailand who are going to be early benefactors potentially. You never know. Circle can hard shift pretty quick, but USA out on Los Leones edge, so they're going to be right towards the eastern edge of the circle itself. And we just look to see there's a lot of teams that are going to be outside, and there's a lot of difficult paths that you have to take to get through this area to get into the circle, actually. I mean, you have that road that runs between San Martin and Monte Nuevo. That's pretty easy to camp. Going through Picado is always a roll of the dice. Los Leones, you can usually get around it to the south, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see teams like Chinese Taipei, Canada, Japan, maybe even the UK consider that. Although if I'm the UK, I'm probably wrapping all the way around the top of the map, going like Cobra.
This beef just doesn't stop between the US and TIG, it seems like.
Are they they're beefing again?
They're beefing again. Well, so far they are. They are doing better. 25 points to 3. Even
it's a little bit better.
Australian can't really argue with that. But what I will say is the USA is just Australia, AUS rearranged, so whatever, guys. Like, whatever.
You're not wrong.
Yep.
I can't deny that is, in fact, 3 letters rearranged.
Yeah. I mean, they just copied us, really.
Yeah. It was that was totally it.
Yeah.
We're just, I mean, there's a bunch of copycats in America.
That's right. Taikon in here for Vietnam. He's happy to be here, I'm sure. So he's been a really integral part to the rosters that he's been involved in, and that's been predominantly Cerberus up onto the end of PGS4.
We will defend our title. I mean, yeah.
I back it.
Sure, of course. That's usually your goal when you come to esports events, for sure. But Korea is just a very should be a stable team. Generally, off to. You know, they're not off to like hot starts a lot of events, regardless. You know, whether it be Danawa or the Freaks or whoever, the Freaks should be that squad right now. In my book, should be like one of the best teams out there. And they play pretty good at EWC. I think 6th for the Freaks, if I'm not mistaken, and they just haven't really found their form like in the scrims. You know, for what this is worth, the scrim bucks as it is.
I think it was 5th for the Freaks.
And 5th
for Danawa.
6 for Danawa. That's right. They were right next to each other.
Yeah.
But the Freaks are like wrecking in scrims in Korea.
Right.
Like destroying. and they haven't really been able to find that same level, like, in their games. So it is always a kind of a different thing. Like, teams sometimes are trying different stuff in scrims and that kind of thing, but regardless, those players, you know, particularly Salute and Heaven, absolutely cracked out of their minds. Have been for years.
Yeah.
Especially for Salute, happy to see him get a chance because he has been so good on Tanawa all these years. Goes over to the Freaks and has finally, you know, risen to the level that he can come to a PNC.
Well, you know what they say about Scrimbox. It's usually about as worthwhile as esports dollars.
Yeah.
So
Monopoly money.
Can't really read into it too much. I like this zone shift a little more maybe for the Aussie lads. They're a bit faster on the rotate this time around. Didn't have to worry quite as much about, you know, rotating through something like San Martin and a few teams there. Didn't get stuck in the Sandstorm. That'll be China's problem this time around. So they've got themselves a nice early rotate there as well. And set up pretty early on in the piece. I think this is, again, you know, what we were talking about from game one was, well, teams that had difficulty in game one that couldn't find their place in the zone. Australia, China, you know, maybe Thailand, Argentina. All of these teams are actually having a little bit of a better time now for the second game because they get a little bit of a fast rotate by virtue of now being this more southern zone.
Exactly, and now Turkey's able to get into the zone because they're not all gobbled up trying to get vehicles and other stuff getting slowed down because, like, all those seconds matter. Like, all those moments, like, even at the beginning of that last match, kind of have that butterfly effect as the game goes on to, like, are you a little bit behind the other teams in your rotations? Are you going to get caught on the edge when you normally wouldn't because you would have been ahead of that team most of the time? So stuff like that really matters, and, you know, Turkey is the one I have my eye on. A lot of teams making their rotations along the outer edges. Canada and Japan matching each other's movements by Puerto Paraiso right now. Germany is going to La Cobreria. UK actually went the other way. They're heading towards Impala. So a lot of teams just beginning to make that march towards this circle. I'm really curious about China. I thought maybe they might go a little bit deeper. I know that church on top of, you know, next to Chumasera, the Church of Los, as some call it, is really powerful because it allows you to see basically everything, especially to your east and your north. But so much vision control, but it's not really that close to the center. However, because of the water, the circle's likely going to come up that way anyway.
Right.
I was also kind of curious to see if somebody else might try to contest that space, but for what it's worth for China, I thought maybe they might try to spread out a little bit more, try to go a little bit deeper, but they're just going to opt to just go for like a four-man. Yeah. Sometimes it'd be like that.
Yeah. Bit of extra damage there. Don't worry about it. It'll be all right. Canada's on their way in from the eastern side of the zone. It's getting pretty contested over there, though. So they may not end up somewhere that they're too happy about. Going to probably just have to do a bit of scouting right here and looking directly at Turkey, who are sort of set up inside of that barn. Haven't spotted them just yet. Keep on moving. So teams that might have a little bit more of a difficult time at this point in time are going to be Norway, Germany, UK, coming in a little bit late. Japan, we can see here along the coast as well, are one of the later rotators.
And China is trying to shuffle their vehicles, trying to gain some space. Godby or somebody, whoever's IGLing, I've heard mixed things on who's making the call for that China squad, if I'm being honest.
Yep.
But whoever made that call did kind of say that, okay, there's a spot that's open. We've identified it from that high church spot. Let's take it now before anybody else kind of figures that out. And now they're going to go into this 2-2 split. A little bit risky, though. You know, you saw that there were a lot of opportunities to do some damage on the way through to that new spot. Korea in particular with their Chumasera spot is going to have some observation of what's going on with those movements by the Chinese squad. So I don't know how that one's going to play out, but UK, first grenade kill.
There you go.
PNC was, I think he had a lot of firsts on that map.
I'm sure he'll be pumped. I'm sure he'll be pumped about that.
He was just wrecking people at the beginning of that last game.
Bit of a slower start to this one, though. We haven't seen any engagements so far. 9 minutes in. Last game, we lost a couple of players by this point, so a little bit more of a happy start for the German lads in particular.
Yeah, Japan, just so late here. They're going to be fighting uphill. This is like old school Na'Vi style, trying to fight up the hill on the southern part of Myanmar.
Okay.
Most threatening team number 2 was Vietnam. Yeah, I figured.
This is chosen by the players?
Yeah.
Right, I thought it might be chosen by fans. I didn't catch that on the first one.
Yeah, so that's what makes it more interesting.
Yeah.
You know, the fans are great, but the players...
They tend to have a pretty good read.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, they're pretty good at this game.
Yeah, that's true. No, I mean, I think that's very reasonable from the players. Korea 1, Vietnam 2. Actually, be quite interested to see who number 3 is, because I think you can make good arguments for UK, USA, probably would be the
China.
First 2. Maybe China, but again, like, I don't know, China just doesn't feel like they really reach their peak ever at Nations Cup.
Yeah. I would bet it's UK.
Okay.
That would be my guess. If I were a betting man.
That might change up after game 1 if they get to choose
That's true.
a team. If they get to choose a different team going into day 2, potentially.
Absolutely. Circle says south, actually. So heading actually towards the water. No more of the island in play, but...
Yeah, not hard south.
No, not that hard.
Oi.
Oh, no.
Loris.
Loris, not like this. Not like this.
I will say, I did just come from Vietnam, and it is a bit like that. It's just chaos. There's just cars going everywhere.
I've heard that.
Actually, it's mostly bikes. Get him on a bike. I don't think he, you know, he'll be right at home on a bike.
There you go.
But he's really in trouble now.
Oh, he is. There's just not much he can do.
That vehicle's smoking. I think the rest of the lads have kind of just left him.
No, they should. There's really no hope for him unless something crazy happens. Teddy out in the open with a bunch of Norway around. Goes to the spray. Has 2.
Uh-oh.
In the Bronco. Only a little bit of damage.
You can't miss those shots. Like, if you're going to take those shots, you can't miss those shots, because now look what happens. Oh, Norway's not happy.
The real question is Trick going to be able to get there in time? Bail Teddy out. He's such a good player for so many years. That's a great transfer. 2 players knocked. What? It's the flush. That was disgusting, Teddy.
Okay, well, Norway have bitten off a bit more than they can chew, and so have I, because apparently you can miss those shots, because then you just hit those shots.
You just hit those. That was even better.
It was.
That was harder than like trying to spray people out of that Bronco.
Yeah. Well done. That's a bit of a killing blow for Norway, unfortunately. Losing a couple players and out in the zone at the moment. Not going to be good for them. Also, kind of surrounded by Indonesia now as well. It's kind of going from bad to worse. 8C does get his medkit off, but it's just not going to survive. Dede and Trick have kind of done a number onto Sweden. They might just get rid of them all. Where's James? Find him.
Yeah, the James stands alone. He's trying to go for some heals. Oh, that was close. If Teddy had gone just a hair further, they've been able to get the spot on the Jimbo. But Brazil, Guizera from long, long range, finding some serious damage, but James gets flanks and he gets taken out. Teddy squad wipes Norway after what looked like it might be a dicey start for him and Indonesia. He flips the script and gets a squad wipe for himself.
Well, that's one way to do it. And after what was looking like a really good start for Norway, or at least for James, has gone a little bit pear-shaped in game 2. So we'll have to continue following that one into game 3. Getting the answers, actually, to why Vietnam was taken as the number 2 most threatening team. We saw, I think it was Seoul. Cerberus is one of the best players, one of the best teams, rather, in the world. And obviously, they comprise the majority of this Vietnamese roster. And we get the answer as well that Taikon is apparently a pretty good player. And I would follow that up as well. He's my captain on my fantasy team, so I kind of agree.
Yeah, Taikon is, at times, so gifted.
Yeah.
When he hits those grooves, when he gets in that flow state, I don't know if there's anybody in the world I'd take over him when he's in that groove.
Yeah.
Like, Aches left, yes, amazing. Seoul, yes, amazing. Himas, very consistent the last couple of years.
Prime Uba.
But Prime Uba even... Uba was just really smart. Like the thing about Uba, he was so good at positioning himself, and then he'd hit these really clean shots. Like, he was really disgusting with DMRs, and his rifling was great as well, but Uba was the complete package as a player. Like, he was so smart, so efficient. But when Taikon, like, in those moments where it's like...
Taikon's just a fragger, right?
He just does stuff that just leaves you just absolutely flabbergasted.
Hopefully we're going to get to see it here at Nations Cup.
I'd appreciate it.
I would too. Brazil's on the move. Did have a little bit of difficulty towards the back end of the last game, but didn't start too poorly. Tig has spotted him out, heard them as well. Obviously, he's going to be a very key component to this Australia roster, being probably the the best players to come out of Australia, and also the in-game leader for this roster as well. Zera. Oh, he's in a bit of a sticky situation now. One more shot would do it.
Oh, man. It's all right.
It's okay.
Tires gonna get popped. That's the big thing. The vehicle is gonna. Oh, Hisaki got him though.
Downtown.
Oh,
he might be all right. He's got a smoke. Doesn't look like that kill is going to be confirmed, but Brazil are just on their way. They're not interested in getting that revive. In fact, I don't even know if they can really pull up here because Canada is right up above them. And, well, he doesn't have any grenades. But if he had some nades, they'd be in a real bit of a problem. Might be able to call his lads over.
I'd like to see if Canada could put a little bit more pressure onto this, but really that angle is super favorable. Finn there, just seeing if he can get down there, but the problem is you have Thailand that's able to, I think, put some shots towards Finn when he starts to take some peeks, and Onyx is actually going to be the one who steals that kill on Guizera. Parachuting in after the destruction of Team Norway. Brex goes for a spray, but Indonesia able to get behind that hill safely, and they're okay for now. They've got a sandstorm covering them to the north as well.
Blue zone nade, not an actual nade. Looks like Canada are a little bit short on supplies at the moment. If they would have had a few grenades to throw, I think Brazil would be in a really bad spot right there. But it actually seems like they might be able to play this, at least for now, just because Canada doesn't have anything to throw at them, and they don't obviously want to push over the top either and take the fight, because there's only 3 players up on Canada as well. So Brazil getting a bit of a lucky break, holding on to that position. It is center of the zone, so may net them some points later on in the piece if they can find a way to survive there. Still doesn't look fantastic, but it's better than being completely dead.
And now that this sandstorm has dropped, that's opened up some opportunities here.
Teddy's looking like he might be donezo.
Ah, Teddy, man, he had to be feeling so good. He get that squad wipe, and then this happens. There's no way his team can get to him that I can see.
Are they trying to build a wall of smokes for him to get?
That's going to take a lot.
Yeah.
7 or 8 minimum, it looked like.
Zone shift has actually gone out toward the west. And Luke 12 will finish off today, so there's not really much of a conversation to be had there anymore. It'll be first one on the board for this game for Team Australia, who will be looking at that zone shift and thinking, okay, this might be our chance. Germany as well, not in a bad spot either. So 2 teams that really had a bit of trouble in Game 1 can pick up a bucket of points here for Game 2 and start to get their Nations Cup underway. I mean, even Indonesia, to be fair, having only lost a couple of players this game, can still put some work in as well with that more favorable zone shift. So might see that scoreboard getting a little bit closer.
Yeah, Vietnam trying to shepherd Korea in a different direction. You know, Korea would like to try and find some space directly south if possible, but there actually isn't a ton there. And so Vietnam is another option, like rotating more their direction, but it's actually China as well. Find some long-range shots there. Xiao Didi knocking salute, sparking, trying to do what he can to keep Brazil safe. I mean, you still have Canada. That grenade from Adam saw the knock in the feed, thought maybe you go fishing in smoke. Not going to profit. Oh, Turkey. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey and Argentina seem to be running into one another a little bit. And it's not going well for either of them, because Chinese Taipei is in there as well with a knock onto Argentina. Canada under the pump. Brazil. Oh, Brazil have found their grenades, and they're going to start tossing them back at Canada. So I was wondering when this one was going to kick off, and it had to happen eventually. Sok will be finished off. Another point for the USA, as if they need any more help at this point.
I think this is really smart. Good timing from China. Reading their kill feed, hearing those shots, knowing that they need to move anyway. So now's a good opportunity to try to strike, see if you can kick Canada off the top of this. But you're still going to have to go through another squad, so going to have to be some fancy shooting, and no doubt there are plenty of fancy shooters on that Chinese team. Savior, decent damage. UK pinned beneath this hill. That's really tough. Yeah, Kane's even getting involved. Japan is an angle in this.
I don't think that that's going to be a very fun story for the United Kingdom, unfortunately. Adam, it'll be the same, as he'll be finished off by Eggs left, who, he gets traded. Findy in a good spot here. Going to be able to just duck and dive with that headshot line, but it's not too much to do. And the nades, well, they haven't quite landed, but Here comes Xiao Dudi, and I think that will be the end of Team Canada in 15th. They did what they could, but the might of China bearing down upon them, it's really a little bit too much to ask.
Still, though, China has another squad to go through.
Yeah, wounded squad, though.
Yeah, that's true. They are wounded, but Sparking, that's a great knock. Good opener there. Towards Kraken. Sparking looking for the flush. A good grenade. Actually finds Kraken. So now Sparking on his own. Now he's under pressure from the USA, trying to cut their angles off. Prones, I think he's okay. I don't hear any shots whizzing by his ears.
Ming was having a bit of a look over the hill, but I think the smoke has just bloomed in time. They're going to be okay. Oh, Brazil might get back up with 2, but I'm not sure how you get out of there alive.
That's
that'll be
incredibly tough for Sparking. Well, that helps, yeah.
Yeah.
When Korea gets a little bit of revenge for that knock earlier.
Ming actually got a blue zone nade in onto the Kraken, so as soon as he gets picked back up, he's back on the floor. It's going to cost some important seconds here for the remaining members of Brazil. And, I mean, look at the angle that Korea has got. If they even go up a little bit higher on this hill, they might be able to spot him out still. Bigger fish to fry, though, for Korea. You know, they have to move.
And they don't have much. The shack and a little bit of hillside, but it is a slow sloping hill, so there's going to be a lot of teams who have angles into them. Yep, Thailand's one of them. I think it's UK up on, or excuse me, Australia up on the hill around them. Very, very tricky for them to get through. Haisaki as well, trying to keep the rear flank clear. A drive-by.
Whoa.
Code Marco, did he get missed? Okay, now he's getting shot at. Finally, the USA goes for the seat swap. Trimsy gets the knock from the side seat.
3 HP, this is madness. USA, it's like a demolition derby. I don't know, they're trying out their own version of NASCAR or something.
We do like those things in America.
Yeah, well, they've pushed their way into the shack. They've managed to, I guess, more or less make it work. Birdie, the only loss for the USA on what ends up being a very risky rotation, but, you know, you'll take that. They take center positioning. They lose a player, they get a couple of points. I think that's acceptable for the US in this situation. Meanwhile, Vietnam still causing some troubles for Korea, who really are under the pump now.
Look at this angle they found. They have great firing lines, and and Onyx thought he'd be safe proning there. I think might have been getting shot from a different angle. Instead, it's going to be quickly knocked. Heaven and Salute still on their feet. The Freaks duo trying to see if they can salvage this round for Korea. Vietnam now having to make their move because the circle is making the decision for them, but here comes Australia. Quick knock and a flush. Blood and Tiggleton in combination. Gonna find a point for themselves. Salute, only one left in this shack for Korea. Not much likely that he can do in this round, but you never know.
Yeah, all 4 members of Australia are committed to the northern side of the zone now as well. They've kind of given up the southwest. Salute's got a little window of safety. Let's just call it as he peeks through the window there. And I mean, look, he could definitely still cause a couple of problems here for Vietnam. And at this point, it's all about survival. If he can survive for another placement point or 2, then that's still going to be useful for Korea. Zone shift has gone south. It's gone towards Germany and the USA.
Well, they moved into this position, right? We saw them driving towards this. Like, this is just great understanding of the map. Really good reads from Purdy Curdy and Team USA. That wasn't like the circle was gifted to them. They had to drive there. They had to earn that.
It's a little bit more important now for Australia to actually clear out this northern side of the zone. If they're going to have to actually jostle for positioning with Vietnam, with Thailand, potentially with Salute from Korea still as well. I mean, they are the power player. They have the positioning at the moment, but Thailand is 4 strong, or for the moment they were 4 strong. Emas will knock one down and actually finishes off Nurans as well. That's crazy.
I mean, those players on Vietnam just can do outrageously good stuff. Luke.
Bit of a whiff.
Yeah, the chance was there. Salute's actually going to capitalize. Find Haisaki.
But at the end of the day, that is still a beneficial trade for Australia. There's going to be less teams worrying about the northern side of the zone, and even Thailand losing a player means they're now down to 3. So honestly, yeah, Australia don't pick up the points, but they do pick up the benefit of that little exchange.
It's a win-win because you either get the kill points or the placement points.
Right.
You'd like to get both. Ideally, you'd like to have your cake and eat it too, but
of course.
Yeah, but not going to be the case. Still, no doubt, they'll be very happy with that. What is going on? Fluky's got a machine gun. He's got the M249. He's running around. Yeah, just looking for the DACA. See if he can find it. Tiggleton driving a little bit further ahead, trying to play point as the IGL for Australia for this event. A lot of DMR shots just being traded all around.
I mean, you can really see how they're jostling for position with Thailand right now. It really feels like Thailand versus Australia. On this northern side of the map, that's the main battle that's going on because USA, they're set up nicely. Germany's also set up nicely. They're not going to be doing anything. And then you kind of just have Salute in there as a wild card. We'll see what, obviously, he can get up to. I feel at the moment he's a little bit more of a threat to Thailand than Australia, but once Australia have to move down a little further south, that will open up the angles for Salute. Monty will clear that issue out, and now it's down to Australia up against Thailand. Having lost, obviously, Tiggleton to, indeed, that machine gun you were talking about in the hands of Fluky.
Timing here, so good for Thailand. As soon as they saw that kill, they knew the attention of some Australia players was gonna be in a different direction. They took that opportunity to strike. You are going to get the res onto the leader, but it's a great follow-up grenade from Jacob. Gets the reknock onto Tiggleton. Blood and Monty trying to do what they can to keep the flanks clear. They're going to find one. Can they find more? Monty's got two. Fluky, though, with the machine gun, finds 2 quick kills of his own.
Luke, he spotted him. They both spotted one another. Oh, I think this is going to go the way of Fluky. Thailand will hold Australia out. Australia done in 4th place. It'll probably be difficult for Thailand to recover from this one, but at the moment, Germany and USA are kind of getting stuck into one another, so they may have the opportunity to get all 3 members back up.
I think they do. I think you're absolutely right. Germany is going to have to pick up a player. It's Chris. Long-time PUBG veteran. He rezzed. Rez is now available for Thailand as well, so it looks like there's going to be a pause. Just enough.
Yeah.
That everybody's going to be able to get back up to their potential full strength of what they have available.
I mean, it might. It's going to be difficult to say that this is going to be a winning position for Thailand just because of the angles that Germany have got over this ridge. You know, as soon as you start to skyline, you're going to instantly be spotted out by Germany and shots will come across.
This is like the most Germany a play ever. Just loop out towards the edge of this circle, see if you can find some extra kills. They really are, you know, Kowo always preaches that he lets his players kind of make their own decisions and they profit. You know, they're so good individually, they're so smart that they can kind of make some unconventional maneuvers right towards the edge. But Fluky's got to maneuver his own with this machine gun again.
Spotted. It's going to go wrong for Fluky. I don't think he's getting out of there alive. I mean, Chris is close by as well, and the zone's just going to catch him as well. The timing was maybe 5-10 seconds too late. If he would have been a little bit earlier, it like it might be a German victory for game number 2, the way things are going at the moment.
They've got so much control.
Yeah, they just hold the whole zone pretty much.
As long as you keep Thailand from that northeastern flank,
which they can do very easily because, again, look at the angles that Germany has got. Like, there's nowhere to go for Thailand. As soon as they push their way forward, they're going down the ridge, and Germany have got great sight lines on that. They've got great firing lines on it, and so
Thailand knows it.
There's nothing that Thailand can do. They're going to give it up.
Yeah, no, point denial, the right play for Thailand. There's just not a lot that they can get done. USA off to a tremendous start, no matter how you cut it.
For sure.
Germany trying to get that chicken dinner. Snakers and Trimsy, though, extremely good gunners. On top, decent damage done to Snakers. It's going to be the knock from Bane, so just Trimsy remains for the USA. 1v4, what can he do? Stuck in a shack.
He's going to deny.
Makes sense. Makes sense. That's the right play. He's dead. Germany with a really nice late game set of barricading maneuvers, counter flanks, and able to find themselves a pretty clean win there.
Yeah, definitely. Solid stuff. Love to see it. They were kind of in that position that the USA was in game 1 where, you know, they called a good position sort of earlier on in the game. 1 or 2 favorable zone shifts, but made it work, and then obviously pushed out of their, you know, sort of pocket of safety and really started to dictate the game when they needed to, and got themselves into a great spot going up against the US in that final battle between the 2 teams. I mean, the shoe was on the other foot for the US. Like in that case, they were the Vietnam, where they had 2 players up and they were trying to make something happen. It felt even more impossible, honestly, for the US because the control of that zone for Germany was absolutely insane. And you could see like that split, that crossfire that they'd been able to set up. No coming back from that one.
Oh, this play is going to live rent-free in my head for a while.
Yeah, I think it might live rent-free in Norway's head as well. Yeah, it should have honestly been. Norway just cleans up. Was it Tede that got caught? I think, you know, clean up Tede, off you go, you're on your rotation. You've lost maybe 20-30 seconds, but yeah, didn't work out that way, and that's just PUBG sometimes, right?
Oh, this was almost disaster for USA at the beginning of this too, but they were able to survive the demolition derby, as you called it, get through there. Good game from Australia. Good zone control, honestly, like doing a really nice job of kind of trying to find their timings. I mean, if this doesn't happen, you know, if Fluky doesn't hit that great transfer with the machine gun, it could be a very different round. They could be the ones in Thailand's place. Yeah, they might not win the match, but get those extra points, get a few more kills potentially. Yeah, really good, solid stuff. Seeing some teams with some good ideas. I'm really impressed with the way Germany handled that end game. Like, that is tremendous map awareness. Absolutely tremendous.
네, 제 두 번째 치킨 디너는 독일에게 갔습니다. 독일의 미카 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. The second chicken dinner of the day goes to Germany, and I'm joined by Mika. Hello, congratulations, Mika. 이제 첫 출발이 아주 좋습니다. 시작하자마자 이렇게 치킨 디너를 가져가게 된 소감부터 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You're off to a good start. How's that chicken dinner feeling?
It's feeling great. Like, our first game wasn't that good, to be honest. But like coming into the second game, we just played our own style, played it safe. Made a risky split, but like, I don't know, it just worked out and we pushed people out. Just got the chicken dinner in the end.
첫 번째 경기는 조금 아쉬웠는데 두 번째에서 이제 조금 뭐 위험한 그런 리스크 테이킹도 했지만 뭐 푸시할 때는 또 하고 해야 될 때 이렇게 잘 해가지고 이번에 치킨 디너를 가져가게 됐다고 합니다. 근데 그리고 또 독일 팀에 새로운 어디션이 있어요. 페인즈 선수의 이렇게 합류로 조금 팀 분위기는 어떤지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You have a new addition to your Team Germany roster. So how's that Pains addition? What's the difference? What does he bring to the table?
Pains is a really good fragger in Germany. He's known for like shouting in competition, so he fits the team pretty well. And yeah, overall, he's just a good addition to the, as a fourth player. Yeah. He can be a big hype man for sure.
이제 페인즈 선수가 정말 프레깅을 엄청 잘하는 선수고요. 그리고 경기 중에 좀 이제 소리 지르는 거로 유명한데 그래서 분위기나 텐션에 이렇게 아주 좋은 기여를 하고 있다고 합니다. 팀 독일의 미카 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Congratulations again, Mika. Thank you for the interview. Wish you the best of luck. Alright, 분석 데스크 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you very much, Bella and Mika, for that interview. I mean, yeah, Payne's there. You know, they're saying he's bringing the damage, he's bringing the energy. Well, and they even said it. That was a bit of a risky split they had going, and but they're so smart that they can make those splits work.
Fortune favors the bold, right? Like the 2-2 split, if you make it work, it obviously puts you in a really good position to be able to just sort of play the percentages, let's just say, and obviously for Germany there, yeah, being able to get it done, it's always good to see. And so I think obviously early days, you know, we still need to kind of see a little bit more from Germany before we're like really convinced that they're going to be a super big contender, because again, coming into today, I don't know that they were necessarily one of those teams that we were looking at and saying they definitely will be like a top 5 team, but they have the ability, as we've seen just now, so maybe this could be the best performance from Germany in a Nations Cup.
It's an unorthodox style that Germany's going to run, but it can work. We've seen it before at big international events, that they can do some damage, that they can compete for titles. So no doubt about it, with a player like Brex, again, been around for a very long time in PUBG Esports. 3 kills, 388 damage. Yeah, maybe not blowing the doors off of you in terms of kill numbers for the entirety of the Germany squad, but slow and steady wins the race sometimes, and then just some really good positioning.
Yeah, 36% of the points contribution as well. Obviously, that's a pretty good shout, right? You'd want to be, in an ideal world, probably seeing 25% split for each player, but he's picking up some extra points over the rest of the lads, and see if that can continue for Germany. But I mean, apart from that, I think the big storyline coming out of that game and out of the first 2 games is USA. I mean, another really good game from them. 11 points, not as big as the first one, but you put the 2 and 2 together and you're getting 4, and certainly more than that for USA at the moment. Thailand also popping up in there. They were a team that we were hopeful, I think is probably a good word to describe them. We were hopeful that they were going to do well, and you know, kind of keeping it rolling along, which is kind of nice to see. So happy with that from them. But again, it's kind of the usual suspects up there towards the top end. It's USA, it's Korea, it's, again, we talked a lot about Australia. Vietnam had an okay day so far as well.
Yeah. I mean, most of the teams are kind of doing good enough that you would expect.
Yeah.
Some of the favorites coming into this. I think USA has just come out the gate swinging.
Easily the most consistent.
Yeah, they look really solid in their back row game right now, in particular. is really causing some of these other teams problems, because a lot of teams that maybe would normally have some open space or some opportunities are getting outmaneuvered and getting outpaced because of these decisions that USA is making. They are really challenging for anybody else to get ahead of them. And yeah, they're double the points of Vietnam right now, so awesome start for them. A lot of teams really close, though, in the middle of that pack. Honestly, 10 points separating 10th and 2nd, so yeah, that's a chicken dinner.
Well, that's what you're going to get 2 games into any tournament, so that'll obviously blow out at some point. We're expecting that, definitely. In particular, have to look at, I think, Japan, China, Argentina, probably the 3 that are worrying me the most so far. Argentina, I think you can say, have gotten themselves into a couple of awkward positions and just sort of suffered as a result of that one. China not looking like they've really been competitive at all, and honestly, I haven't really noticed Japan either, and I think that's for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, Japan is back to that very safe edge style that they just don't have the firepower, the confidence that it feels like to make those kind of maneuvers work. So again, that's why I talked about at the beginning of the show. I need to see Japan accelerate, really be decisive in some of those moments to get those kills, because the placements aren't going to come anyway. Might as well see what you can get out of just fighting and see if you can build some confidence.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, 1/3 of the day done already, right? And you're sitting on 3 points. It's not an event that lasts very long. Like 3 days goes by like that when it comes to these kinds of things. So if you don't get the ball rolling early on in the piece, you go into day 2 or day 3 and you're not feeling confident. It's like, well, it's too late now to build that confidence. So have to be doing it now. Have to be doing it going into maybe into Tego, into Rondo. You're maybe not as comfortable. So you could try and throw something a little bit different in there.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Well, we are going to take a short break. We'll be back soon with more from PNC 2024. It's going to be Tego and Rondo coming up next. Very excited to see how those play out. You don't want to go anywhere. Action just beginning. It's just the first day here for PNC. And I think we are ready to go to a break. So we'll be back shortly, guys. We'll see you soon.
You made me live. I'm not alone. You never trip. You're calling me home. No plead in the 5th. I know you were torn. Ain't no talk on the phone. You look in my eyes. I know that you're close. You ain't no drop back. Ain't nobody block that. Heavenly blessing, a steady supply. Ain't nobody drop back. You want it forever. You king of the hill. No one get the rock back. Ain't nobody start that. Every battle you fought that. You made me live, I'm not alone. You never trip, you're calling me home. Don't plead in the fifth, I know you were torn. Ain't no talk on the phone, you look in my eyes, I know that you're close. You ain't no drop back, ain't nobody block that. Heavenly blessing, a steady supply, ain't nobody drop back. You want it forever, you king of the hill, no one get the rock back. Ain't nobody start that, every battle you fought that. No, you never lost, cause I'm learning that they cannot take away all that you gave me. It's all that you're making, I'm singing your praise and my worries are fading. I know that you save me, Lord, teach me to deal with this stress. I feel like I'm falling, I need you to catch. I say hallelujah, my weapon is rest. 1,000 hallelujahs to my King. We praise you, 1,000 hallelujahs to my King.
And we're back here at PNC 2024. The United States is out to a commanding lead, but our predictions remain the same. Korea still out in front with our match predictions, but
yeah,
the United States has just really been playing very solid so far.
I mean, surely that's got to change up at some point, right? Like, if things keep going the way that they are, United States has to rise up that little prediction graphic somewhat. We'll have to wait and see, though, if they can keep it up. But, you know, obviously, great start for USA, have to say that. But 2 maps of Miramar. Now we're moving into something a little bit different. That can potentially cause its own problems as well. Tego and then Rondo. So, you know, how confident are they on these maps? How confident are they on Rondo, especially, is the big question mark. I have to say, I think if anyone, probably USA comes in the most confident because, again, they're the core of the Sonics. They're a very experienced lineup. They've played together quite a lot.
They're very good on Tego.
And so I have to imagine that if anyone's going to be comfortable, it'll be them, especially with the way things have been going so far. But it's time for us to jump into game number 3. And indeed, it will be Tego.
Very excited to see what our teams have in store for us. Hapo is located on the westernmost part of the main island. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is facts.
No change-ups to Tego just yet. That's coming again in the next patch, so been keeping an eye on that. Don't worry about it for now.
I'm actually not sure what the Ha means in Hapo. I know what like a lot of the names mean in Korean on this map.
Right.
Po means port.
Okay.
I'm not sure about Ha. Anyway.
Could it be Westport?
Maybe. No, Ha's not West.
Okay. I mean, it was just a guess. I don't speak Korean, so
It's a decent guess, actually. Like, Heimusa means Sunny Beach Temple, I think, or Sunny Coast Temple.
Righto.
Yeah. Yongchon means Dragon River, Dragon Creek. Yeah. There you go. There's your Korean
lesson for the day.
That's right.
I need one a day. Give me one a day. If I learn 1 word a day, I'll be happy, because then my total Korean output will be probably 5 to 8 words instead of 1 to 3. We'll take it. Anyway.
I'm trying to help you as best I can. You only have a short amount of time, so we have to really cram that knowledge in.
Correct. As far as playing path is concerned, I think most people can be pretty happy with that one. Doesn't favor anyone too hard. Everyone will be able to stretch out to where they need to. Speaking of Hapo, that's where Australia are kind of headed for the moment. So, speak of the devil.
Alice looks like it's USA territory for this one. Korea is going to be going Yongchon. I mean, basically, if you've been paying attention, you could probably deduce that Korea's drops are Danawa's drops. Kind of put that one together. Indonesia, that would be the craziest shot I've ever seen if you hit those, Teddy. I mean, you hit some nasty ones in the previous game, but that is long distance SLR shooting.
West right.
Yeah, northeast.
Oh, hang on. What's going on here? Is James on a bit of a mission?
He's got a pistol. Oh, no. He knows he's faster than that buggy, too.
Oh, this is so mean. No way. This is illegal, bro. Come on. You can't be doing this.
Oh, you got a shot.
One more. Oh, he's been turned away.
Ran out of bullets.
Yeah. Only 1 more of those shots needed to connect. I respect it. That's Giga Chat gameplay. Honestly.
I love James, man.
That's an alpha male kind of gameplay, but doesn't work out.
That's just tremendous understanding of
limits.
Limits, yeah.
That's what that is. That's limit testing.
I love it. That's the kind of stuff I want to see at PNC.
Yeah. Yeah, man, especially when you're a team which doesn't really have a whole lot to lose. I don't think Norway, like, no one's going into this going, man, Norway's got to win. You know what I mean? Like, there's probably a little bit more pressure on a team like Korea, for example, or maybe China. But Norway, it's like, well, it's your first PNC. We don't really know. So, a bit of fun.
Yeah. I mean, you know, talking to some of the players, a lot of them come in with that attitude that, yeah, we're underdogs, so,
yeah,
you know, there isn't pressure on us. We can come out here and have a bit of fun and just try to play the best we can and, you know, let the cards fall where they may. Germany, though, I mean, Germany, I think historically, you know, you have to think back to the original PNC in 2019 where they were playing really, really well. I think there is pressure on them a little bit to try to perform,
okay,
to really do something special here. I mean, I know they want to win. They're very, you know, a confident team, a good team. Evan, seeing a few players, some vehicles, drives up the side of the hill, should be a-okay. Yeah.
So you think maybe Germany's underperformed a little bit? I mean, 16th in 2022.
Not today.
But not today. I mean, more so like in previous seasons or years of Nations
2022,
Cup.
yes.
Yeah.
But I think, like, they've really impressed me with their just creativeness. So that's where I really think that they can do some damage. As we saw in that previous game, they kind of push for some splits that maybe a lot of other teams wouldn't.
Yep.
And that could also be anticipation or understanding of their opponents. I mean, that just could be them reading Thailand.
Sure.
Like, and where they were going to try to rotate and reading the terrain.
I mean, not many changes as well for Germany. Like, even Kowo goes from a player to a coach, so, you know, your outfit really, in general, doesn't change that much either. So I think that helps from year to year.
Well, now you don't have your dedicated, you know, Panzerfaust / mortar guy, so, you know, you're going to have to do it in other ways.
Yeah. We want to be #1 as we planned. All right. Respectable. Shoot for the stars.
I think they have a real shot. I like this Thailand team. I like the way they've been performing this year, and they've been getting themselves into those late games relatively successfully, not with a ton of resistance on the way through to getting into, you know, those top 5 positions in each game. So certainly if they can just string together some good late games, make a little bit better decisions towards those moments, they have a real chance. Speaking of what is normally a Thailand team special, the gliders actually going to be barred. He's out early.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of info to be gathered that there's just absolutely nobody on the northern side right now. I mean, USA, obviously in Palace, but they're well behind UK as far as this rotation is concerned. 8C, oh my word, how is he alive? He might not be for much longer, that nade. It's going to be a long toss, but it might just get there. Not quite. I think you're going to have to, ditch the car and run. Sometimes when you get mugged, it's like, all right, have my wallet.
Just leave.
Just have the car.
Yeah, it's all yours.
You can take it.
I didn't need it anyway.
Here's the keys. They're in the ignition.
I can walk.
I just filled it up. You don't even have to pay for petrol. Off you go. Just leave me with my life.
Yeah, that's good positioning there from James, though, relieving that pressure from the rest of Norway, from 8C. And they're able to at least claim this compound now.
Yep.
So James is going to continue, though.
Yeah, he's going to keep rolling around doing some scouting there, but yeah, lines up nicely. All good. Turkey well aware of Norway's positioning at this point in time. Particularly interested to see how things are going to go here for Thailand and for Australia, because those are the two teams that are way on the outskirts trying to rotate their way into this zone.
Thailand's literally on the map edge.
Yeah, they couldn't be any further south than they already are. And Australia are only just now crossing over to the northern island, and it might be a little difficult for them to get back over to the mainland if that's the way that the zone ends up shifting. Obviously, there's a lot of places that you can cross on Taego, but it's getting pretty busy already.
I would normally say, like, somebody can go up to the mini shipyard and then grab a boat and go over to the other shipyard or go further around and get in that way. However, Germany is doing something, a very huge 2-2 split. I mean, literally a kilometer apart right now. That's not going to last, I'm sure, but
it's a risk, but it's one that will potentially pay off. If this ends up being a hard northern shift, like that's kind of what they're like keeping in mind, right? If it goes hard north, we just move back to Shipyard, but chances are they probably end up grouping on the center shift.
I mean, I think if you're looking at the way the first 2 games played out, right, and you're looking at the tempo and the speed and the aggressiveness, there hasn't been much in the early part of the game. So you could actually probably get away with these.
Take the gamble.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like this call from Germany, to be honest.
Especially when you know that you're the team that's northern dropping. Everyone else is rotating up from the south. If anything, the congestion is going to be below you, you know, around the southern half of this zone. I think it's a pretty good gamble, actually. You're right, from Germany.
Speaking of
Put
congestion,
2 together.
yeah, I got a little bit.
This is cheeky from USA. They're being very quiet. Scary.
How much does Michael know? He's checking.
I don't think he knows anything.
Well, Hisaki has found Keepa. It's going to be a little bit of parting gift for Hisaki there. Bullet in the back, but he's going to be able to get out of there, no problem. Trap sprung by the United States. T-Bone out in the open with a motorcycle. One more bullet's going to do the trick. Trying to use those hay bales, not going to do much. Trimsy has the knock. Snakers gets the flush. Michael has to abandon his teammate's body.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's been a bit of a rough day, honestly, for the UK. They lost the first player, or one of the first players in Miramar, and now the same on Tego. And honestly, they've been kind of keeping that scoreboard ticking over. But if you keep losing a player early on in the piece, it just makes it so much more difficult. Speaking of which, Argentina might be okay here to get people back up.
Well, I think what's interesting is I am seeing a lot of the same ideas from the UK that we saw in 2022 when they won the event, where they're playing edge early, just trying to control some space and then move when they can, find their moments. But like you just said, they're getting picked apart because of it, because there's always a team that seems to be a little bit later than they're expecting.
Right. It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for UK because, again, they were doing such a good job scouting, right? They had Vard in the glider and probably felt like they had a really good understanding of what was happening around their position in that zone, but sometimes you miss things.
And it's hard in this event because there isn't a ton to read onto how they're going to do stuff. Yeah. Like, you might be able to make pretty good educated guesses on Korea, for example.
Assumptions.
Yeah. But you're not going to be able to make good guesses on some other teams.
Sure.
You know, USA, you would think you have a pretty good understanding of how and when they're going to rotate, but you know, Gunnar, he'll throw curveballs at you. He's willing to take risks. Purdy too.
Yep.
They'll change things up, especially in an event like this, right? It's not quite the same. There isn't that, you know, sort of, you've grinded, you know, hundreds of games of PUBG this year.
Whoa.
Together. Nope. That's stuck. You're gonna have somebody's got to come hit you.
Wait.
Here we go. This is the Thailand I know and love. Oh my God, this circle.
Australia's got to turn around, surely. Oh, no, they're not going to. Yeah, okay. Well, look, there's a lot to sort of deconstruct here. I was going to mention Australia because they were rotating their way on that northern island, and then I think they heard the shots between the USA and UK, and they decided to turn around and go back to the mainland.
Now they're turning around again.
And now they're turning around again. So they could have actually probably already been in Yeongcheon if they hadn't turned around initially. That said, they might still be the first and maybe even only team that ends up on that northern island. Unless Thailand decides to go across, if they take this emergency parachute all the way.
They're usually looking for center with these parachute drops.
But if you're thinking about it, are you not thinking, well, there's probably not many teams on the northern island.
Oh, I agree with you. I agree with you. They do not.
They don't. That's fine.
I would, if it was me, I'd be on the other side of that river.
Oh, this could be scary, man.
It's extremely dangerous.
They're just landing in the middle of like 3-4 teams. Korea, UK, US, Argentina. All going to be kind of having a look at that, but get away with it. Oh, what is going on here? Quizera. I mean, that's just, it's just unlucky. It's just a guy in a bush.
It happens. That's PUBG sometimes. As
Smash your desk, bush campers, man.
Bush campers, yeah. It do be like that, especially on this map. There's some bushes that are pretty easy to get yourself pretty well hidden in.
For sure. Well, yeah, this is going to be a wild game now. Australia is still the only team that's actually interested in the Northern Island, which is fair enough, honestly. Like, you know, as far as zone shifts are concerned, this is probably still more likely to go back to the mainland, but it's going to be busy around that area of the map.
And this is
see it popping off.
This is what I'm worried about with Thailand. The position they had to drop in, because Korea probably already took the spot they were actually eyeing, is really tricky because you can't peek your heads up too much. You'll get shot by Korea. Now you've got Norway and Argentina.
Yep, breathing down the back of your necks. And honestly, with all this shooting, like I'm seeing Ionix kind of have a bit of a look as well. Pushing out, just thinking about, can I pop up somewhere and get myself a free point? Here it is.
Ooh, he held fire.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got some good cover to work with going forward here. So
yes,
might just try to get an even better angle.
It's a little bit greedy though.
It is, but
it's got Salute coming. They're really trying to, try to farm these kills.
If you're in Korea's shoes, though, you really want to be clearing things out as quickly as possible here, because it's going to get really messy later on. So this is perfect. Look at that. That is beautiful. Ionix and Salute, they read the situation so nicely. And that's the end of a couple of players of Thailand. Those guys are not getting back up.
Oh, and by the way, Seoul just knocked Silzen, who's trying to get involved in this fight. Korea has full control over this hill.
They're forging their position in the zone. It's not being given to them. Right, and I think they recognize that this is going to be just a crazy game, right? There's teams all going to be rotating in onto this peninsula. We need to actually take that space now to give ourselves a little bit of room to play it later. Otherwise, we're going to get pushed at the back from Germany. Maybe like Indonesia's going to come across the bridge. Potentially what happens if Australia, a team comes from the northern bridge. So it's going to be busy for Korea. We might as well get some points now.
Yep.
Take some space now.
And it reminds me a bit of their 20-point game. There's that shift you were talking about. Very likely to go to the other side. Already has in phase 3. But it reminds me a bit of that 20-point or that 20-kill game they had last year on Miramar, where they were very aggressive early and just kind of kept racking up kills, kept finding these moments to pick teams apart piece by piece. Now Norway has to turn their attention away from Argentina back towards their southern flank. Try to make sure that nobody's going to be at that back door. And it's going to be Eitzi up close and personal. Spectro, the other three, trying to watch. Trying to do a little bit of double duty. Keeping that northern edge at bay. Trying to keep those angles clear. Heaven has Germany to worry about. So this is a little bit interesting. How well aware is Korea actually that the other two members of Germany are already on this coast to their north? I'm actually curious. Have they spotted this out? I mean, Heaven has only seen the vehicles as far as we can see, but how much more info do they have? That's my question.
That's a question I think we'll get the answer to a little bit later on. I'm sure Germany's going to be doing too much moving and shaking if they can avoid it for the moment. Vietnam is not one of those teams that really can play a little bit slower here. They're going to go right over the top onto Argentina. They had no idea. Scouting impossible for Vietnam in this situation, and so they're going to lose Himas straight up. Clories gets taken down by Jeems as well. That's a very ill-fated rotate from Vietnam.
Just a little bit of desperation there. Trying to see if they could cut through some flat space that's up on top of this mountain, and that's really, really dangerous. There's an MG3 up there for Argentina as well. Make matters worse, there's a ton of firepower to be laid down to keep that flat terrain suppressed. Australia drifting, trying to be as quiet as they can on this southern approach. They've changed directions again. Didn't feel like they could cross that bridge. And I think they're probably correct in that decision making, but there's no easy option for them. They're going to have to fight.
Yeah, it's awkward. It's very awkward if they don't get knocks, and they haven't. So they're going to duck their heads down. I mean, they have a little bit of pocket of safety for that next zone. Monty's just playing out on the edge, waiting to see if there's going to be any rotators in behind Australia, but they need to find their way forward, and that's what Tig is doing.
Except drifted. They have no idea he's here.
This is so bad. But Exlef, he fired a couple of shots, right? Gave away his position, and Tig says, thank you very much for that one. That'll be a freebie. If nothing else, Australia getting 8 points. Flood's got another one there onto Big Big. Luke 12 gets knocked by Flood. I don't know what's going on there, but somehow, in the blink of an eye, Australia have just popped off, and China are on the receiving end of it. And goodbye, China. Australia survived for the moment, but I'm not sure how long that's going to last, quite honestly. This is a very, very awkward spot to be in. There's a lot of teams around here on the southern side of the zone.
Still, that's step one of many that they're going to need to, check off the list.
Look at this. Look at this. Like, there's nowhere that's safe.
No, it is horrible. It is really not easy.
They've got to move.
Yes, they have to move. They've already expended a lot of smokes. There might be some extra sitting on those bodies of the Team China players, but good luck. It's going to be very, very challenging to get out of there. Still, even with that impressive play to quickly eliminate China, still a lot of work to be done. Germany stuck on the coast, stuck behind rocks, looking for maybe a rotate or somebody to kind of make a mistake, drift out a little bit too far, but Korea is not keen on doing that because, again, they control all this space in front of them.
This is the benefit of what they did earlier, right? They had to take some space earlier on in the piece when they could. If they had have waited, I don't think this would be possible, this move. There would just be too many teams up on top of the hill or around or in this building.
Be a lot harder at the very
if nothing else, it would definitely be a lot harder. That's the one thing I think you can take away. So, reaping what you sow. And in this case, Korea, they put down a nice little vegetable patch. I don't know, some carrots, whatever.
Big fan of vegetables. Fax, trying to do what he can. Gets one. Can he find the second? Not quite. Very close. That's very, very close. He's going to get a point out of it, Monty. Going to go down Flood as well. Vietnam, and here's that kind of difficult problem that Australia was going to face. Tiggleton just barely able to get into that shack.
Yeah, but again, here's the thing for UK. It should be 2 points, or Flood might have gotten stolen. The kill on Flood, I think, got stolen. At the end of the day, you know, they're still kind of in the mix, even though they're in an awkward spot, down a player. Like, they're still finding ways to get some points here and there. And that is always going to be important. Brazil trying to do the same. Been a bit of an up and down day for them too. This is I don't know, this is a spot that for Brazil looks a little bit precarious as well. All it takes is maybe Argentina to come up over the hill and you're doomed at that point. But Argentina have got bigger fish to fry. USA out to their west. Oh, he heard him coming. That's a cheeky peek.
Great timing from Tig.
Stolen.
Yeah, that's a great spray. He's at least able to buy himself the opportunity to get that res, or excuse me, to get that heal. But Luke stuck behind the hill.
Yeah, I think he's kind of doomed.
Yeah, that looks like a good grenade to me. Oh, it just bounced a little bit off to the side. So Luke is going to reposition, find another smoke that has a lot more life left in it.
He's getting helped by the USA. So they're getting shots into the back of UK now, who were the ones that were putting pressure onto Luke. He's going to hear that, actually, and I don't know if he's maybe thinking about having a peek around that smoke for a second there, but perhaps a wiser choice to lay a couple more smokes down and just try to hide.
Now here comes Germany. Snake here on this western edge. Snake hers is going to go down to its Chris, just barely. Able to find the AUG spray just in time. And with that knock, actually, they're going to peel back a little bit.
Important zone pull right here.
Mostly center.
I mean, Germany, 2 games in a row. What are we thinking? I mean, they've got a bit of an uphill battle. That's for sure. But USA's bleeding.
They can win this edge fight.
Yeah,
they're in a very good position to. It just depends on Korea. Is Korea going to get involved? Because they know that they have entire control of that hill up on the northern side of it. So this is basically like all like a flat-topped hill at the top of this. Not a slow-rolling action that goes on throughout a lot of that northern area. So it's just a matter of if they can find the space to get there. He has confirmed a point. A grenade is going to confirm the end of Japan. And Chinese Taipei, 4 kills. Now they turn their attention to Indonesia.
Boy, some little toes. Oh, how's he alive?
Just clip the nails.
Awkward. You are lucky.
Oh,
not for long. Leo's found him.
That was a great shooting.
Yeah, pixel perfect, really. And I mean, Trick, probably not long for this world either. It's gone a little bit pear-shaped for Korea after now having pushed out of their compound. Evan is stuck inside that smoke. He may well get res. Trick. Good shot onto Tsennan. Can he maybe save the day here for Indonesia? Shots coming in from Brazil now as well. Not looking likely.
That's tricky. Taikon hidden.
Snake in the grass.
Oh, he's just letting him go by.
As you would.
Yeah, no reason to fight here.
Oh, 6 in trouble.
Only player left. Tig though, starting to do some damage. Behind this folding shield, trying to make it work as best he can. A grenade being thought about by Code Marco. Let loose, and it's going to be right on the money.
That's not fair, man. But he did get 1 extra point out of that one for Australia, so all things considered, very rough game in the end. They were trying to find their little spot in the world, and it just didn't seem like it was going to be found, so you'll take a point or 2 out of it. Turkey even losing a player there is obviously unfortunate for them.
Oh, Bard. Just as he's throwing that grenade, he gets the re-knock onto Shrimsy, but gets taken down for it. So not going to be able to confirm that point just yet, unless the other player on America dies. Taikon just vibing, knows he needs to survive late. Taikon shouldn't be fighting anybody until there's like 10 people left, if possible. If he can help it. Good grenade again. Splashes some damage into the USA players. Smoke's in their faces now. Another grenade rolling in. I think it was just a stun, maybe.
Yep.
Turkey trying to wipe the United States out, and they do.
That's good news for everybody else in the lobby. So we're looking at that and licking their lips a little bit. Maybe a chance to overtake. Maybe not. USA's up on 40 points. That's quite a gap.
James. Oh, no, no, no. The timing on that. I'm not sure if that was an intentional bait, but a grenade from South Korea coming underneath the hill. Seoul starting to push up as that knock. Oh my gosh, he sees two on the ground. That is so easy for him.
The other guy's inside the smoke, so he might not actually know that MX is there. Molotov into the smoke. Well, that'll probably just about do it. MX is burning. He's going to have to push out of it. Yeah, I don't think it's going very well for Argentina, so Seoul's looking for him. And there's really only one place he can be. And I think Seoul's aware of that. Thinking around the smoke, wins the duel comfortably.
Seoul's got a lot to worry about now, though. He's hearing so many shots. You can see him looking around on the screen because he's hearing the shots from a bunch of different directions. Has to be as aware of it as he can. See if he can find any more damage. Leo trying to play this rock as far forward as he can, but they're outside of the circle. Chinese Taipei on the outside looking in of this next one. Sparking, just gatekeeping. You know, Brazil already has a player on the zone, so they can try to do as much damage as possible. However, I say that, and now that player is knocked. 8Z just got Kraken. Now a grenade coming in from Salute. Korea's just all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, fighting on multiple fronts, fair enough. But look at how much space they've got inside the zone right now. It's actually madness how far Seoul is from the rest of his team. Inonix at the back. He's kind of copping a few shots downtown. But if this works out for Korea, they almost win the game. Like, they have got a lot of control of this next zone.
They need to take care of Brazil because Seoul is so far away from the rest of Korea. He's been given so much space, and he just kept going.
Yeah.
He's like, surely there's got to be someone up over this next hill, right? But it's a really flat area on top of here. Turkey taken down. So our top four teams, Germany, Brazil, Norway, Korea. Norway and Korea with 4 players up. Norway's got 4 kills in this one. They're having a really solid performance on Taego.
They're going to have to fight Germany, though, and they're about to. Both teams running in the same direction, trying to clear out the southern flank. As long as you can get through this one without losing a player, then Norway's in a good position. But that's easier said than done, especially with the way that Germany's playing at the moment. Payne's out on the flank. He might well find an angle. Mika's gone down early, but this is the problem. Mika actually landing that nade from beyond the grave onto James might at least secure a kill for Norway. It's just down to Payne.
Oh, 8Z gets struck from behind. Right as he went in, Seoul hears those shots and comes out, cleans up a point. So Germany and Norway mutually assured destruction, and we have a 4v3
Indeed.
to wrap this one out. But Korea, complete control over the middle of the zone. A bunch of care packages are dropping right into their lap to potentially give them even more gear. I saw Anonix earlier, had a FAMAS, and therefore you have to assume it's level 3 gear. Good shooting from LFP1, though. Takes Seoul down.
I was going to say, all of this has kind of worked out because Korea's put in so much work earlier on, taking that space, but it kind of comes back to bite them there with Seoul going down early in the 4-on-3. He doesn't get revived here. You know, it's just not going to happen. So it ends up being a 3-on-3, and so the space taken giveth, and the space taken taketh.
You're going to try to protect the flush as best as you can as Korea. At least force players of Brazil out of position, potentially. Keep them pinned. Trying to use those grenades to go fishing is Anonix. Can find a little bit of value. Just a little bit off the mark, though. FP1, it's a pretty decent position. Now the smokes are out. I mean, they're doing everything they can to get Seoul back up and running, and Brazil trying to get ahead of it, but grenades continue to rain in.
This is actually starting to blow up in the face of Korea now. LFP1, very nice shots onto Inonix. And again, another player in a position that's going to be quite difficult to revive. Somehow they've managed to get Seoul back on his feet. I don't know how they've managed that.
This is crazy stuff from Korea. Now they have to continue this kind of barrage of smokes. But this has allowed Kraken to try to reposition. See if he can find some damage there. Sparking, always a threat.
And Onyx looks like he's crawled out as well. So they might actually be able to get the full revive back for Korea. All 4 players standing. They've absolutely swindled Brazil. Absolutely swindled them.
Pick their pockets.
They've literally taken him out from the rock underneath their nose.
I mean, the thing is, though, is you give up a lot of position here as Korea to get back to 4 players. That's the trade-off. You've given Kraken an opportunity to claim this rock.
That's the worst thing in the world, though. They're still holding on to 4 nades. Brazil's only got 1.
You have this hillside to work with.
Yeah.
If the circle shifts their way, that's even better, but...
Here we go, nades.
Let's see if they're on point. They're close. Not quite. Came up short of getting over the hill towards Sparking. Sparking now a little low on 5.56 there. Only 16 bullets outside of the chamber. Extended mag in that AUG, though. Gonna keep him firing for a little bit longer. Plenty of ammo here for Heaven. Trying to use that Dragunov to see if he can find that quick headshot and really just snowball this round out of control. Man, they're really on point with those rifles, though. Seems like every time Brazil looks, they're hitting shots.
They are. That's for sure. But they haven't managed to convert this into a 3-on-3 or a 3-on-2, which was probably their prerogative. And I feel like if you give that kind of an opportunity, that kind of an inch to Korea, they're going to take the mile. Right? You let them get back to 4. They're very unlikely to relinquish control of this 4-on-3 once again. And yeah, you can give up some space, but you can take that space back as well. And that is what Korea is looking to do right now. Ionix is pushed all the way to the north, which incidentally is actually down the hill, but Brazil have not seen him just yet.
A little bit of info there for Inox. I think he briefly saw the head of one of the players. Heaven now, what are you up to? Thought maybe try to cause a bit of a distraction, trying to bait a little bit for an Onyx. And a little bit of damage. Salute coming alive there. That 3x spray on the AUG only finds a couple tags. LFP1 out in the open, but Salute, too many targets, can't quite make the decision.
This will be it, surely this will be it. This will be the one that opens it up. Korea should find a knock. 1 shot required and doesn't quite land it, so Kraken will survive. It's tense, it's tight, but Brazil are hanging on, and now the zone is starting to push at the back of Korea. Heaven will get knocked. It was a risky, bold play from Korea, and maybe it hasn't quite paid off.
I think you normally can rely on Heaven, and Onyx finds 1, he finds 2 at the FAMAS, and now things are really broken open for the hometown team. LFP1, low on health, sees the blue, tries to get away, but cannot. South Korea is going to find a win. That's going to send the crowd here in Seoul erupting in applause.
Yeah.
Very happy to see Korea come through with a well-fought win, though, by both teams.
Man, brilliant, brilliant. I mean, I think you could, if we had an analyst desk, they would be having a field day with that game from Korea, because there's a lot to break down. You know, you could get in on the map, you know, do some drawing. I know the guys love drawing. Yeah, lots to sort of speak to. Obviously, you talk about the home crowd as well. Nice for them to have a little bit of something to look at. There's actually a couple of Norwegian flags out as well. It's actually amazing to me how many different countries are being represented in the crowd. Anyway, that's probably by the by. We've got to talk about Korea. As you say, great win from them. Initially, we talked about how they were taking some nice space. They were fighting early. I think it was Team Thailand that was on the receiving end of that one. And that felt like it was the catalyst for this game for Korea, right? It opened up that space initially for them, allowed them to push their way in the mid-game. Once they're in the mid-game, they didn't change anything up. They just kept pushing for space, and Seoul, I mean, he took pretty much the entire map. So at that point, Korea owns everything, and they just, man, fantastic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I really, though, want to give Brazil a lot of kudos, because the way they played that endgame was about as good as they could have. It was a really tricky spot. They were hitting some really nasty shots. You know, maybe if one grenade or something bounces a little bit better for them, they have a different end to that game. Maybe it's a 3v3 and they can potentially come through and win it. But yeah, I mean, for Korea, it's all the beginning parts of that game that snowball into this end. And the zone control just absolutely brilliant. So many teams, though, because of that circle, get shifted into that southwest edge, that southern edge, and just becomes an absolute beat grinder. And because Korea can keep so much space clear, they don't have to worry about that stuff too much. The only threat potentially was Germany, but Germany never really seemed comfortable to pull the trigger
Well, Germany and Norway, but the issue was they ended up fighting each other. So that was where Seoul came into play with all the space that he had taken, right? It felt like there was maybe a world where, let's say, Norway wipes Germany, and they were kind of on their way to doing that. They might have lost a player in doing so, but they would have had high ground above Korea. And that could have been a bit of an issue, but then Seoul's like, what's up?
Yeah.
I mean, you're back.
Yeah, I'm here already.
Yeah, so...
I've been given all the space in this circle. Yeah. I guess I'm going to...
Was he given, or did he take?
A little bit.
Let's be real. I think he took.
Little.
I'll give him the credit. Yeah,
little
great
column
game.
A, little column B.
Enjoyable game to watch, though. Tego, doing well for itself. Didn't much like it for the Aussies. That one felt like whatever they tried to do, it just ended up being like, nah, you're not allowed to do that.
It just felt like they couldn't really figure out how they wanted to
bit of indecision, but
yeah.
The zone shifts were awkward for them. They dropped.
They were horrible.
They dropped like at the, southwest side of the map. Zone went northeast, kind of, and then they started to rotate, which they thought they could make, and then they heard shots. They rotated away from that. Then the rotate was like, oh, we should have done that. So you're back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then ultimately it's too late to find a safe rotate in. And so awkward for them. But top 4 teams from that one. Again, Germany, Norway popping up in there, and so. Again, 2 teams that we probably didn't have a huge amount to say about in the pre-show. Norway, obviously, we talked about because they're new, but we weren't too sure what to make of them. But, okay, Game 2 wasn't so great for Norway, but Game 1 and 3, we can say they've done really well for themselves, and they're putting together a pretty decent day here. Alongside Germany and Korea as well are definitely looking in that consistent bunch, right? We talked about the US going into Game 3. They're probably being the most consistent over the first 2 games. Well, now it starts to become Korea, right? Like, they've had 3 pretty decent games, 1 very good game. Man of the match will be Seoul. They need, like, a space taken.
That would be...
Give us the distance traveled, something like that.
I mean, like, the zone of control around him, the bubble he created, was the size of, like, the Phase 6 circle.
I can't believe they named a city after him. It's really impressive.
It is impressive, isn't it? He's just that good at PUBG.
I know.
Like, oh, man.
Fair enough.
Maybe we should name our capital city after it.
I think that's fair enough.
I agree with that decision, honestly. 20 points, though, for South Korea. Brazil, Norway with 12 points apiece. You know what? Norway, look. They're steady. I'll give them that. I mean, you can see that guiding hand that James and Aitzy have to kind of keep that team sort of in check. They're not really making bad rotations for the most part. Yeah, they're getting caught sometimes, but that's part of the game. I don't really fault teams if they get caught outside of a circle in a rotation. Like that just happens, especially at an event like this.
I mean, it's not going to be quiet enough, I don't think, to catch up to USA. They were 36 points going into that game, ended at 40. Korea 13 going in, so they'll be 33. They'll be 7 points behind, which is kind of crazy, but, still in the mix, still in the discussion, and, well, soon it will be time for Rondo, and anybody's guess as to
Rondo's wild, man.
I've got no idea.
It's a huge map.
I'm just going to throw it out there. I've got no idea what's going to happen here.
Yeah, massive map. In terms of, like, land that's...
playable?
Yeah. I think it's the most. I'm actually curious, like, if Miramar might have more surface area, if that makes sense, because Miramar is so much bumpier. Because Rondo's relatively flat in a lot of parts of the map. However, they're like on the edges of the map, like on the northern side, there's a lot more rockiness to it. So maybe there just actually is more land on Rondo. It's huge regardless.
Yeah. Do you think there's anything to the discussion about the teams from EWC coming into Rondo feeling a little bit better as we have a look at the leaderboard here?
No. And so here's why. In my experience, like teams that start out really good on a map, it rarely lasts because the meta gets so... it shifts so quickly.
Are we at that point, though? Like, it's still early days.
Exactly. So I think, like, the teams that started well on Rondo are maybe not necessarily guaranteed to, like, have that carry over.
Sure.
Because teams will get reads and they'll kind of understand what they're doing and start getting ahead of the game a little bit of what, like, worked for you initially and things like that. Like, particularly with, like, Sandhawk, I saw this a lot when it was introduced back in the day. Where like one team was like just like destroying on it, and then like a week later another team was destroying on it, and then I mean, granted that was a much more chaotic map, but but the general idea, I see this a lot when a new map comes in. There's like one team where I'm like they're really good at this map, and then a week later I'm like, oh, they kind of had a read on it, but
I also think well, we've got an interview by the looks of things. No, we don't. Don't worry about it. That's the Korean analyst. Yeah, they're up top. They're in a nice spot.
They have way better seats than
almost wish we were up.
Actually, they don't. We have way better seats.
Yeah, nice view.
They should
anyway.
be jealous of us.
What I was going to say is I was watching EWC, and I think it was Avenger on the analyst desk was sort of saying, you know, we're at a point now in PUBG, and I really agree with this point. I think it's a great point. That's why I'm bringing it up. We are at a point now in PUBG where the general level of play and understanding of the game is at such a good level that players and teams can come into new maps, and it's not as crazy maybe as what it was when like Miramar was released, for example.
Yeah.
Right? You just inherently understand positions a little bit better. You look at an area of the map and go, oh, that's going to be playable. Maybe that's not going to be playable. So there should just be a bit of a better understanding or level of understanding of Rondo coming into it at this day and age in PUBG's life cycle when you've got such experienced players around the place.
I tend to agree. Well, and that's why I think it's more just like, how many hours were you able to grind on it, you know, with your team and yourself to really understand it? It's more, so much of like the maps is just understanding the terrain, like the compounds, what the view is from the compounds, where are the compounds strong, where are they weak, what can you see from them, what can be seen from them, like all those things that just start intuitively sort of getting kind of, you know, beat into your brain as time goes on because you played the map so many times. Like Erangel, like, you know, there's so many windows and stuff where you're like, okay, if I peek this window, XYZ positions have view on me. That's the hard thing about Rondo initially, I think, and it's just a matter of how much of that have you been able to sort of intuit into your brain.
Interesting to look at the player setups on the stage there. Some of them have got fans. A lot of them have got fans. But a lot of them have got their little, hand warmers as well.
That's very important.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of an oxymoron, right? It's like, I'm too hot, I need a fan, but I'm too cold. My fingers need a little hand warmer.
It is weird, isn't it?
It's
but
weird.
you want like all of your body but like your hands to be
warm.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah.
Or not too hot. But anyway, by the by, let's not talk about that anymore. We've got some PUBG to jump into. It is going to be Rondo for the first time here at Nations Cup. Beautiful city, much like Seoul.
That is gorgeous, yeah. Architecture in China, absolutely beautiful. Buildings there are really stunning. There is the moving sidewalks, which are hilarious, but
yes,
I don't expect that we're going to be in Jadena City too much.
You never know.
I mean, look, if there's a Jadena City ending, buckle up, because there is crazy verticality in that city.
All right.
I thought Destin was bad. Well, maybe Destin is worse.
Let's see how we go. Big map, as you say. Big map. So a lot of space for all the teams. Maybe those teams that have been struggling a little bit early in the game might feel a little bit more at home. Maybe not quite as choked in by other squads around the place. So Canada's going to get the loot, the spoils from Jadena City.
There's maybe an opportunity here for Thailand from Tin Long Garden to try to punish Brazil. Brazil's going to drop past them. Is this a hot drop? Ooh, at Danqing. Danqing, excuse me.
Maybe.
This is pretty hot.
First one of the day. Yes, it is definitely going to be a hot drop. I can tell you that one for sure. Who's going to get away with it? Well, Xavier has found himself a shotty, and Leo has found Silson. So already Argentina, they're on the back foot. Pippa's gone down as well. This is not looking good. You got DraftKings up on the roof for the UMP, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to save the day at this point.
It's not looking good. The control that Chinese Taipei has right now is ridiculous. They're going to have to overstep. Emic briefly spotted out QBZ from Zenon. Trying to find a little bit more damage. Didn't quite find any yet. And Emic's going to have to reposition as he's been spotted out. They know that, you know, Chinese Taipei with this numbers advantage is going to be able to kind of pick them apart. So trying to bait him into DraftKings if possible. See if they can get that done.
Yeah, I mean, it's madness, isn't it, when you think about how many potential drop locations there are on this map to see a contest at this point in time. Anyway, there's some info. DraftKings is going to be the X factor here. If he could maybe hold that position and get 2 knocks in quick succession, this might be salvageable for Argentina, but it's looking pretty rough if you're in MX's shoes. I guess he doesn't have any meds either.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't
been looting
any time to loot. Yeah. DraftKings is none.
It's all on DraftKings.
He has a UMP and a dream. It's gonna have to be one of the craziest plays. If his head peeks up over there, Zenon.
Yeah, he's just got to not move.
Didn't see him yet.
But the longer this goes, the easier it's going to be for Chinese Taipei, because Zenon's going to be wrapping around the back, and they know that MX can't leave the building now. Spotted him on the top floor. I don't know what that shot was.
They're hearing his footsteps too. So it's going to be pretty tough. Leo. DraftKings. Oh, he sniffed it out, but DraftKings still able to get the better of him. Still able to at least claim a point for Argentina.
Yeah, that's a wild one. You almost look at that and sort of ask, why did they not peek that together if they were going to peek it? If they knew, did they know? The way that he peeked it looked like he knew. Either way, Chinese Taipei are going to lose a member in the hot drop, but it still looks like they're going to get away with things pretty comfortably here. MX has been able to find some kind of med somewhere. But only gotten himself back up to 83 for the moment. It is ticking up.
He dropped down that ledge looking right at him. I thought it was, oh, he's
That's what I'm thinking. Like, but if you're aware, like, surely you're not taking that peak solo when you're in a 4-on-2.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could have been cleaned up a little bit. No doubt about it. Emic. A lot of defense to try to play. Not much to work with other than a red dot and an M4. Damage here. Pre-firing around the corner. Still not able to connect. Everybody playing so safe, but finally Savior gonna take that safety away. Emic down, Argentina out. And it's gonna be 4 kills with only 1 loss for Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, well, there we are. First 4.5 minutes of the game, we get a bit of excitement. And now we go back to your regular scheduled programming, which will be a little bit slower here to start things off. Zone shift did go out towards sort of the southwest.
Yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag over there in terms of terrain. There's some mountains, there's some kind of flat grassland stuff. I think one of those, at least one of those really tall mountains is in play over there.
Yep.
So we've got to be aware of those. That's kind of one of the big features of the map. You know, get on top of those. But it's dangerous now. They changed them a little bit. They're a lot less safe than they used to be with the readjustment. But still, they're fun to play. Get up on there, give me a Car 98, and now you just make it rain for days.
It's a very nice looking map, isn't it?
It is a beautiful map.
Beautiful map. I like the green maps. I like Erangel. I like Sanok from a visual perspective.
Do you not get a lot of this in where you're from in Australia?
Well,
you were talking about dust storms earlier.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it used to be. I did grow up during a drought, so there is that. But no, I mean, we definitely don't get mountains like this.
Ah, okay.
We don't really have mountains in Australia.
That's interesting.
They're just like big.
It's such a huge. Is island even the right word? Isn't it?
It is a
continent.
It is a continent and an island.
Oh, it's both.
Yeah.
Oh, so you just have everything there. Huh?
World's biggest island and smallest continent, I think.
Interesting. Well, we have plenty of mountains here.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to go up 1 or 2, but
gorgeous. Yeah. A lot of fun.
Got bigger things to do.
Okay. Once again, a little bit late, but a little bit ahead of a couple teams. So, kind of curious if there's going to be any adjustments here for the side of the UK squad, like the way they've been playing the early game, you know, to try to keep that extra player alive. Because, I mean, you think to some of those matches earlier in the day, right? Like, if they have that one extra player, maybe they come through a fight that they didn't. They get a little bit deeper into a game. They're able to rack up a few more points. 10 so far, not the end of the world after 3 matches, but you need to kind of start picking up steam here to keep yourself in the conversation for the rest of the day. So it seems to me when I'm looking at the map that they're being a little bit more tightly gripped with each other, and now they just drove into Vietnam.
Yeah, Vietnam is a real problem for many teams at the moment. Vex is going to get away with his life for the moment, but some nades going to get dropped on top of his head. Just a little bit too deep. He's going to be able to wiggle around. Himas is looking for it. Michael around the corner there. Almost going to lose his life. A couple of these shots just missing for Vietnam. It could have been a little bit cleaner, and that may well end up costing them, but Vex has been spotted out as well. And from downtown, Haisaki's got a really nice angle. This is just looking kind of doomed at this point for the UK. It's just too clean from Vietnam. I mean, you know, they've just kind of crashed the compound with no info, and Vietnam's popped their heads up and said, well, we'll take those points.
I just love the way that Vietnam plays. Like, the way that Hai Saki kind of maneuvers himself and positions himself. Like, we saw it in the very first game where he sacrificed himself on the high ground to buy that extra space for the rest of his team to rotate in there. He's willing to take that off angle to really just send UK packing. They have no hope in that situation. And you saw the adjustment there, I think, from Team UK, is that they stuck together and they said, okay, we're going to try to get a little more center early. We're not going to play edge. And it turned out they just drove right into a compound that was already taken. I mean, kind of interesting that, I don't know if they scouted it and just...
It didn't seem like it.
It didn't feel like it.
No. I mean, Vlad was just driving straight at it. I don't know, maybe there was some false information there. Either way, not going to work out for UK. That's just the one playing out. And, well, speaking of scouting, got a couple of gliders already. Lyric's in one, and Germany picking up a glider as well. There goes the UK. It's unfortunate. I mean, you were talking about them saying, you know, you need to kind of get them rolling a little bit, but not going to happen here.
It is a little bit surprising, but, well, I have no doubt that those players can bounce back. Just seen them too many times.
But it might be a day 1 to 2 thing rather than a game 3 to 4 thing or 4 to 5 at this point. Like, it's just, you know, something's not happening, something's not working today for UK. Have to maybe have a bit of a look in tomorrow. James in the glider. He's doing a bit of scouting for Norway. He's been, I mean, one of the top players of the day so far.
I'm curious if maybe he's looking to get up on this that we just saw, or one of these, like high ground positions or something. Or if it is just general scouting that he's going to be doing.
Most kills of the day so far is Mr. James.
James.
Yeah, 8 kills.
I go
out of those first 3 games, so he's progressing along quite nicely.
He's so patient. That's like the thing that's so impressive about him, is he will just outweight his opponents and put himself in spots where you just don't expect anybody to be. Oops, that glider not doing so hot, so it's going to crash. It's already burning.
So good. I'm interested in why James is up there when the rest of the team is in the center of the map.
I thought for a second there Brexco was going to like dive bomb him, try to just fly into him. Dead center.
That's a nice shift if you're a Norway fan, if you're a Japan fan as well. Especially, I think we're looking at Japan and saying, you're going to have to get something out of this game. Yep, it's been a bit of a rough day so far, but nice 2-2 split. And Imak and Kay are going to join forces in the center of the zone.
It's a golden opportunity. They have a great compound, dead center. It's very defendable, too. You can see that Germany now continues their wrap around the edge with the info that Brex had provided, saying there's already a team here on the west. Let's try the south, see if we can find space there. Pico is such a fun vehicle. Just so quiet, so hard to hear. This electric car coming at you. Godby right behind Luke 12, but Luke 12 was watching. Godby was easy pickings for him.
Seeing a bit of a rivalry develop now between Australia and China, and it looks like China don't want to let this one go astray, but man, you're driving 1 by 1 at Luke 12. You're not going to get away with that. Where's the rest of Australia? He needs his help right now. Flood's got to get a real wriggle on. He's been slotted out. You've just got a W key right now. Gets in behind Ming Ming, but not before that initial knock onto Luke 12, and that means Australia will definitely lose a player, but it might only be the one because, well, China have just walked right into the setup of Australia, and that is another 4 points on the board. You'd be disappointed to lose Luke, but honestly, he did a pretty heroic job to get those first couple of kills so cleanly. Probably should have gone down a little quicker than he did.
No, that was just, yeah. The clean shooting bought him a little bit of extra time. Flood almost got there, but Flood, I was watching him, and he had to do the old crouch walking.
He was crouch walking. He didn't want to sort of run into an awkward angle, but as soon as he started getting shot, was when he was like, all right, I'm just going to go.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, better go. Flores, though. Tiggleton.
Has he been seen?
I don't think Tig saw him.
I
don't think Tig saw him. Oh, he did. Man, Tig. So fast, but Hema strikes as well at the same time. Tiggleton just barely, but gets knocked before he can confirm the flush. It's high sacking. Look at these angles from Vietnam. They're all over the place.
That's ridiculous. Monty's got a real handful to deal with now. I honestly don't even think this is going to be salvageable. Honestly, this might be a world where Monty has to say, out of the Soul solo.
They're so far away from each other.
Yeah.
Like this 2-1-1 they have is crazy. Now they're reinforcing because there was a knock, but goodness me, that is just so much confidence to have in those players that are out there at, 300, 200 meters. Grenades being thrown by Monty. He still has 2 more to go. Trying to keep the hopes alive for Australia. Korea's going to use this opportunity and just scoot on by.
Yeah, I mean, I think best case scenario for Monty here is someone's going to try and third-party Vietnam. You can't expect to get away with 4 right now. They're going to all come charging at him. He might be able to line 1 or 2 up. It's a nice angle. He can take those isolated duels, but you're asking for too much from a single guy. So Australia's out in 13th. Korea have heard those shots. They've seen the knock in the kill feed. They are maybe thinking about it, but it doesn't look like they're going to head on into
Isaki's right near where Korea
kind
of pulled up. So curious to see if they're going to be able to figure that out in time. Hisaki, he is so smart with his positioning. He's going to see a player there. Obviously not going to pull the trigger. There's no hope of getting a knock of any kind. We saw James flying around, but he's mostly just doing combat air patrol for Norway right now. Seeing if there's anybody near. Hisaki just getting all the info he needs to make the decisions he wants. Sees James, says, okay, James, if you screw up your flying, I might be able to punish it. If you accidentally crash into a tree or something, which, we've seen happen a few times this year. Those gliders are tricky.
Yeah.
Well, they're PUBG players, not pilots, so got to give them a little bit of a break.
This has been a big game from Vietnam so far. 6 kills on the board. On rocketing up the standings. Looking to maybe overtake Korea if they can maybe win this fight on the northern side of the map. Isaki's not interested in it, though. He'll be backing off to rejoin the rest of the troops. And it seems to be pretty quiet around Rondo at the moment. Seen a few teams go down early. Builds a bit of space, for the rest of the teams that are hanging around. Vietnam's in transition. Where are they going to end up? It's a bit of an interesting rotation. Because to me, there's no immediately obvious place to come into the zone.
You're absolutely right. You might have to take a risk and try to fight somebody or just try to cut through some open space.
And if you're going to do that, is it not better the enemy that you know than the enemy you don't? Right, knowing that Korea was kind of close by, we sort of have a rough idea of where they are. We've maybe been hearing some shots from Turkey and stuff like that. But if we rotate all the way down south and try and just cut in somewhere, we have no idea what we're getting into. So Vietnam have actually turned around and gone back to their original position, which I think is probably a bit of a better choice given the circumstances.
The problem is Korea has gotten ahead of the game there. We've already spotted this out, and they're setting up shop to take a fight. Look at that, Corey's already down to 1 hit. Seoul's gonna find it. Looking for the flush, take some damage, but wanted to make sure that that was a confirmed kill. And now Vietnam, yes, they have Hisaki in the zone. They're gonna try to get to him, but they lost a player along the way.
Yeah. Maybe just a little bit of indecision from Vietnam there. Seems to have cost them. Might lose another one. Hisaki dropping a bit of damage. What is going on here? All right. On their way. Korea are going to have to be on their way as well, so it's pushing out their back. So it looks like we'll see the end of that little engagement for the moment.
Yeah, Korea's going to have to regroup now and also have a similar dilemma to what Vietnam was facing in a way. Do you try to fight? Do you try to cut by teams? We can see on the map that there's some room around the northern edge, but this is, again, a relatively flat part of the map, and we're just...
Painful shift if you're Korea.
Very. There is not much to work with here. Thailand quickly identifying that there's a hillside that they can work with, heading in towards that. It's still Norway and Indonesia that you have to deal with along this north edge in this compound that they've kind of split between themselves. So this is very, very difficult for Korea, to say the least. You're going to have to fight, probably no matter what. And like we saw with Australia in the previous game, yeah, you might be able to wipe one team out, but there's layers of this onion you're going to have to peel.
Well, Korea have made the right choice. They've gone north. This is the side of the map that was a little bit less busy. Catch up with their rotation in just a minute, because Vietnam and Turkey are butting heads. We've also got to worry about Norway behind Vietnam as well. They've also kind of got Indonesia to deal with. Starting to get a little bit spicy on this north side of the map.
A little bit of that deployable cover there for Vietnam. Give them a little bit of extra, but those triangles don't give you too much, to be honest. They're not the biggest objects in the world, and it's pretty easy to find an angle, especially again on this map. So much space. Teams to see with, oh, nice headshot, Spectro. Almost found the second to get the knock. Korea trying to do some recon along the way, getting the bus and get going. We don't have a ton of time to figure things out here with the Phase 4 blue starts to tick pretty quickly. Indonesia as well has to make their move ahead of Korea. So Korea, this actually might work out pretty well for Korea because they're going to get a lot of info off this.
Oh, what is going on? Taikon, he's going to get run over. Vietnam in all sorts of trouble. Norway have just sent it right into the thick of things. But it might be Norway that's in all the trouble, actually, because Vietnam lock it down. Norway eliminated Thailand. Does the same to Indonesia, and in the blink of an eye, now it's all starting to pop off. Nurans. Oh, there's no way!
No way he gets both!
Ionix and Salute both go down. Can he get the flush before he gets chased by the rest of Korea? Ionix will be finished off. You're kidding me.
Oh, Nurans, how? How in the world? I thought he was dead to rights. His position got given up because of that Indonesia maneuver, and Korea's like, okay, he's isolated most likely. That's probably the anchor player. Let's take that down first. Kind of pick him apart. Savior. Lun Lun stuck here. That's a great grenade from Cold Marco. Savior strikes, takes down Ruren. He's shot in the back, and Cold Marco steps up with the AUG. Barrel stuffs him. Chinese Taipei eliminated a 10th. 2 players only for Turkey. And Seoul Heaven Salute. Able to find that res, get up to 3 players. Nonix, of course, as you mentioned, taken down. So at least just enough space on the edge of the circle for Korea to maintain. But circle again, southwest hard shift.
It's Germany's day, man. It's Germany's day. They've got to run with it. They're getting a lot of favorable shifts at the moment. Oh, dear.
I got him. It got him. It landed on him. I think that's the first time it's happened in PUBG Esports. I'm pretty sure.
It's going to be all good. It's going to be all good. We'll get you up, buddy.
I was waiting for that, for somebody to get killed by one of those. I was waiting for someone to use it offensively to get a kill.
I mean, it had to happen eventually, right? Oh, Loot from downtown just knocks Jacob's block off. Ronnie X and the rest of Japan are going to have to move, right? This was looking pretty good for Japan. They had a nice central compound, but Zone started to shift away from them. They haven't really capitalized on that position so far. They've only got the 1 kill for this game. They are a team that's in desperate need for points. Same to be said for Canada, but I'm not sure it's going to quite come together for Canada.
Oh, it's rolling. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Japan still kicking this 2-2 split. Going to have to be condensed as they try to make their way through the door. Canada continues this drive by German firing lines. They're taking a bunch of damage. Very tough position. Found a brief moment where they can rest up and get some heals through, but that Dacia is already sparking, and that's not the player. That's just the vehicle state itself. And that's not great because that means it doesn't have a lot of life left in it for your next maneuver.
No, and you're going to be basically gate-kept by Germany at this point. They're not going to need to do anything but sit in that compound and wail on your opponents.
I don't think any of those buildings are in. Maybe that warehouse for Korea there in that compound, but maybe the very edge of that eastern warehouse.
Yeah.
Just barely.
Playable if they want it.
But they're going to go for the rock, or the windmill hill.
Windmill Hill.
I don't have a lot of good names for stuff on this map yet.
No.
It's mostly just what me and my friends make up as we go. Oh, grenade. Oh.
Cook it some more.
I'll go the shields for Japan.
I mean, that's really all you've got to work with at this point, isn't it?
A little bit of a hill, and goodness.
How are they finding all of these angles, man? Like, Korea are just picking players off one by one.
You know the map? Looks like they're very well aware. So much of this map is finding this edge that has like just a little bit of elevation and a little bit of hillside.
Right.
You can do so much damage in this part of the map because it's so wide open. It's so hard for everybody else to find that safe space. Fluky identified. Grenade way too far from Seoul, but Heaven feeling like maybe he's got a better read on this, and everything in the kitchen sink coming. Fluky avoiding disaster so far. Canada now striking in the blue zone plus the frag, gonna take him down. It's good coordination there. Brazil in the meanwhile off screen taking out Turkey. They're out in 8th.
Yeah, I mean, this could be another big game for Brazil, right? Just having a look at that next zone shift. Brazil are in the only compound that's inside of the next zone, and they are starting to pick up their game a little bit as well. Game 3 and Game 4 looking pretty good. There's Brazil on the kill feed again for all the right reasons.
Imas still in the blue. Is he actually going to be able to get back in?
He's got 3 more medkits.
He's going to have to run at some point.
It's a bit of a death sentence, you'd think. Shroomsy's finished off by Brex as well. So Germany keeping that scoreboard ticking over nicely as well. Here comes Japan, sending it into the center.
That's ambitious.
That is bold. That is very ambitious indeed.
Tell me you have those folding shields.
Not sure that's working out.
They're in a very tricky spot. Everybody has sightlines on them basically from like all the angles around that edge, other than maybe the west side. Canada.
Firing squad.
Yep. It's the prone town, but Korea, they are so accurate right now with these DMRs.
Why is it Korea have an angle onto every single team, it feels like? I mean, Brazil's obviously actually ending up getting the pickings of the litter here when it comes to Japan.
Oh, no!
Oh!
How do you survive?
I have no idea, man. I tell you what, if a car landed on me like that, I'm not sure I'd have half HP.
There's plenty of grenades still in the bag. Oh, what are those headshots, Heaven? He is doing so much damage. Seoul getting involved now. Just mowing players down from Canada.
Man.
Oh, man.
It is Korea's world. We're just living in it.
Yeah. I mean, that's my life.
The thing is, they're not actually picking up that many points. Like, all of the knocks that they're getting are kind of being stolen.
They're farming damage per round.
Yeah.
Got that going for you. There you go. That's just a knock. Rex is, oh, Heaven just barely.
Can only imagine how clean this game would be looking right now for Korea if they hadn't lost Iononyx earlier. They'd be 4 strong. Cleaning house on the southern side of the map. Oh my god.
Outrageous. Outrageously good DMRing.
What
the AWM. Oh.
Okay, well, could we get another German victory here? I wonder.
They look great, man. I mean, Japan just has Kane left. Nope. Okay, forget that.
I mean, as far as Germany's concerned, it's not Kane, it's Kain. Which means none in German.
That was a great joke.
And that is exactly how you spell it as well.
You get a gold star for today, my friend.
Thank you.
Brazil still has a real good role to play in this too, though. I have to imagine they're sitting on a decent amount of utility, even though they used a lot to clear out Japan. You know, with that compound there and sneak through a few more bodies. Down go cover triangles for Germany. But it's not giving them a lot. A little.
But the zone shift is.
The zone shift is very favorable, so those might actually end up being what they need to get through this. You know, 'cause now Brazil and Korea have to consider their maneuvers, and you'd love for one team or the other to kind of really engage Germany before you make your move, but Kraken identified a rock that was safe and just said, well, I got to try.
Yep. Just got to take some space somewhere. He should be okay. Nades are getting tossed in his direction, but it's going to be difficult to find an angle that's really going to pressure him unless maybe Mika gets close with a molly potentially, slides it in. He's holding onto a nade. 2-man pushing forward now, Germany. Oh, that nade was very good, but
bounce.
Kraken is surviving. The Molotov's gone a little bit too deep. That's what I'm talking about. It's just a little bit too difficult to find an angle for the nades around that rock. It's quite large. And Korea haven't found an angle either.
I did see 3 frags still in Heaven's bag, so there's a chance that maybe they can find some success. Heaven's just keeping an eye out.
Don't give them an angle with that DMR, I'll tell you that.
Yep.
Learned one thing this game.
Yeah, you do not want to be, and then he shoots. Waited, cars were moving, trying to use that opportunity to catch Brazil a little bit off guard, but
it's awkward.
Yeah, they have to fall back a bit to make sure that Sparking get back up and running.
There's not a lot of terrain for Korea to play.
No, there's like none.
Chris is going to walk across, have a bit of a look.
I don't know where you go. As Korea, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
It might be this hill edge. Yeah, but this is not good.
Well, off we go. Korea moves, Brazil moves, and Germany strikes. Mika's going to get that finish onto Guzera. And unfortunately for Brazil, it sort of feels like they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They didn't really have anywhere to go, and Korea and Germany both have ankles on them, which is obviously not going to end well. Mika wants to push his way forward with that P90 and get into the thick of things, but honestly, doesn't even really need to. Brazil are suffering. What is going on here?
Oh, there's two players in this, and they're just spraying him down. Salute's got one, he's got two! Unbelievable! And they don't lose a single player!
Are you kidding me? What is Korea doing this game? It's just insane.
They're unstoppable. Seemingly nothing, no resistance being put forward. Payne's trying to cut through Germany. Sparking still alive. Seoul in heaven, ripping players apart, and it's just Payne's.
There's no way they're going to go back to back. What a wild game this has been from Korea. I mean, like, when I said it's Korea's world, we're just living in it, I kind of half believed it. I didn't know that they were going to win the game, but right now, it really feels like that's true. Korea can do no wrong. Look at that! Unbelievable. Korea walk away with it again, back to back. And the USA better be worried, because Korea is in town. In fact, no, we are in Koreatown.
No doubt about it. I thought there was really not much hope there for Korea. Just looking at Germany's position, looking at the way they were controlling their space, I thought maybe you get a couple kills, maybe you just try to cannibalize the points off of Brazil and make it work from there. And they were like, nah, they're fighting.
Yeah.
We're going to take the win.
That's some disappointed looking faces for Germany, I have to say. I'm not an expert, but I can read a bit of body language. And it was looking a little bit sad there, a little bit frustrated maybe, because honestly, that could have been a second win for Germany, definitely. It felt like, you know, they had a really good position inside the zone, but for some reason they just didn't see, didn't hear, didn't recognize Korea on that wrap in behind. Two lads in the bus, downtown, off you go. And picking up the game-winning play for Korea. I mean, imagine, like I said, how dominant that could have been had Ionix not gone down as well. That was the only point in that game where it felt like Korea made a misstep.
Yep.
Was that push on the Nurans and losing those two players.
And it wasn't even like it was a bad idea, it was just Nurans outplayed it.
No, I mean, he just had some great shots by the looks of things.
Yeah. Well, I completely forgot that this match started with a hot drop.
Yeah.
That feels like forever ago after that crazy good endgame. This was a great hold by Australia. I mean, it's a little bit tough because you do lose a player, and then Vietnam just is so strong when they find those coordinated executes against you. Not much you can do. Tiggleton, at least, doing his damnedest to fight back.
If Tig survives there, if he doesn't cop that last shot from elsewhere, maybe there's a world where Australia can kind of salvage that one, because he had a little bit of a little divot of cover that he could have hidden in, but obviously wasn't the case. And well, you know, the deeper we go into this highlights reel, the more we're going to get to Korean highlights. This was an interesting push from Norway. It just does not work out at all.
And again, this maneuver from Indonesia gave Korea a lot of information to do what they needed to do to get into that circle. So that's just, again, better patience from Korea. Works in their favor. Jacob? Oh, okay. That's Salute shooting you in the back. That's what that highlight was.
I think definitely safe to say at this point that Korea has been the most consistent roster so far. USA, Vietnam are definitely up there, but both have had their sort of like more middling kind of average games. Whereas Korea have actually been in the mix every single game.
Yeah,
really.
They're darn good.
Third, fifth, first. That's been Korea so far today. Whereas USA went first, second, and then ninth in game 3. So they dropped off pretty quick.
Korea's just pedal to the metal. It helps when you're hitting those shots that they were doing, like with those DMRs. Every time we look at them, they're like headshot, headshot, headshot. There's that one time Heaven hit like 3 headshots just spraying through smoke.
On different players.
Yeah. Absolutely crazy. Well, we've got an interview here coming up for you guys. Let's talk through what's been going on so far. My suspicion is it's a Korea player.
Hello guys, I'm here with the back-to-back chicken dinner winner, Team Korea Seoul. 서울 선수, 와, 2연승 치킨 축하드립니다. 와, 이렇게 매치 3과 4, 일단 2연승으로 치킨을 이렇게 얻어가신 거 한번 소감 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 오늘 한 판 정도는 먹을 수 있을 거라고 생각했는데 이제 2판 먹었고 나머지 2판도 노려봐야 될 때가 아닌가 싶습니다.
I asked him, how does it feel to win 2 back-to-back chicken dinners? And he said, I thought we would take 1 chicken home, but we took 2 already, so maybe the left 2 will take 1 as well. And like the circle didn't really go out in your favor like in the beginning, so I want to know like what kind of mindset you guys went into to make that chicken dinner, yours at the end of the game. 이제 초반에는 자기장이 좀 불리하게 이렇게 시작이 됐었는데 하지만 끝내 이렇게 오늘 치킨을 또 가져가셨잖아요. 좀 어떤 식으로 이렇게 경기를 풀어나가셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 그전에 한국팀이 공격력으로는 1등이라고 생각을 해서 감독님께서 조금 더 공격적이게 구멍은 많으니까 구멍 잘 찾아서 좀 해봐라 라고 말씀을 주셨고 그거를 그냥 네 알겠습니다 해보겠습니다 하고 해봤는데 그게 좀 잘 먹혔던 것 같아요.
We as a team thought that we were like one of the most aggressive teams here, and our coach said, put more weight on your aggressive side. So we said, oh yeah, we'll do it, and then it all worked out for us. All right, congratulations, Seoul, for your win, and we'll expect more chickens from you. 이제 대한민국의 서울 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 분석 데스크 나와주세요.
Well, Seoul said, put some weight on their aggressive side. Yeah, that's working out.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking everything's gone perfectly right now for Korea, right? I wouldn't change a thing from what we've seen there on Game 3 and Game 4. If they keep that going into Erangel, man, they are going to be at the top of the standings. And in fact, they might be at the top of the standings at this point already. Like, I think they've probably overtaken USA now. So we're starting to see that little storyline that we were starting to build at the start of the day maybe creep away a little.
Yeah, I mean, I think after the way that last year went, like it was a little bit of a slow start for Korea,
right.
And as they went, they picked up speed, and then, they accelerated on the last couple of days, and here they're just out the gates, just, murdering people. It's crazy good.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, looking forward, obviously, 2 more games to go today. Erangel, another change of pace, so, I'm looking at teams like Japan, China, try and change things up a little bit, maybe come into the last couple of games and do it a little bit better, but it's hard to say at this point how that's going to go. Seoul, this time, man of the match. So, can we really be surprised?
Yeah, he just continues to just rain destruction down on everybody. You know what I mean? Like, he is, last year, the best player in the world. For 2023, the best player in the world. Now he's just like, he's had a little bit of a rough go of it, changing teams. Still individually very strong, and now he's back, like, playing with some of the best in Korea, and he's just bragging out again. Just crazy good.
Yeah. I mean, no complaints when it comes to Korea at this point, has to be said. The way that they're sort of working together and working individually as well, I think is really impressive at this point. So that's the benefit, again, of not making too many changes to your roster. Here's the match 4 leaderboard. 22 points out of that one for Korea. And I imagine that will be more than enough to overtake USA. And honestly, at this point, it's starting to look like it could be a really big day from Korea. They'll be at 55 after Game 4. So you're starting to put together maybe a 70-point day.
Yeah, jeez, that's more than 11 points a game.
Yeah, that's massive.
That's a lot. They're having a great day. Germany, though, honestly, very pleasantly surprised.
Props, yeah.
They're playing great. They're playing this edge style. Yeah, circle shifts help, but they're making their amount of gains out of it. And yeah, 10-point lead now for Korea over the United States. After how strong the USA came out, I thought, well, this is, they're going to come out today probably on top or very close, and instead it's Korea.
Game 3 to Game 4 was a 7-point deficit for Korea to USA, and now it's a 10-point lead. So that is a big, big turnaround. Nice to see Germany hanging in there as well. Then Vietnam, it's a bit of a drop. After you get, beyond those top 3, it kind of feels like Vietnam, Brazil. They've been doing decent, but they haven't really popped off. Neither have had their pop-off game just yet. Norway have been in there. They've been a little bit of a pest. I feel like Australia's gotten unlucky. Hashtag no bias. Thailand in there. Maybe not.
Hashtag some bias.
No. What do you mean? Thailand in there haven't been like, hugely impressive. They've done enough.
Yeah.
But they haven't been like, okay, yeah, they're here. They're really here to contest. And I think the other team that we kind of have to touch on, and unfortunately for the wrong reasons, is UK. Like, UK is just missing at this point in time. So
yeah,
that's rough.
China too.
I mean, sure.
Shockingly with only 4.
We had questions about China though. Yeah. We definitely had a lot of faith in the UK, but China, we had our questions. I don't know that I expected them to be at the bottom of the scoreboard, but at least there was a bit like, well, we're not really sure.
It just befuddles me that China doesn't do better at PNC.
It's just one of those events, I guess.
Yeah, it just seems like they can't quite all get on the same page for whatever reason. There's no doubt about it. There's tons of talent in that region. You see it every single event, every single global. There's one team or another that's in the running. You know, this year, Petrichor, Road, 17 Gaming, you know, are always good. 4AM's been pretty good this year. New Happy's always there. It's just like at this event, for whatever reason, just doesn't seem to really come together.
I don't know. I mean, I'm picking up what you're putting down, right? You've got such a star-studded roster in there, and it still doesn't really work out for them. So, either way, you know, that's 4 games done. We've still got 2 to go, so we'll see if things change up.
Absolutely, guys. Well, we have 2 more games. Erangel coming at you for our last 2 games of the day. So you don't want to go anywhere because PNC is heating up, and Korea continues their dominating run as we look forward to see who's going to come out on top today. PNC is a lot of fun, great event. We're having a great time. Waiting for this commercial to happen is basically what it is. We're waiting for the Korean feed is basically what things boil down to. All right, I think we're good. Can we close? Are we done? We go to commercial? Bye, we're going.
We the best, no contest. We the best. There ain't no one like cause you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best. No contest. We the best.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
got a scoop on what's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Rules. Smash them all!
We the best, no contest. We the best. There ain't no one like cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in a text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best, no contest. We the best. For the wicked, I'm bad and I'm blessed. Put it to the test. For the rest, there ain't no contest.
And we're back. PNC 2024, day number 1. 4 games in the book, 2 more to go. And Team Korea, you can see that the match predictions heavily have leaned in their favor, and 50% of the time, you'd be right.
It is changing up, though. I'm pretty sure USA was in 5th at one point, and I think now they're obviously in 4th. I'm pretty sure UK was in 4th at one point, so maybe some of the votes starting to change up a little bit as a result of that. But yeah, Korea at the top, no doubt about that one. See whether or not that is going to change up going to Erangel, which is going to be the last map of the day. Couple of times. We're going to go to Game 5 and Game 6 in just a second. And I don't know, have you been super surprised by anything today? I think for me, the biggest surprise has been a positive one, and I think it's been Germany.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think like I knew they'd be like solid. I didn't think they'd be this good coming out the gate, but we are very ready to start Erangel. We open the gates for our final map, our final 2 games. Let the plane fly, see where we are going to be going. Check out that observatory.
Yep.
Fun Stalber. I'm glad they added that. I'm a physics guy, so
I'm
very keen on seeing some cool sciencey stuff.
And yet you've ended up in esports.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I promptly got a bachelor's degree in physics and was like, I want to do esports.
I was a film student. I have a film degree, so yeah, maybe a little bit closer, I guess. You know, it's a broadcast, it's a production, and
yeah,
that kind of helps a little bit, but Anyway.
You're not the only one I know.
Really?
That's a caster that, yeah, has a film degree. Or was trying to get one. I know a few.
I got one, but never used it.
Yeah, you know. Favorite movie then?
Really? You know, I was a bad film student.
Fair enough.
Let's leave it at that.
Right.
I passed. I got it.
There you go.
But
favorite drop spot on Aaron Gelder?
Rozok. Has to be Rozok.
Rozok?
Yeah, I always loved dropping on Rozok.
Nice.
I don't know what it was about it.
I'm a Rozok fan.
It was either Rozok or Georgia Pole for me.
Gotcha.
Georgia
I like
Pole pretenders.
Lipovka, but nowhere in this plane path. Just looking to see UK way out to the north. I wonder if they were Kameshki Stalberg. Korea, I almost called them Donawak because they were going to Yaz, and I was like, yeah, okay, wait, nope. They're Korea. Maybe half Donawak.
Oh, big old split from Australia around Pachinki. They're covering a lot of distance, and USA doing the same around Georgia Pole. Looking for some vehicles. Got 3 teams down on the Sosnovka Island. Which is maybe not quite so standard.
I think alternate drops there have to be in play.
Well, it has to be with the plane path, right? Someone maybe from Lipovka or from Milta or Milta or something like that.
Oh, and the circle actually going to go west towards Canada's drop spot.
Yeah, it could be another good game for the USA as well.
Yeah. This is a real opportunity for them. You know, normally Sonics at international events haven't been dropping Pachinki, so they usually were going like Gatka split, but for this event, South George, it's actually Tickleton's team, the other Sonics player who has control of Pachinki.
Right.
So I'll watch and see how they want to do this. USA definitely, I'm keen to see if they can rack up some more points. This is comfortable territory, you would think, with the way this circle is. Should be pretty easy.
What's happened here?
I'm not entirely sure.
We get the ambulance.
Maybe a parachute oopsie.
Yeah.
Hit a tree and drop.
I'm going to slow you up, especially in a position like this where, you know, you probably do want to be on the move. But it is what it is. All right, here's Japan. We'll make the best finish in Japan's history.
Oh.
What would that be? That would be...
Statement, I think it's the first PNC.
6th, yeah. They finished 7th in 2019, so they would need to finish 6th. They are not on their way to finishing 6th at the moment.
I have fond memories of that team from 2019.
Right.
Especially Depp, that 3K he had against Germany on Miramar at the Red Brick compound was absolutely disgusting. But yeah, I'd love to see this Japan team do better. I mean, truly, I think there's potential in that squad. They just have to be, I think, more confident and a little more aggressive. I think if they're, instead of just diving for that center circle and trying to play defense there at the end of that game, if they try to take a fight on the edge, who knows? You know, maybe things go different. And I know hindsight is 20/20, but I think in general, like, when you're in those positions where if center circle is just a death trap anyway, you might as well just go and fight and see if you get points.
Yeah. I mean, hindsight is 20/20, that's fair, but also you could look at that rotation that they made and go, ooh, when it was happening, it didn't really look like it was going to work out. And it didn't. In the end, obviously, either. But here's Team Korea, currently sitting quite comfortably at the top of the standings. 55 points, 10 above the USA. And if you could maintain a 10-point lead, and maybe even build on it these last couple of games, but maintain at least a 10-point lead going into day 2, I think that's a pretty good shout.
Yeah, that would be a very hot start for a team that was already a threat to win this event.
Back-to-back, potentially. And the first team to do it twice in a Nations Cup as well.
Yep. Be a lot of firsts for them.
Yeah, touching on the top kill leaders at the start of the last game, Jeems up there at that point, but now it's Seoul and Salute, both sitting at 10. And Paints.
Yeah, that's their 5th chicken dinner in PNC history. They didn't have any in 2019.
It's funny, isn't it?
It's so, when somebody told me that, I was like, what?
Oh, what about this? Today, it's running to Savior. London's in there as well. Seaboy's going to go down. This is terrible for Indonesia. Wait, where did that come from? Trick. He has done a bit of a magic trick there. Got rid of Sennan and Savior, so instantly a trade back. It's now 1v1. Or 2v1.
2v1. Maybe a 1v1. Lunlun's very weak. Oh, we're able to get the finish. Lunlun able to just barely win out that fight against Yomik.
Okay, I don't know what to say about that.
That was wild. That's just one of those in-rotation fights.
Yeah.
You know, you can't really fault either squad. It just happened. So You got to try to make the best of it in those chaotic situations.
Yep.
I don't think anybody...
Chinese Taipei, though,
yeah,
they're going to get 4 players up. Very, very lucky.
They should, yeah.
When you're in that kind of situation, you can very easily lose a player or two. Luckily, they don't.
There's actually a couple teams vying for control of Everest. Got Argentina up there along with the United States.
Yep.
Thailand's not too far away. So, you know, USA trying to use that information gathering spot to make their way forward. And instead, it's kind of become a bit of a scuffle for control of this territory, which is normally like, especially if you're the South George team, you're like, this hill's ours, we're going to get the info.
Right.
But a lot of other teams having similar ideas.
Yeah. I mean, Purdy confident enough in the rest of the team to sort of split away from them and lock down that little building outside of hospital that we know if, you know, sometimes that building, if you get a feed on that building, like, you just win the game.
Oh, yeah. There's a couple of those compounds south of hospital. They're just like,
Very, very good.
GG.
And USA sitting at the top of Everest here. I think at this point, honestly, I don't even know if they're shooting at anybody specifically, rather just making a bit of noise, letting whoever's down there know we're at the top.
Yeah, I like to call that peacocking.
Yeah.
Trying to show that you're stronger than you are.
Very good analogy for sure.
Is this what happened?
Oh! You're kidding.
Sparking started to drive right as he was coming through.
That's unbelievable.
Like combination of like momentum.
The velocity of the parachute.
Yeah.
What is it? Is it Newton's law?
F equals ma.
I don't know, man. You're the physics guy, you said.
Yeah. Force equals mass times acceleration.
Something about an object has some
in motion tends to stay in motion unless acted upon by force.
It was very much
That's
acted
the
upon.
second law, I think.
Very much acted upon.
Where's that third law? I don't remember now. That was too long ago. I stopped paying attention.
Right.
I gave up on physics. Also, my specialty was acoustics.
Acoustics within physics?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, like, since there's not much going on,
Oh,
my graduating project, so I had to, like, since I was on the experimental side, which means I built stuff, I was more of, like, almost an engineer.
Right.
Was a device that made holograms using ultrasound waves.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like a prototype for one, basically.
Man, you could have been someone really special.
No.
And then you ended up here sitting next to me. You must be so disappointed.
I wouldn't rather be anywhere else.
I'm sure.
Well, the gliders, very popular today.
Yeah.
Usually it's like one team uses them and nobody else does. But
yeah. You got those specialty teams that don't mind it.
I like it. I'm a fan. I like the gliders. I think they're really fun.
I think it's cool too.
I love getting like a friend with me and we fly around and we just try to Car 98 people from the air. The best. Don't stall. There you go. Give Kane a Dragunov and he will knock everyone. This is what Pure Boy says. Coach.
I hope they've got a Dragunov.
I hope so. He's only got a Mark 12 though, so.
They're going to need some points.
Yeah. I want to see Kane pop off. He can be a really good player. I've seen it before, and I hope that we see it again. Brazil, of course, after all of the early troubles they had, is going to be very late. But it's Erangel, and there's a lot of space in the circle. So.
Yeah, you know, one team that I'm looking at here as we're kind of touching on the rotations, obviously you're talking about Brazil and Japan having both made their way off Sosnoka Island, but the team that kind of catches my eye looking at the map stream is the UK. They're up north, just above North Georgia Pole, and, you know, we kind of want to see a good game from UK if they're to be part of the conversation, and it's actually quite pertinent that the observers have turned over to Korea right here because they are the team that UK is going to have to go through. Can just sort of catch a little bit of whiff of them now as they start to make their way in. So it seems like maybe the observing team is on the same train of thought as I am, and they're wondering, how is this game going to play out for the UK? Because it's not looking great. You know, you're on the northern side. Zone isn't going to necessarily be too favorable for you. You've got to go through Korea. Presumably this zone's going to shift south. You have to cross the bridges. Thailand's kind of set up to deal with players crossing the bridge. And even then, if you get through all of that, then you've got a massive clump of teams to kind of like work into. So this is looking pretty rough for UK. And given that they're sitting on only 10 points for the day, after having been such a good team in the last couple of years of Nations Cup,
this is a trap.
We are getting worried.
This is a trap. Korea's got great angles to cover Seoul. He's kind of the linchpin, and they've got players set up on both sides to really collapse on any team that comes from the north. T-Bone in trouble. T-Bone knocked.
Wow, what a spray.
that's just great. That, you know, this is such a great setup that Korea has, because if anybody gets shot at, there's somebody else to cover. The grenade is out. Michael's only taking a little bit of damage. Vard now trying to do something about it, but there's that crossfire I'm talking about. Heaven's got one, and he's doing it, and Onyx as well getting involved, and things are falling apart for the UK.
Yeah, it's the CMRs again that are looking so damn scary. He's getting the rifles involved as well. Goodness me. You saw that coming a mile away. Man, a rough day at the office for the UK. I don't know that you can necessarily expect that kind of a setup, but damn, that was perfection from Korea.
Just a unbelievably well-designed setup that they have for that trap.
And honestly, Korea is looking like they're getting better and better as the day goes on. And that's what scares me a little bit.
The confidence is through the roof right now. And their shots are starting to hit because of it. And that's super scary for everyone else in this lobby. Meanwhile, USA, actually, Purdy drove around for a bit, decided to come back. The rest of his squad, and he's got a bunch of Turkey players. He's got him off guard a little bit, but he's down to 1 HP. No! Tries to hold the spray. Smash takes him down. Grenades are out for the USA. They're rolling down the hill, doing a ton of damage. Australia, though, trying to find that back angle. Trees in the way a little bit, making it difficult. Good grenades flashing into Smash. He's trying to slide back down the hill towards safety. Smokes have to come down because of those shots from Australia.
Messy game to start things off here on Erangel. I was going to say it's been a slow start, but Phase 2 shift has really picked the pace up a little bit. Purdy, he was that isolated player away from the USA. He might not be getting away with any more. Might be donezo. Marco from Turkey trying to do a bit of a number onto the USA. Take away Everest from them. The matter we finished off by a nade. And Monty's knock onto Ruin. Not sure that that's quite going to be converted, but it is looking like a pretty dangerous place to be up on top of Everest.
This is a massive gamble from Turkey. Like, you either get up this hill and you get a foothold and you're kind of okay, or this happens. If you get caught on your way up, you're stuck in a real bad spot. Okay, well, James, of course.
James is just doing James things.
Yeah. I mean, he's from Norway. He's, you know.
Bit of a mountaineer, is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
They have big mountains there? I've never been.
I think so.
Can I imagine that they do?
Oh, James, come on. There's no way to read this. Unbelievable grenade. Absolutely unbelievable, James.
Dunked. Bro, get that guy on an NBA team. Forget these US guys.
That was crazy good.
That's going to be very difficult for US to get Shrimsy back up here.
Well, yeah, now you've got to worry about how are you going to get back down there? Is that player still there? Are those grenades still going to be coming in? He's got them dialed in. Turkey's still down there. That's a really difficult spot now to be in as the USA.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes that's the nature of the beast, being that team up on Everest, but hold the press for a second right here. HC's right outside the window. Surely they've heard the pin being pulled on that grenade. They'll hear the nade getting thrown and exploded. HC in a bit of trouble here, actually. What?
What is he doing? The flare gun? Is he going for the rare flare gun kill? Oh.
Bamboozled. I'm bamboozled.
I think that might have been an oopsie on the keyboard.
I don't know.
Not sure. I thought the idea was initially pretty good. Those windows have the bars in them, so you can't vault out of them, so he knows he's safe.
I think he could have just sat there and not pulled the nade, maybe.
That's probably the better idea.
And just hidden, and maybe he could have gotten away with one kill, something like that. Caught his rotators across, but end of the day, once you make noise, they know you're there. They're going to have to clear you out. There's no other option.
Sparking at the point there. Norway's James just being an absolute nuisance. The res did happen. James, danger close. Able to get away without getting taken out. Snaker's just trying to keep the rest of his team safe.
Oh, no.
Oh, Coach Marco. Oh, point stolen.
Well, fly toe close to the sun. That was James.
I've heard the sun's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Heard that.
Yeah.
There's that flare.
I can hear it.
Oof. That hurts. A little bit of a car sandwich there.
It's been a little bit of a weird game so far. I think it's fair to say. But Korea's on the move, and one thing about Korea is that they're not weird. They have not played a weird game today at all. They have been by the book. and very, very good as well. I think they read the best book in the world, whatever that may be. Take your own pick. But they've learned from the best by the looks of things.
They are.
And I mean, that's continuing as well. Like, they've got a really nice little slice of pie out here on the western side of GAC Fields.
Yep. And so this gives you a few good attack vectors towards the eastern side of the circle, where teams, you know, you can take a fairer fight that direction. You just have to worry about potentially teams in those houses. However, you might be able to get the info that those are clear, although China just rolled into some of them. So now your real concern is the German players that are on this radio tower. And Onyx is just, you know, seeing them and saying, okay, let's set up the crossfire. Let me know when you're ready.
Yep.
We'll pull the trigger. I'm going to find a better angle.
Did it to Team Thailand on Dago.
Yep.
Go further forward as well.
He wants to get this hay bale. Wants a little bit of extra safety. Now, Evan's just like, I've got him dead to rights anyway. I'm just going to put him down. Trying to find another. Not quite able to get it. But that set up an Onyx for the grenade. Let's loose. Is it going to be on the money? No, they're able to drive away. Put their knocked player in the vehicle. Try to get safety.
Well, I think Germany might have been out of the frying pan into the fire here, potentially. See what Thailand ends up doing. They are sending it right past. Maybe in Germany. Hopefully, as far as Germany's concerned, they're going to go past. That'll be the case in the end. USA getting some shots across there as well. Thailand have actually done a bit of a gauntlet run, and it's going to continue as well. They've got to go past Turkey now as well. Lyric's down. Nuren's down. This is not looking good for Thailand at all, but one trade does come back on through. Fluky dropped by Ruan. Unfortunately, you can't drive past this many teams and expect to get away with it.
And Jacob, very low on health. Not sure if that first aid's going to get out in time. He's done. Even though the grenade bounces off the front of the vehicle.
It's just so low.
Thailand. Yeah, they took so much damage on the way in. That's a desperation maneuver by them. But here's the thing.
USA.
Up, yep, a little bit of space for the USA. Can maybe hope that Turkey's a little bit beaten up.
This is really rough, but if they make it across without taking too much damage, maybe there's a chance. Ruan in a great spot, though, to really do some damage right here. First stop will go the way of the USA. They might still survive as a result of that. Shots coming back in their direction. Ruan, though, is only one man. And USA, they're alive. They've actually made that breach work.
That's so well thought out by the USA.
Patience a virtue.
Absolutely. Saw it with Korea on Rondo. Here at Shinboy, that's a Groza. Can do a world of hurt with that gun. A good grenade from Finn. Finds Pippa, sparking, driving into Team of China. Ace left gets one, but he's traded out by Guizera. Point stolen, Ming Ming down. And China falling apart. Brazil with them. Korea has purview over this fight, and they are punishing both of these squads. Reinforcements now arriving. Saudi D trying to get there, trying to help out. Heaven's going to claim another point. Salute up close and personal now. Trying to see what he can do, but has to back out. Doesn't like his spot. Grenade at his heels. Like taking a little bit of damage, but another shot connecting. One more and he's going to go down.
How's he getting away with this? How? Oh my goodness. He's got about 5,000 HP, it seems like.
They can do no wrong today.
Yeah, apparently. Vietnam have been finished off at the hands of Chinese Taipei, so maybe opens the door up for somebody to steal fourth place away. Brazil would be the team to do it, except they've only got one player alive.
Well, Xiao Wu or Xiao Didi, however you want to pronounce it, either way I think is acceptable, is causing problems for a few teams.
Indeed. Vietnam will maintain fourth.
And he got a knock onto Korea before that. Gave them that extra little breathing room. Now an Onyx out in the open, very weak. God, he could have just found those shots.
Onyx, he's going to have to be quick about that med because Zone is pushing out his back and got a bit of a run to get to the rest of the lads. Zone's going to move well away from Korea. Surely this is not one that they're going to be able to salvage. I mean, just looking at that, that seems like an impossible task for Korea. So I don't think we're going to quite get the hat trick. Oh, it would be cool to see.
Yeah, if China had taken more damage in that fight, they might have been able to swing south, but now they have to continue this run. Ruren, up close personal. He was sneaking, waiting for America. Gonna claim salute instead.
Point to point. And at the moment, Turkey need every single one of those that they can get.
Smokes are out. Korea trying to find a way towards ruined, but Germany has a great sightline down into this fight. Meanwhile, the standoff between Canada and Argentina continues. A lot of levels. Look at all this level 3 gear for Canada.
Australia have to make their move. They have to make a move, but this is not where they're going to end up. I mean, it's Kaka Fields, right? Like, there's not a huge amount to play, so they're going to just use this as the position to try and get a bit of info, maybe even third party in onto this fight between Canada and Argentina. They're hearing a lot of those shots. In the meanwhile, Godfrey's gone down to USA. We're back over to Korea, checking in on them. They seem to be okay. But this fight, I mean, it has to pop off. And I think Australia at this point is saying, well, we're not going to win this game. It's really rough for us to win this game from this position. Let's just try and get some points on the way through.
Absolutely. The full auto, Mark 14 there. Yeah, Shinboy with that Groza got knocked though, so things starting to come apart at the seams for Canada. Sock trying to hold on, hearing a ton of footsteps. Players jumping across the windows, hasn't caught vision of them just yet. Evan, in the meantime, watching for that final player from China.
Ooh.
Sock got one, he got Silzen. Snakers in Germany dusting it up now, and Sock gets one, can't find the transfer.
Australia might go. They see 2 knocks onto Argentina. They know Canada's weak as well. Monty's finished off a kill. Looks like they're going to be on the move. I think they want a third party this one. Australia is on their way into that fight.
They should claim these points where they can. Monty got a knock on a Pippa. Both Korea and China eliminated simultaneously. Finn tries to go up and out the ledge.
He's lucky to be alive. I don't even know how he survived there.
Very lucky. Mollies are everywhere right now. A couple Australia players are on fire, trying to flush out Finn.
It was a gas cannon. He blew up a gas cannon at the bottom of the stairs there, Finn, which bought him a little bit of extra time, but in the end, he's going to go down. Now, though, it becomes a question of what happens with Argentina, because Australia are still trying to keep them out of this fight, but inevitably, someone's going to get spotted somewhere, and in this case, it was Monty. P90 on the other side of that one. I think it's going to be the end of Monty. He's dying to the zone inside of a smoke. The other 3, still relatively healthy, but that's Argentina gone. Australia into the top 5 alongside USA, Chinese Taipei, and Japan. So it looks like we might get a new winner here. USA down to 1, maybe 2 if they're lucky, but the way the shots are coming across from Tiggleton, that may be wishful thinking. Looks like the res is okay.
Just barely.
Where is Australia going to go? That's the big question mark here.
You have to crash Gaka. Probably the blue house that's up on the northwest corner. But instead, Tiggleton wants to take this fight, but the res has already come through. Tig and Flood going big or going home. They're driving on in, but it's actually Kane with the SLR. Gets the knock into Flush, so Flood all on his own here. Luke at the back in the blue. Blue zone grenade in Flood's face, keeping him at bay. The stun's coming out, trying to buy himself the opportunity to maybe get a heal off or something, but the blue zones are everywhere. He's down to 10 HP.
Oh,
surely he's not long for this world.
Smoke's gone down. That might actually help Flood out here. He's not inside of the next zone, though, so it was a desperate play from Australia. They kind of had no good option. If he could get 1 more point on the board, that would be a win as far as Australia are concerned at this point in time. But Chinese Taipei versus Japan feels like it'll be ultimately the big battle. Both those 2 teams are really quite desperate for some points at the moment, so it's kind of nice to see a new victor maybe popping up.
And I think Lunlun just had a headshot on the Flood. Flood once again forced to go prone. Trying to get a first aid kit off, does. Using some mollies. Trying to force an angle. Luke has nowhere to go. Dead. There's just, yeah, no hope. It's all on Flood now.
In that meanwhile, Japan have got a knock on the Savior. I wonder if that could be the go signal for them. They're a little bit more interested in trying to steal that kill onto Luke 12. Flood round the smoke. Did not expect a player out in the zone. So Australia done in 4th.
Flood played that best he could, to be frank.
I mean, yeah, there wasn't really much more you could do, I don't think.
No. Really, the way he threw those stuns, used those mollies, tried to give himself better angles, but good angles for Japan.
All right, here we go. 4 on 3. Japan are going to take some time to get the revive onto Run AX.
I mean, Chinese Taipei is perfectly happy to just chill in the Gaka houses. They don't need to go anywhere. And it is tough for Japan. There's a bit of a hill, like there's a little bit you can work with on the west side, but it's not much. And ideally, you'd like to get to the fence line or get to the northwest corner if you can scout that out. But you know, the wall that Chinese Taipei has set up is is going to be tricky to get through. It's doable, but if Lunlun's hitting headshots like that, just forget it. XK gone.
He's probably going to be resable, though. Question is, can someone cross to him safely? And with the shots coming across from Chinese Taipei, that may be easier said than done. So they're going to play it safe, drop a couple of extra smokes. Fair enough. And indeed, that is where Japan needs to go.
Oh, they're hitting shots on the way through the smoke, even. Just ridiculously good stuff. Kane trying to do what he can, but he doesn't really have an angle to cut off Lunlun's window. So there's not much that Kane can really do to protect his teammates. This is just free reign for Chinese Taipei, and you got to find some way to get in for those 3 players. Is there another vehicle back there? Yes. Okay, so that's the last hope, really, for Japan.
Going to be on their way, but it's not moving too quickly, that Dacia. And shots coming across. Good connections, actually, from both sides. Leo down low. It's going to prevent him from continuing to peak. And somehow, some way, Japan have actually managed to make it out to safety. Mac also makes it by the skin of his teeth.
Jeez, that is as close as it gets. I kind of had thought that maybe the tires were a little worse shape, some of those Dacias for Japan, but actually, no problem for them. They're able to get over, set up shop, but they're on the edge of the Phase 7 circle. Phase 8 will be rearing its ugly head here shortly. Up on the roof then for Lunlun. Love this.
Yeah.
Much better sightlines up there. Japan countering with some roof play of their own.
Lunlun still just a little bit more of a favorable angle by virtue of being slightly higher.
This is, again, you can see it pretty well there. There's a lot of dead zone that's between these two.
You think it's probably going to push Japan out.
Almost 100%.
Whereas Chinese Taipei, a little bit more leeway.
And most likely, like, even if both teams get pushed out, it's going to be Chinese Taipei who gets to move last.
Right.
So that's the real difficulty of this for Japan. And they only have 3 smokes left between them. That's not enough.
No, sir. Had to expend them a little bit earlier on in the piece, so it does come down to, I mean, ideally for Japan getting a knock here and then looking to move, but where do you move to?
You have to find some way to get up close to Chinese Taipei where they can't see you great.
You get a knock and maybe you just try and send it in the cars.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got an M24. I like this idea from Kane. Might as well.
Yep.
Exactly what you're talking about.
Worst
Get that knock.
Worst case scenario, really, for Japan, though, with that zone shift. It pushes them out, doesn't push Chinese Taipei out at all.
Love the Panzer attempt.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that might not be a bad shout, right? Like, if there's going to be a send in some vehicles.
Yeah, if there's another Panzer floating around in these houses, I would definitely have that in the back pocket as Chinese Taipei.
I just don't really see any other options for Japan right now, apart from you probably have one player stay at the back and then send the other 3 forward.
And look at this from Chinese Taipei, though. That one shot from the M24, and all of a sudden they're like, nope, we're not going to.
Well, they don't need to peek. They don't need to peek until they hear the cars.
Yep.
And it's going to be a car. It's not even going to be cars. It's going to be one car. Oh, this can't go well for Japan. Surely not. Going to give it a crack, though. They had to. They had to. And they've actually managed to make the cross okay. One headshot in there, but Japan get across. Unreal. They don't lose a player on that initial cross, but bit of an overpeak in the end. Maybe had to play a little bit slower to get that health kit off. And now Chinese Taipei, they know they have to move. They've got to push their way forward. They lost Lunlun. It is still workable here for Japan.
Still have one player to come and reinforce. Res being attempted. Run AX out on the edge. Here's that Panzerfaust. I knew they had to save one. Send it. He's almost found the angle. Around the corner he goes, but it just hits the vehicle. There's still 2 players knocked for Japan, but Xavier's the only one alive right now for Chinese Taipei. Leo does get the bleed out on the Eamhawk. Kane and Run AX trying to do what they can.
They both going to go for the res? No, Xavier trying to take the fight. If he takes out one more member, puts it into the 1v1, this is winnable. Needs to get a reload off. And Ahmed.
So difficult.
He's allowing the res.
But even just getting XK available, offer you a little bit of information Savior there almost had the timing.
Perfect angle.
Rez came through. Stun is out. Cross noticed. Savior trying to hold the angle. Now trying to just see if he can maybe get him on the next cross. Confirmed there on the kill with the molly.
Oh!
Lun sees this.
He's getting the info.
But there's something he can do.
No, there is something he can do. There is definitely something he can do. He could win this one 1v2 for sure. Nate's getting tossed on in. He's fully blind. Can't see a thing. But he's still alive, and that's the important thing. London, how is he still alive? How is he still getting the info? Savior's got to win this one, surely, with the information. The shots go through. I don't even know who won. It was Japan. Oh my God. A good attempt. It was a good attempt.
It was a scrappy fight there at the end. And I felt like that was going to swing one way or the other so many different times.
Yeah.
Like, oh, Chinese Taipei has got this, oh, Japan's got this, but that timing on that maneuver, just able to get there in time.
I really thought that info was going to win the game for them.
Well, the thing was, I don't know if he saw Run AX or what, because that was the one that surprised me, because Savior was watching the other angle, and I was like, okay, well, this should be fine. Like, yeah, okay, you can see the one player, but he can't lean far enough out the window to see the player that Lun could see.
Right.
But then he just reads the other guy. Maybe the other guy made some noise, I'm not sure, and took him out. Still, you know, that's still a little bit of a mistake, though, from Japan, right?
Right.
Not identify that.
Yeah. I mean, they know that they got the knock on the roof.
Yep.
Like, where else is the guy going to be?
Maybe they thought he dropped down the back,
off, maybe,
and went for the res or something, but
not the case, obviously. But yeah, I mean, talk about this from Korea. Again, just another nail in the coffin for the United Kingdom for at least day one. I mean, it's obviously recoverable day 2 and day 3, but today has definitely not been their day. And in theory, the most consistent team over the last 2 years of Nations Cup to where they are now. It's going to take some big recovery for the UK.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like this last game is a must not win, but be a big game, a big point game for the UK if they're going to be able to roll into, you know, the next 2 days with some hope of finding another title for themselves. Australia, a very difficult spot to be in. A lot of teams, if you're not in Gatka in this circle, you're in a difficult position, or in one of the other compounds that's still in the circle.
Yeah.
These fields are brutal.
Yeah, Japan kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, but they do manage to make it work. That Panzerfaust, if it would have landed, could have made a really big difference, but not the case. How close was Savior to winning this 1v1? I wonder if we get the 14 HP. I can't actually see the Japan player's HP because of the HUD there, but very, very close. Had to be very close. Hey,
yeah.
Japan on the board.
Yeah, no, they're, you know, playing as well as they can in that game. All things considered, the end of that game was pretty well thought out for the most part.
Right.
You know, grabbing that M24 I thought was a really smart idea. Like you were saying, like, you need to find that one knock and then you can make your move. So the M24 is a pretty good option to try to make that happen. They still got there anyway. But yeah, they played that really well. I mean, and, you know, Chinese Taipei was one player less. That kind of hurt them in the end. Very scrappy fight, but yeah, really crazy fights up on the mountain. The Emperor's fights were wild. Like, everybody wanted that territory. That was really interesting to me. Like,
yeah.
There were like, what, 4 or 5 teams up there?
For sure. I don't know if USA was really banking on that. They were there first, and they would have been like, whoa, this is ours. Obviously not in the end. So, yeah, but I think that's kind of maybe the messiness that you might have to expect in a lobby like this, where you do have some teams that are not fully formed teams, maybe haven't played a lot. You know, you're going to see some different stuff.
Yeah.
When it comes to a Nations Cup lobby and how it plays out in comparison to, you know, let's say a PGC lobby, for example. Like, it's going to be 2 different sort of kettle of fish. But one thing that remains the same is Korea. Again, another really good performance from them. Top 4 again. Haven't dropped outside of top 5 so far today. So, really crazy from them. Japan, Chinese Taipei, nice to see them getting on the board a little bit because they were starting to slip down a little too far. USA, another decent game as well to kind of keep that ticking over and try and keep up a pace with Korea.
Yeah, and even though it was a challenging spot for the USA, they really fought tooth and nail for those points. A really good timing maneuver on Turkey to get into that circle, to get that kill, and then, you know, find themselves a little bit extra time in the lobby. Man of the match is going to be Kane. Didn't have a Dragunov, but still doing a really good job. 3 kills, 375 damage. Really a big part of this Japanese team's success, stepping in as the IGL this year, and really having a solid performance overall. So I like to see it. I'm very happy to see Japan win a game.
Was there last year as well, so it would have been in the squad that took 14th at Nations Cup 2023, and going to make an improvement on that. And right now, doing slightly better than that. Slightly.
I think they're almost guaranteed to finish better than they did last year at this point. Like, it's close. That's a really good stuff. Chinese Taipei as well. Very happy that they're playing well. Again, players who've been around for forever. We saw it at the beginning. Like, Leo's been to everyone PNC so far, just about. And, like, Xavier's been to a bunch. So, like, guys who I saw a lot in the PCS days in Asia, always were kind of like having these moments, these days where I'm like, yes, they're finally doing it.
I see.
And then they'd come up short.
Well, here's the total leaderboard, and this is kind of what I'm touching on with regard to Japan. They're doing slightly better than 14th. They're up into 7th now off the back of that game. So that's some good news. Australia dropping down to 8. There's still not really a whole lot of moving and shaking coming through from the UK, from China. We talk about them a lot, and they're not really quite making it happen. The gap has closed a little bit, though, between Korea and USA once again, so battle for top spot is very much in action. Germany, Vietnam, not too far behind there either, so still a lot of games to go. So, you know, we've got one more tonight, but we've got 12 more to go after that. So I'm not ready to lock anything in. I'm not prepared to write anybody off just yet, but I mean, we're starting to see some trends. We're definitely seeing trends, positive and negative, from whichever team, whichever side of the coin you want to look at. You know, if they don't change up going into tomorrow, that's where things like, well, China, we'd be looking at them probably saying, well, you're done. If you have another day like today, tomorrow, they got 6 points out of one day, bro. Like, sorry, that's not going to be good enough.
No,
Indonesia,
not in this event.
UK as well, like all 3 of them are really struggling. So in this event, like you say, if you bring that to the table 2 days in a row, you're done.
Yeah, if you're like bottom 3 or 4 spots right now, you need to have a big game in this game to really like feel like you're going to have an opportunity.
Momentum as well. Yep. Vibes are going to be an all-time low for those teams. This evening. It's not going to be fun.
It's not going to be fun at all. You're absolutely right. Oh, it changed. China moved up to 2nd. Maybe the fans are, it's like the gambler's fallacy. Like, they've been losing a bunch, so certainly that changes now, right? You know what I mean?
I mean, maybe. I know what you're saying. I know what the
I don't think it makes any sense, but yeah.
This is like, what's the word? Like, they're doubling down on it, you know?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah. Like in blackjack or something, or yeah.
It's like when it's like you've invested so much, you know. We've invested so much. Might as well just keep going.
Yeah, that's the sunk cost fallacy.
Sunk cost fallacy. That's what I was looking for.
There you go. And Canada, well, got stuck in some bad positions. Although I still have a feeling that they could do some damage. They're a very good team. They're a veteran squad. All of them have been around the block a few times in PUBG Esports, so this is the team I'm worried about. This is the team that should be playing a lot better than they are.
Yep. Yeah, they're not going to be happy with one another, I'm sure. There's going to be some discussions at the end of today if they don't end well.
What's wild is, like, you're not even seeing, like, Ming or Akeleft or somebody just, like, go nuclear and have, like, a 5-6 kill game. It's just been crickets from the side of China. All right. We are here. It is our last game of the day. PNC 2024 live from the Gyeonggi Grand Peace Hall in Seoul, South Korea. And reorganized the submerge. Oh, yeah. We changed this location.
Watertown?
Yeah, Watertown. Now it's a harbor, kind of. Not kind of. It definitely is a harbor. It's a nice harbor. It's kind of fun to play in. It's fun to drop in. If you have more than one squad dropping there, fights there are chaotic.
It was always chaotic in Watertown.
True.
To be fair. But yeah, I think, you know, it's an interesting point that you make about Akeleft and Ming in particular. I sort of want to unpack that a little bit more as we've got some time, obviously, at the start of this game. And I think it does go to show you that yes, you can have superstars and you can have great individual players, but they do need the outfit around them to be working as well to kind of like facilitate that. That's something that maybe we can forget pretty easily. Just because you're a fantastic individual player doesn't mean that if you're put into unwinnable positions and you don't have the support, that you're going to be able to do anything about it.
Right.
You know?
Well, that's the thing about PUBG is what makes it so fun and so interesting is, yes, there is great gameplay. There's great moments where players are just doing crazy stuff with their guns, but it's about watching the maps, watching the macro ideas, like understanding how teams are positioning themselves around the board. See if Trick can make some magic. Nope, ran out of bullets. I think that should be Kane out and safe. A few more vehicles are clipping, or excuse me, a few more bullets are clipping the vehicle, but yeah, I mean, going back to, like, PUBG is just, to me, like, it's so fun to watch the way the players think.
Right.
Like, to see the way that they're observing the map and trying to, you know, out-strategize the other teams. That's what makes it so good.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Deal with it.
Oh, boy.
These are the best circles.
Well, look, what I will say is Germany have had a bit of circle luck so far today.
Okay.
They've had some nice pulls. Now they are on the other end of that.
Yeah, the gacha game's running out now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
UK needed a bit of a helping hand. Milta, nice setup. Obviously, first zone doesn't really make or break anything, but can make life a little bit easier. Yeah, Popka, Milta power. Options available. Where do you go here if you're UK, right? You get the first rotate.
Oh, for sure. I'm going Milta Mini every day.
Okay.
Like, if it's me, I'm taking control of Milta Mini
Right.
early.
Don't even talk to me about that place, because that is perhaps the most cursed location in the game if you're an Australian PUBG fan.
Remind me why.
Go back to GLL. GLL Grand Slam, Atletico second place.
Oh.
It was FaZe that won from Mini Milta.
Oh my gosh.
And overtook them on the
Yep.
final game of the final day.
Yep. I was there. I should have remembered that.
I was not there, but I was in my room at 5 a.m. in the morning watching the game.
Screaming at the TV.
I was furious.
I remember.
I was smashing the table so loud, my girlfriend woke up, and she was not very happy.
Yeah. I feel like poor Atletico was on the bad end of a few plays that were historic in PUBG Esports.
That one was definitely an unfortunate moment, for sure.
As great of a team as that was.
Yeah.
It was so fun.
Yep. Well, looks like USA have got their rotation all sorted.
I'm curious what they're going to eye in there.
Ah, man.
UK is like spread out. Brazil's going to try to cut through the beach of Milta and try to get around. Oh, God, that was close. Get in. That car's done. They just tried to flip it there. That's why.
Yeah.
And it didn't flip, so they just said, screw it.
We will be top 3 no matter what. Might be famous last words for China, because they're about as far from top 3 as you can possibly be at this point in time.
Yep. So Brazil did, so far, make their way around. Turkey's sending an early amount of players, you know, south of the lumberyard. So they're in west of Milton Mini, or the Mini Power, excuse me. And Trimsy did wrestling when he was a student.
I didn't know that.
Neither did I.
We learned a lot today.
Yep.
You were a physics professor working.
Not a professor, I was just a student.
And
I did some like TA, but I never was a professor.
AC's climbed the highest mountain in Norway. This is why we were talking about that. We were questioning, is there, I mean, to be fair, we don't know how high the highest mountain is.
I have no idea.
Could be like Australia, where the highest mountain's like not that big, but I'm sure it is. I want to climb the highest mountain in Norway. Maybe he could take me.
Yeah, join him.
I would like to climb the highest mountain in Korea, but I don't think I'm going to have time while I'm here for Nations Cup, unfortunately. Anonix, did he fire a shot or two? Someone shot at China. And I hope it wasn't Anonix, but it looks like China's going to be on their move anyway, so they're not too interested in what he's up to.
Goudhopigen is the tallest mountain in Norway.
Goudhopigen.
I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Sounds so genuine. You could be Norwegian.
Definitely. And then
I would have mistaken you for a Norwegian.
2000. Really?
No.
No. Okay. Well, hold the phone.
What is this?
China driving into Brazil. Oh no, Ming Ming took a lot of damage on the way in, and when the car hit,
it could not have gone worse.
Yeah, it was a car running into the side of the building. However, Shouty D damage. You know, Tiggleton just ran over Heaven and killed it.
I mean, I don't really know what's going on here. Godv's got the shoddy out. USA's there, dropping in on this as well. Well, you did say Mini Milt is going to be a pretty hot point on the map. Australia's going to fight Korea. They don't seem to be aware, but somehow Luke 12 didn't go down before he went into the building. Seoul will actually finish that kill off. This just sends all over the map right now. Flood's going to have to try to save the day for Australia. He will get one more onto Seoul. Gets the finish there as well. Salute outside of the compound. So it's a 1v1 between Australia and Korea. But if Korea end their run here for today, I think they can say today's been pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not the same case necessarily for Australia, who would love to pick up a couple more points. And will be able to do so, courtesy of Flood, who does win the 1v1. And will have to play it out now as a solo. But jump back into this fight. This send from China was madness, but looks like Brazil's done. No, Sparking and Gujera are still alive somewhere. They're not in Mini Milta. Where are they? Well, they're down on the peninsula.
Oh, they're way out.
So
that's an interesting split.
It's just crazy.
Maybe they got cut off in rotation. Maybe a tire got popped or something. Godby, though, is in trouble, to say the least. He has no heals. Has a shotgun, though. One bullet. Went for the reload and paid the price. Trimsy and the USA going to claim mini power for themselves. Smash. Looking towards Argentina. Code Marco as well.
Yeah, I don't know about that send from China. Like, they have no info. And then they're going in, like, one by one. Two players in one car, one player in the next car. Third car was like miles away. I don't know. Weird.
I'm left scratching my head.
Doesn't look very coordinated. Is more so my point.
Yeah, well, it just looks. It looks forced.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, it was like, oh, we're just gonna go Milton.
It feels like they know they need points, so they're trying to go for big plays. If that makes sense. Like everybody knows that compound is a power spot in this circle potentially, especially if it goes anywhere near it.
Yeah.
And so you're making a gamble. You're saying, we can get a lot of points if we can control this territory potentially.
What?
1-for-1 there. Pains and Jeems.
Of all the places to run into another team, can you imagine right now, Norway and Germany are just
out
like
in Narnia? Why
is there another team here?
This is way out there. This is in between Georgia, Poland, Severny. Yeah, no. This is one of those things that just
happens.
Just happens. And no team is at fault for it. It just, just be like this sometimes.
Germany a little bit more on the receiving end of it, though.
True.
Losing Mika. Norway will be able to get their revive, but it's going to slow down the rotate. Rex is going to hang around here. It looks like Haynes is going to turn around as well. So maybe Germany's still thinking about, I don't know, trying to get a couple of shots in on Norway here.
Well, maybe a little bit of revenge being looked for.
Oh.
There. This is my favorite thing to do in this spot. However, Flood is here and hiding and was hoping that nobody would make this rotation. But I like this spot for Thailand if they can claim it.
Oh, they're going right in onto Flood. He's going to want to keep his head down. But he has no other option but to take the fight. First shot was good. Wants to just get the flush. He wants the flush. He wants the point.
It's the right play. Try to get that point, but good answer from Nurens. AK-47 in hand.
Yeah, he kind of needed the clean two-piece there rather than just getting the first one and then a bit of damage onto Nurens. It's obviously difficult, tough ask.
Well, especially when you want these points, it's so ingrained in your head as a player. Points.
Australia will end their day on 34. It's not a terrible day one, but it's not an amazing day one. Keeps you in the conversation, definitely, but good chance that Chinese Taipei, Japan, Norway, Thailand, any of those teams could potentially catch them and overtake them, drop them down that scoreboard a little bit by the end of today.
This is just so fun for me, for Japan, because they can just chill. They can go up top of this, get all the info, realize there's no one within a kilometer and a half of them almost, except Indonesia at the edge of the bridge. Now starting to make their move, getting in their vehicles, going for that pre-rotation. Circle says, still a lot of water.
Yeah, Circle says this is going to be a hard game for everybody.
Circle says this is ending where UK is, most likely. It could be Milta still, but in an extremely bizarre world, this goes Novo.
I would be happy.
Yep, I'd be happy. Because I love chaos.
I do too. It'll be fun. good way to end day one of Nations Cup 2024.
We're about to get chaos one way or another. Because this is a gross, gross circle.
Yeah, I think it starts now as well, right? With the rotations that are coming in. Team's going to be squishing into one another. We're seeing that from Indonesia and Vietnam. No knocks. Maybe both are going to be able to occupy the real estate next to each other, be happy neighbors for a little while.
It's going to be tough for a lot of these teams on the West. Difficult to get in. South, if you can clear, your back, you're coming from the south, there's those hills that sometimes you can get to, it depends. And those are relatively safe if you can clear your back. Norway, late to the party, but will eventually make their way there. Better late than never. Got all 4 up. And actually plenty of room on the outside of the circle because everyone's trying to get as close to the center as they can, knowing that this is going to end on the peninsula most likely. A few teams stuck up in Milta, but you'd prefer to not be in Milta. Getting out of there is tricky. Are we going to take the ferry and swim here?
What?
Is there a boat? There's a boat. Okay. Are they going to swim?
They're going to swim.
Yeah, that can work. The concern I have is that Fluky's actually out there, and he might see this.
I thought they saw Fluky. So is it just a gamble, a risk, an educated risk?
It's a big gamble.
At the moment, like, now is probably the best time to be doing it.
He's going to see him.
Yeah, well.
He's aware that somebody might be doing this. Because, like, what you expect is that maybe somebody takes the ferry and then drops off and then swims over. So that's maybe what Japan is gambling on here.
Okay, they've left one at the back just to watch. And I suppose if some shots do start to come through, you kind of have that contingency.
You have to be careful. This takes a solid 3 minutes to do, by the way. So, yeah. Only because I've done it, I know.
It's probably the least fun part of PUBG gameplay is swimming, I'd say.
Yeah, it's up there. Especially this one. Swimming across this channel anywhere is
so far
painful.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta. Because the boat's tough too. If there's anybody on that coastline, you're just dead.
Well, I think they've left the boat for Imac.
Yep. You have to establish the beachhead first.
Yeah.
See, maybe Fluky just misses this, but he's been so aware.
Does he not at some point, like, just easily see them?
If he turns right now, they're dead.
Like, they're going right towards him.
He might not see him.
He has not.
He's missing him.
Ah, surely! You're capping.
Oh my God,
He's
oh
not
my
seen
God.
Them. He's still got a good minute to spot them, though.
Yes. Oh, Milta, baby.
He's going to move.
He might just completely miss this. I think he's gonna. Oh, this is so brutal for Thailand.
Yeah. He's going to be cursed.
They might lose a player because of this. Well, okay. There's still an opportunity that he might catch that. We'll see.
Ugh.
Meanwhile, Germany, Argentina making their way through. USA, after their drop, the Milta power. It's not going to be easy now. Are there any vehicles here that you're able to claim? I guess China's beat up Dacia that they took in.
They're going to make it.
This is insane.
That circle shift honestly might help them. Might have helped them.
Yeah.
Turns his attention away. You know, he's starting to think about, okay, where can we maybe move once this zone starts to shift in onto Milta? I need to clear out this part of the peninsula rather than worry about what's happening behind me, but definitely needs to be worried about what is happening behind him.
I think you're absolutely right. Amok still can watch. He has so much view. He's going to see jumping Fluky. Say, well, they're still over there, guys, but I got to go.
Yep.
So it's boat o'clock.
Time to get a move on.
Yep. This is tricky sometimes to get up those ledges. USA did have vehicles. So the teams that tried to establish their position at Milta Power first fork over a few nice vehicles over to the USA. And still trailing Germany, still tracking their angle, trying to cut them off as best as they can. Where do you go, though? There's a little bit of room in these trenches. Briefly. Did that hit the tire? It hit the head for sure. It's Chris so weak. Shrimsy now taking a little bit of damage in return. So Germany cut south, able to cut away from the United States.
It's pretty cursed game if you're Germany. I don't know where they're going to end up right now. They're just sending it straight into Milter, and they've got teams watching them. Shimboy, Spectro as well. This can't end well for Germany. They lose Chris. Two of them look like they're going to make it. Haynes and Brex. All right. I mean, well, with how rough it's been for Germany, I think you'll take that.
Well, you get center circle probably.
Yeah.
I mean, unless this goes like hard east, I don't think it's really that likely. This is going to be somewhere in Milta or close to it or like the eastern edge. So you've at least bought yourself probably 2, maybe 3 circles if things go not horribly wrong in a fight in that house. Fluky's in trouble. He's actually maybe just dead.
I think you're right.
Like the real question is he going to hear this?
I don't know if they know exactly where one another are. He's still looking for it. Fluky spotted him. Ah, you got to drop off. No, he has not dropped off. Lyrix is going to go down. Japan are showing their hand.
See, this is the Japan I like, and he eventually does realize that dropping down is his only chance. He would prefer not to because he's going to be exposed. Circle is going to just hard shift up to Milta as expected. Has to remove waters. It's the phase 4 circle. And for now, Japan is going to allow Fluky to leave, but he needs the rest of his team to go nuclear.
Ooh. Here comes UK. 4 strong. Could they still be in the discussion at the end of the day today? If they have a big game right here, they probably jump up into the top 8. 2 kills already. Going to be able to cut off those rotates from Thailand, Japan. They might have heard a couple of those shots.
Do they know that this is like already kind of contested territory? Are they aware? Because there hasn't been like a lot of...
Wasn't a lot of fighting, you're right.
Exactly.
It was like 1 clean kill from Japan onto Thailand, and that's about it.
The fight might happen anyway. And I think Michael's going to be like, what?
Has to happen. At some point, has to happen.
Oh, no helmet for Fluky either.
No pants either.
That is scary. Well, not as important, but...
I don't know, man.
An interesting observation.
If I had to choose going outside with no helmet or no pants, I'm probably choosing no helmet.
Fair enough.
Anyway, Japan's on their way forward. Fluky has his chance here. The shot's not so great from him, but Vard's actually given him a bit of a helping hand there in the end. He's able to drop one of the Japan players still. It's not going to save the day for him. Imak down on the floor, though, could cause some problems here for Japan. They'll have to duck their heads and try to get that revive.
Well, this just took so long. Oh, Nurin. That is ridiculously good AK spray. Take some shots in response. XK actually finds that knock. Now they got to push forward. Michael's pushed up into this as well, trying to challenge this fight, and Kane makes him pay the price.
Yeah, it's going wrong for the UK. Maybe you're right. Maybe they didn't quite have the information that they needed to set up in this position. It feels like they've just sort of split up a little bit too much, maybe opened up some angles for Thailand, for Japan, where they shouldn't necessarily have. And they're going to lose 2 players as a result. Vard and Fakes are going to have to get it done as a duo. 2 duos starting to pop up here now. Germany being one of them.
Well, Michael's hiding, but just delaying the inevitable.
And he's not going to survive.
No doubt about it. USA continues their well-known love of cars, just driving around, seeing if they can clear out a little bit of space, get a little bit of info. Little do they know, they have basically the entire northern part of that circle completely free. Actually, Yomik gets the kill, confirm onto Michael. Drifted out there, so the beachfront property that Indonesia has pays off a little bit. Get some return on that investment. And now, Jacob, last player alive for Thailand, I believe, here. Yeah, and trying to cut off Japan, but this is not easy, to say the least. Gonna throw a smoke, that gives it away. There's a knock as Indonesia still watching the players of Japan. They drive forward, trying to use this rock to hide. Jacob loading up with a grenade, has a lot more in this bag. Oh! This could be disaster. Grenades raining in. Japan weakened, almost out, they're gone.
No way. Jacob has done it on his own. All he needed was that opening little knock from Indonesia. The door was left wide open. In fact, he just smashed it open. Well,
love it.
That's about best case scenario you could really hope for there for Jacob. I'm not sure he's going to get too much more done being a solo, but take an extra 3, 4, 5 points.
That's huge. Anything you can get in this game, any salvage points you can find when you're stuck that outside of a circle.
Right.
Absolutely worth it. Draft King, quickly dealt with. Silzen as well. Crossfire angles into this house.
Yeah, by 2 different teams. Unfortunate. There goes Jacob. Well, he had his moment. He had his 15 minutes of fame. And UK are trying to hang on as well. Turkey looking for this pick, looking for the finish onto Argentina. They might not quite be able to get it though. DraftKing, I'm not sure he's surviving. And in fact, UK are in a position where they can maybe push for a little bit of extra damage, but they don't need to because Vietnam are going to get it done anyway. I mean, those Wizzies are always going to be a bit of a problem.
And once you get knocked by Vietnam, like, they bite and they don't let go. They're so tenacious.
Especially with where they're sitting on the scoreboard right now. I think Vietnam might be a little bit disappointed with how the day has played out.
Yep. They're hungry.
Yeah.
And they never give up. They never take their foot off the gas pedal. That's a tough run for Argentina. Ending the day currently in 12th. See if UK or Canada, maybe Indonesia, catch up. Snakers though, trying to create some space, but this field sucks. There aren't those big hail bells available to him there. It's just one of the thin ones, cone-shaped foliage to work with. Everybody is just making it rain on top of the USA. I mean, the USA, I don't see much territory or compounds that they can really claim that are
smokes.
Yeah.
It's really just smokes. And maybe hoping that the next zone is going to push some teams out of position and give them a helping hand, but it seems pretty doomed for USA, though. They only need to grab themselves another 4 points to overtake Korea and take top spot for day 1. Pretty damn solid day from them.
Mad was
okay.
Look at the Mad. He's trying to find an angle, but he can't, actually. I don't think Chinese Taipei is going to let him.
If he gets knocked, yeah, he's donezo. Code Marco going to go up there with him as well. Zone shift, ooh, does help USA.
Yeah, and Code Marco's grabbing the crate. Now Turkey kind of has to make a decision. Do you fortify the house, do you split, or do you try to make a wrap come down on top of the United States? It's going to be a knock from Ruin. Now the United States scrambling for safety as the smokes begin to dissipate. Vehicle on vehicle violence. And everybody's just spraying into these smokes. They know that the USA is in trouble.
Not too many connections, honestly.
Oh, God.
Again, another. How does he survive? Because honestly, if a car lands on me like that, I don't think I'm making it.
Got some kind of anti-car
adamantium bones or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe he's actually Wolverine. Wouldn't that be something?
That would be.
I'm gonna ask him afterwards. Like, are you Wolverine, Purdy?
He's just gonna look at you.
I know, he's gonna be very confused.
What are you talking about? Well, Shrimsy's gone down now as well, so you know, it's tough. You're out of the frying pan, you're in the fire. How long can you survive, I think, is the question mark here for USA. It's not about winning at this point in time, it's just about surviving. Maybe getting a placement point out of this game somewhere. Chinese Taipei, they're going to send. No way. All 4 of them in one vehicle. They're going to go right towards USA here. No, they're not. They're just going to stop. They're going to pull up. Play behind the smokes.
This is risky for Chinese Taipei. A lot of teams starting to fall. Into the placement points we go. Indonesia trying to break through Canada. Cannot. Savior down for Chinese Taipei. United States letting it rip into these smokes, trying to do what Chinese Taipei was doing to them a second ago. Great grenade, a lot of damage, can't find any knocks. 2 players down. Perfect from kickstart.
Is that one of the best grenades you've seen?
Right
all 4 players. Woo. All 4.
Crazy.
All right, well, I mean, again, like, that's the thing for USA. You know, you just got to try and hang on until an opportunity presents itself, and then you get 4 points.
Claw your way back into first place.
Indeed, up to 67 now, and there's teams fallen all over the place as well. So if USA can kind of keep their heads down for the moment, maybe there's another couple of placement points on offer. And honestly, it seems like teams have kind of forgotten about the USA. They have other issues. Yeah, USA just like, yeah, we're just gonna lie here, have a bit of a picnic.
We had all these teams that were fighting to just get in on the southwest side, and that turned a lot of attention to make sure that your flanks are safe. That gave USA the opportunity they needed. I think Chinese Taipei might have misjudged their timing there, thinking that in the middle of all the chaos, they might be able to get some position and maybe take an okay fight against the United States, but the United States was very well prepared for that. Very great reaction coming out of them. Shinboy trying to bully his way forward. Well, that's a great grenade. Speaking of, gets an instant knock on Ahimas.
Got to be the go signal now for Canada. You're not going to get a better option. When the zone moves away from you like that, you get that knock. The kill is actually confirmed as well by Turkey. So Canada starting to open up a bit of space for themselves to play with here. Still going to be a rough cross, but they've got to move. Got to do it soon. Always inside of a blue zone grenade. He's going to have to heal his way forward. Finn, be spotted out by Hisaki. Trade in there from Canada.
Oh, Hisaki, no way. No way he survives that.
Another nade or a molly's headed in his direction. It'll be a molly. It might not quite spread, no. Not far enough.
Well, he can't go anywhere. Like, he just has to stay prone in this one spot. Feet were exposed for a moment, but just again, able to get hidden. Only one more first aid. Oh, if that's a frag, he's dead. Nope, smoke. He's okay. Kind of okay.
You gotta push him.
Canada's in trouble. Those are frag grenades he's got, and he's letting them loose. James as well getting in on it. Adam down. Shinboy trying to press forward. Hisaki throwing everything in the kitchen sink to keep Canada at bay. And he's going to wrap out and around. Shinboy's not ready.
No.
Down. Oh, Shinboy just barely.
Okay, well, Finn goes down. I don't know that this is going to really help Canada out all that much. It sort of opens things up a little bit, but they've still got to get their way into the zone. Now it's Turkey up against USA, and might be the end for the United States if Turkey continue with this push, but 3-on-3 for the moment. Rex is just snaking behind the wall, trying to keep himself alive for those placement points. Turkey get themselves another knock onto Snakers. Doing a real number onto USA right here, but they can't overcommit to this fight because Canada has the cross shots, so everyone's kind of keeping each other in check right now.
Exactly.
Nade.
Oh, so good. Just a little bit far from getting everybody. Shrimsy alive, but it's not looking good. However, Canada starting to cannibalize Team Turkey as well. Shrimsy just trying to survive. Nope, not gonna happen. James not gonna allow it. Now you've got Canada, Norway, Turkey, and Germany. It's our final 4 teams of the day.
Germany's probably not going to be able to overtake second place, but every single point is going to be valuable for them at this point in time. And honestly, Rex has been forgotten about. No one even knows that he is there. So I dare say he might even manage to make it into top 3, potentially even top 2. Zone shift is not particularly favorable for him, but he can maybe outlast Canada. He's definitely looking in the direction of Canada at the moment. He's got that knock onto Sok. And if Brex can potentially finish off the last Canadian member, maybe then that'll be the extra point or 2 that he would have wanted out of this game. He'll just take that.
Still a solid game from Canada, from Turkey.
Norway.
Well, Norway should be winning this by all rights.
Norway have been teetering on the precipice of having a pretty decent game, like a really good game, and I think this is going to be the one for them. Been kind of waiting for it all day.
James and Atesy. You had to feel like it was only a matter of time before they started really accelerating. I mean, James has been good all day, but Atesy having 3 kills in this one. Starting to come up big for Norway. Rurin and Smash trying to hide their way through. Rurin in the circle, Smash not. Rex, like you mentioned earlier, trying to snake his way into this one. Gonna be tough though. Norway looking everywhere, trying to figure out where exactly everybody is. You're like, there's not many places to hide in this circle. Where are you at? I think Brex might just call it a game. We'll see. He's trying to creep forward. Why not? I say go for it. Smash has gotten so close to Norway.
Brex is making the cross.
He's in.
What a chat. He could definitely take a second right now.
I think he might.
Could he take a first? Could he swindle a first? What if Turkey gets a knock or 2?
There's no heals.
That's rough.
He has whatever that is, 30 HP about. And that's it.
Wait, what? What's going on here?
Oh, no. Oh.
Spectro's going to go down. Hang on, doors open right now. Brex, could this be a massive player? 1v3, it started well, but didn't know where James was. Still, that is the door well and truly open for Turkey. If there's an opportunity, now is the time. Managed to get a medkit over to Ruin.
It's great prone from James.
Gotta go, they've gotta go. got to go now before the res.
Yeah, you have to try to take the fight. Got the spot on the AC, the AK spray, so difficult to control, and James is going to punish it.
James just built diff, man. He is having a cracker of a day. He's keeping that EWC form, and he is pushing and pulling Norway through the day. Get that res onto Spectro. And I think that might have been the opportunity by Turkey, and it is indeed. Wow. Norway will finish the day with a big one. And that's the end of day one of PUBG Nations Cup. They're pointing, there's a guy dressed as a Viking. Are you kidding me? I was like, what? Who is he pointing at? It has to be the guy with the Norwegian flag. It is the guy with the Norwegian flag, but what I didn't know was the guy with the Norwegian flag, he's dressed as a Viking.
I mean, what a day for that guy, right? First event ever for Norway at PNC, and they get their first win. There he is. Yes.
Okay, dressed as a Viking might have been a bit of a stretch. He's got a helmet on.
Whatever. I knew what you meant.
A win's a win, you know?
Hey, yeah, dude. No, I mean, think about that. I mean, it's crazy that they come in here, you know, so new to this event.
Right.
They get a win. I mean, yeah, but with James and 8C, makes sense.
Yeah, has to. I mean, I don't know. I think, is that not an overperformance from Norway? I think that's kind of putting the wrong word out there, but have they gone above expectations maybe? I think that potentially is where we could sort of quantify that one.
Might be where I'm kind of leaning.
They'd be well in the top 8, probably even in the top 5 after that.
Yeah. They're top 5, I think.
We'll get there when we get the updated leaderboard, but see where they end up. Either way, yeah, interesting day, obviously, as we can start to sort of wind it down now. I think, in general, not too many massive surprises. Obviously talked about Germany a little bit going into that last one. Chinese Taipei, Japan have done reasonably well for themselves, honestly. But that sort of felt like it was largely off the back of one good game for both of those two teams. I think the consistency definitely was lacking, so probably don't expect them to still be really pushing for the top end of things. But they've done pretty well for themselves. Norway, I would say, was surprisingly good for me as well. And then on the other side of the coin, on the more negative end, I think it still has to be that conversation around United Kingdom and China. And didn't really feel like either of those teams kind of got going at all. UK had one good game, that was game 1. And China didn't have a single good game.
No, I was very shocked by both of those teams. I thought they'd be performing a lot better here today. So we'll see. Maybe tomorrow there's a bounce back. Maybe they can, climb, at least shoot for top 5 potentially. But with America and Korea right now, really kind of being our two front runners, really having strong days. Both of them getting wins. Korea getting 2 wins in a row. But really, USA has been solid in their macro decision making the whole day. The way they're able to fight through tough situations, even when they're not, maybe playing their best round, still really, really impressive. The individual talent is shining on that squad, and the macro gameplay that you bring a player like Purdy Curdy in. That's why he's been given this opportunity to finally play for the USA, to represent them here at PNC. That's coming to fruition. Gunner's a great coach, period, end of story.
Sure.
So, yeah, I love it, man. I'm really excited.
Yeah, there hasn't been a bad game from Korea or USA today, right? Like, they've both had games which were not amazing, but they were getting, I guess worst case scenario for USA, they got a 9th with 4 kills, but you're still getting 4 points there. That's not too bad. I mean, it's the same kind of story for Korea, 8th, but 8 kills. And, I guess this last game of the day was probably the worst game for Korea, but even there, they got a couple of points getting those kills onto the Aussie blokes. So, yeah, keeping the scoreboard ticking over is the main thing. But that's been a well-played game from Norway. 12-kill win. You'll take it every day of the week. Turkey in there as well. Turkey was pretty desperate for some points. I think we sort of neglected to mention that for both Turkey and Canada. Having a decent final game of the day kind of just sort of saves their day a little bit. It wasn't terrible from either team necessarily. Canada going into that last game, though, with only 12 points, that might have started to get to the point where you're like, oh, that was pretty bad. But just getting the 5 kills, 4th place in that last game of the day, it puts you in a position where you're like, okay, we've got at least a base platform to build off of going into tomorrow. James, man of the match, I mean, honestly, might be one of the guys that you could put in as man of the day, right? Yeah. He had a fantastic day. Probably not quite as consistent as the Korean guys and the guys from the United States, but Actually, as far as kill leaders is concerned, he's got 15 for the day, up there, equal first with Kickstart. And in a team that performed way worse, they didn't play badly, let me just caveat that, but they did play way worse than Korea and the United States.
Yep.
And yet, as an individual, he's up there. So, fantastic day for him and for the James pickers in the Fantasy League as well.
So many of those moments were just him kind of clutching up by himself, you know, at times early on in the day. Exactly. As the day went on, the team kind of got together there.
But even later on, even you can see at the end zone there, as we're sort of playing around Milta, it's James that gets it done in the end, right? Like, he seems to be the guy. He's him for this Norway team.
Yeah, dude, he is the guy. I mean, he has just been so electric, you know, these last year and a half. He's always been really good, but he's like taken another level recently, and I'm so happy to see it. So there you go. Final point total, USA at 70 in first, 4 points out of Korea in second at 66. Germany, they're in third still, and then Norway shoots all the way up to fourth with that win.
We're like, oh, they might be inside the top 5. They're fourth, and they're only 3 points away from Germany.
I love it.
That's a very good day, actually, from Norway. I think anyone above probably 40 points, you know, what would you say is a good day? 45, 50 points. So at this point, yeah, I mean, anyone inside that top 5 feeling pretty good for themselves. I think Brazil, Australia probably showed enough consistency to say they're a contesting team, but neither really had that big game that we were hoping for. Brazil were close to it, being able to get that win maybe over Korea, but didn't convert that in the end. I think Australia, again, had a couple of unlucky situations that they ran into. And then beyond there, we were looking at, you know, Japan, Chinese Taipei. They were a little bit more inconsistent, I felt, but had a bigger game, for example, than Brazil and Australia. So there's some positives for a bunch of teams. There's some negatives for those teams as well that we can't really lock in one way or the other. We have to wait and see until we get, you know, another 6 games under our belt going into the final day. Oh, is Australia going to fall off because they're not going to have a big game? You know, you look at that team and think they're going to be a team that will have a decent game. Same for Brazil. But if they don't, going into the final 6 games today, we'll go, okay, well, maybe this is actually their level.
And I'm going to say this about Australia. They had 26 kills today, so that's usually a pretty decent indicator that you're actually on the correct trajectory to have more success in an event like this, not necessarily, you know, the points that Brazil is doing it through. So we will have an interview, guys, here on stage. I'm pretty sure we've got a player from America who will be joining us for that. So really excited to hear what they have to say, because that was a crazy good day for them. All right, we'll send it over to the stage, hear what Kickstart has to say.
우리까지 1위로 이렇게 마무리한 소감부터 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. I'm Bella, joined by Team USA's Kickstart. Congratulations on starting off with the first chicken dinner and closing out as number 1 on the leaderboard. Tell me, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, it's pretty relaxed. Doesn't really matter that we're in first place. You know, it's like every game counts and we're just playing for total points. You know, it doesn't really matter where we end on the first day. It matters where we end on the third day. You know, the job's not finished.
That's right. 이제 뭐 오늘 당연히 1위로 마무리해서 좋긴 하고 되게 그래도 여유롭게 오늘 경기할 수 있었다고 얘기를 했습니다. 하지만 이제 아무래도 데이 1이다 보니 오늘의 결과보다는 이제 마무리 데이 3일차에 이렇게 우승을 하는 게 더 중요하다고 이야기를 하네요. 그리고 또 아까 안 물어볼 수가 없습니다. 에란겔에서 차이니스 타이페이를 상대로 이렇게 수류탄에 대해서 그 액션, 그때 뭔가 직접 한번 들어보고 싶어요. Walk us through that crazy nade action against Team Chinese Taipei. You wiped them out, so walk us through that. I want to hear more from you.
I mean, I didn't do anything special really. I just threw a nade at a smoke where I knew they were, and I think they had just rezzed or something like that. I honestly don't know what happened. I haven't watched it back, but I'm sure all of them were 1 HP, and I just was the one to throw the nade.
Are you saying that that was just pure luck?
I mean, partly, yeah. It's mostly.
이제 뭐 특별하게 뭐 작전을 해서 이렇게 던진 게 아니고 뭐 아무래도 팀 차이니스 타이페이 선수들이 이제 1HB여서 조금 운 좋게 그렇게 그냥 얻어 걸린 것 같다라고 이야기를 했습니다. 근데 또 팀 미국의 퍼디 선수가 이렇게 합류해서 나온 로스터는 또 처음 이렇게 보게 됐는데 IGL로서 이렇게 조금 다른 변화가 있는지 체감하고 있는 부분에 대해서 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. It's the first time seeing Purdy as IGL on, you know, Team USA's roster. I want to ask, like, what kind of addition is he as an IGL? What does he bring to the table?
He's honestly just like a very calm and relaxed IGL, and I've never had the opportunity to play with him on a team, unfortunately. But he's been really great so far. I mean, today is the first 6 games I've ever played with him in my life. We didn't get to scrim or practice at all because we were all at EWC. So, I mean, it's going good so far. And
it's going swell.
He's very calm, and it's honestly great.
이제 뭐 아무래도 되게 퍼디 선수가 차분하고 경험이 많은 선수여서 그런 좀 평정심을 유지하는 데 도움이 된다고 하고요. 아무래도 이제 킥스타트 선수도 선수 생활을 오래 했지만 퍼디와 같은 팀에서 이렇게 해본 게 처음인데, 그리고 또 다른 팀이라서 이렇게 6경기를 쭉 해본 게 오늘이 처음인데 잘 돼가고 있는 것 같다고 이야기를 했습니다. 그러면 이제 팀 USA의 킥스타트 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 저희는 내일 다시 같은 시간에 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations again, Kickstart. Good luck to you for the rest of the 2 days. Alright, that is a wrap from us here on the stage, and we'll be back tomorrow with more PUBG action. Bye!
It's my God, 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 it's my God. Tell them who you are if you're living in the movement. You wanna praise God. This is how we do it. It's my God, 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 it's my God.
Saturated in scripture, deep into my bloodstream, locking the enemy out. Now we're shining from the sunscreen. One team, body gonna pick me up. This walking witness got the sickness of the Father's love. Rubbing the shoulders with soldiers on the front line, exposing how the sun shines through stories from my past life. Testimony shows he's never phony, fake or ever failing. I'm on the wings of eagles, mounting up a smooth sailing. Outspoken, spreading hope to the hopeless. The devil tried to rope a dope, but I'm sticking, moving focus. No longer fold to the flesh like I'm origami. Christ created the way, sanctification make me a carbon copy. Christ made, renegade, rising from the ashes. The saints, citizens, the diligent assassin. Preaching street gospel, reacting to my residents. Dead to the world, everlasting Christ delegate.
If you're living in the movement, you wanna praise God. This is how we do it. It's my God, 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 it's my God. Tell them who you are if you're living in the movement. You wanna praise God. This is how we do it. It's my God, 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 it's my God.
I'm frontline when it's go time, and ain't no time for that hesitating. I'm about this kingdom biz, and I push a line on that sucker Satan. I got my hands raised when I praise the God of Israel. He called me a son when the world called me a criminal. And I hear all them subliminals, but they ain't getting no response. My heart's for unity, cause I know that's what my Father wants. I got that Godfidence in me, giving up, boy, not a chance. I go and preach the gospel where they still letting that llama run. I rock with a limited regime and my whole team on black ops. When it come to my pops, I'm tunnel vision, cyclops. One day this ride stops, and everything that we've ever done and every word that we've ever spoke is gonna be known before the sun. We only got one life, one Savior, one Christ, the one that hung upon the cross with one chance to get it right. We only get one life, one Savior, one Christ, the one that gave his life for all. So now's your chance to get it right.
Who you are if you're living in the movement. You wanna praise God. This is how we do it. It's my God, 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 it's my God. Tell them who you are if you're living in the movement. You wanna praise God. This is how we do it. It's my God.
I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. I don't need you, I do it myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Okay, dream so big that they think I'm crazy. Let out the beast, no, they can't tame me. Don't play with me, better mind your business. I cannot stop now, I ain't finished. I'ma keep on going till I got that. Okay, the way that I'm
trying to hate, but I don't talk back, I know that. Plotting on the kid with the bull, tell him all that. I'm the one that I'ma gamble on, I ramble on. I'm about to get my ramble on, and I'm the one they really couldn't get a handle on. Then when they see they missed the boy, they get a tantrum on. And I know they never thought we would make it. Underdogs, it wouldn't be Gable. Labels gon' ask what we bring, tell them we bringing the table.